Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is part of What If Naruto Was Super Smart and Became Dark Phoenix. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Team 7 stood in the Hokage's office ready for a new mission. Kakashi had finished mapping the locations of the seals, and while he was away with his team, Turi and the ANBU would try to disable the seals in the most problematic locations like the Hokage Tower, the Ninja Academy, the ANBU headquarters, and the guard area of the Shinobi prison. Team 7 ready for a C-rank mission, Kakashi said, shocking Iruka, who was doing duty in the mission office today. A C-rank already? Aren't they a bit inexperienced for that? Iruka asked. That's not our first one, Iruka. We already did one, and only because I had another important mission that kept me inside the village we didn't do another yet, Kakashi said. Iruka was surprised. He wouldn't have thought that Team 7 would already be doing C ranks. Normally a team was kept doing D ranks for at least 4 to 6 months before a sensei decided they were ready for higher ranking missions. But if the rumors he had heard were true, Naruto was a lot better than he had shown at the academy, and Kakashi was putting his team through harsh training. Okay, Kakashi, I think I have something fitting for you. We have a simple escort and protection mission to Wave Country. The client is a bridge builder called Tazuna who wants you to escort him back and protect him from bandits and the like until he finishes his bridge. The Hokage said. Mission accepted, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said. Very well. Send Tazuna in. The Hokage said loudly. An old man with a straw hat, holding a bottle which obviously held alcohol, was standing in the door. Those kids are the protection I get. I paid for real ninjas to protect me, not those squirts, he protested. Naruto was in front of him before Tazuna even noticed he had left his position. Funny you say that. I know for sure that this squirt could cut your jugular vein before you even noticed me, he said, grinning evilly, making Tazuna gulp in fear. Naruto. No scaring the client, Kakashi said. You're no fun, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto mock-pouted and instantly returned to his former position again without Tazuna being able to see anything. You don't have to fear anything, Tazuna. I'm a Jonin, and those three are some of the best upcoming ninjas we have in the village. We are more than enough to deal with a few bandits, Kakashi assured Tazuna. Naruto saw a slight tensing in Tazuna when Kakashi mentioned the bandits. Was there more going on? He probably needed to make a small visit to the root base if he had the time before leaving. When are we leaving? He asked therefore. Tomorrow morning at 7 at the main gate, Kakashi answered. Naruto nodded and left the room in a body flicker. Tazuna looked at the spot where the blonde had been just a moment before. He really should have expected something like that from a ninja. After all, people told the most incredible things about them. Naruto reappeared in the woods close to the root base entrance. He made 5 shadow clones which he transformed into forest animals and transformed into a mouse himself. Then he sent one clone that hadn't transformed openly into the base. He stayed in the shadows, following his clone undetected. It was time to have a little conversation with Danzo. It took the untransformed clone 10 minutes to reach the area where the root base split into several areas. Once he was in the middle of the platform, he was stopped by 4 root ninjas in blank white masks that held him in position with kunai to 4 vital areas. I want to talk to Danzo. Would any of you mind calling him? The clone said calmly, not caring that he was threatened. One of the 4 that held him gave a sign, which Naruto and his clone thought was the order to another ninja in the shadows. 5 minutes later Danzo came out. I am interested why you would come down here, Uzumaki. And more so I would like to learn how you knew about this place. Danzo asked. I have known about this place for 4 years now. And I know what this place is, the headquarters of your little ANBU subdivision route that should have been disbanded. But I also know that the old man just turned a blind eye because you were useful for the village. By the way, I'm only a shadow clone, so I'd advise you to keep your ninjas on a leash before they pop me, and I can't give you the message I was sent here to give you, the clone said, still keeping an emotionless face. Danzo gave the 4 a sign, which made them step back a little bit, still keeping the clone under control. Nice. Well, I guess you want to know the reason for my visit. The reason is twofold. My original wants to know if you have anything about the political situation of Wave Country because our new client is behaving a bit suspiciously. The second one is offering a mutually beneficial alliance. I know that you tried to get me into your unit since the day Kubai was sealed in me. While I have no interest in becoming a mindless weapon, I know as well that with the public opinion of me, there will be hard times before I can live a halfway peaceful life in the village. And I also know that Itachi Uchiha killed the Uchiha clan on your orders, Naruto revealed. Danzo's eye narrowed. This boy knew way too much in his opinion. But an alliance with him could be useful. The boy was Jonin level and that at 12. He only needed experience, which would be no problem with how Kakashi trained his team. The boy would reach the rank he deserved within a year. Intriguing indeed. You don't sound like you mind the Uchiha clan being dead, Danzo stated. I don't mind the least. They were power-hungry bastards that would have risked a civil war in Konoha just to get the power. And my personal history with them is also nothing I care to remember. I won't shed a single tear about them. They tried to usurp the old man's power. He found out before they could strike, they paid the price. I know you have dealt with threats to Konoha for decades from the shadows. I also know you have ambitions to get the Hokage hat. Well, that I have to say is a delusion of yours. The daimyo would never appoint you as long as he has other suitable choices, and that sharingen you have from Shisui Uchiha won't really help you as well. Have any Hyuga there and you are busted, Naruto said. Danzo looked like he wanted to attack, but Naruto just raised his hand. Hit a nerve. Don't worry, I didn't tell the old man about that little secret. While I didn't hate Shisui as much as other Uchihas, I didn't like him either. If you are into desecration of corpses is your problem, not mine. No, my interest is gaining power in this village. It will become much easier after I let loose in the Chunin exams. At the moment, there are only rumors that I held back at the academy. After the exams everybody will know exactly how much. Konoha has been sleeping in the last 12 years. First we needed to rebuild after the Kyuubi attack, then we needed to restructure after the Uchiha massacre, which cost us 1/5 of our military. I know that the old man is planning to have Kakashi-sensei take over the hat to make sure I stay in the village. What he doesn't know is that it was my intention to get Kakashi Hatake into the position. Naruto said, making Danzo look at him interested again. What reason would I have had to reveal my escape plans? If I had really intended to run, I could have done it easier. I am a master of the shadow clone jutsu and of seals. Making a clone that kept my place for a week then disappear, which would probably give me a few more days until anybody noticed I was missing, would have been easy. And nobody could have declared me a missing nin, because I wasn't a ninja yet. And within 1.5 weeks I'd have left Fire Country without problem. Meaning there would have been nothing the Hokage could have done to get me back. But what advantage would running away have given me after the Uchiha were killed? None. But it offered me an opportunity. The massacre left a vacuum of power that still isn't filled. In the past we had many powerful ninjas in the village, and with Uzushio, our sister village, and my mother's home village we had a very powerful ally. But we let Uzushio be destroyed by Iwa and Kumo because we didn't expect the attack. While the ninjas of Uzushio held their own for 3 days, the Konoha support only reached them on the 4th day. While Iwa and Kumo lost more ninjas than Uzushio did, they could afford it with their greater numbers. We let the White Fang commit suicide over a discrepancy in opinion. He saw his comrades more important than the mission. The other ninjas in the village saw it differently. But letting one of our legends die because of that. We are founded on the will of fire. If we didn't have the teamwork and high regard for the lives of our ninjas, we wouldn't have become as great as we are. Then the mistake with the Sannin. Only Jiraiya is currently loyal to Konoha. Orochimaru is a traitor and Tsunade caught in her grief. Means 2 of our most powerful ninjas are unavailable for us. The clone listed with arms crossed over his chest. Danzo could only agree. Much power had been lost to Konoha. That was one thing he held against the Sandaime. He had become too soft to lead. Next one is Itachi Uchiha, the fake missing nin who is one of the greatest heroes of the village. To kill your own clan, your own family to protect the village needs real guts. And to take all the blame to keep the village safe and be the eyes outside also is incredibly courageous. But it takes another very powerful ninja from the village. I don't need to mention the death of my parents, the ninjas that died against Kyuubi, and the decreasing strength of both you and the Sandaime. We need more strong ninjas that can bear the burden of our village in the future. Within my generation there are some real talents. Shikamaru Nara is a genius and only needs to realize that his laziness can be the reason for friends to be in lethal danger. Ino Yamanaka is extremely talented in her clan's arts, but doesn't invest the necessary training to become really good over her fawning over Sasuke, who is the next great example. The village fucked him up pretty good. He should never have been allowed to live on his own. A 7-year-old boy spoiled by the villagers just because he had the potential to activate the sharingan without the necessary grounding by a family. Caught in the bad memories without new ones balancing them out. He should have been given help to overcome his grief and psychological help to get over the genjutsu Itachi put him under. He has talent, but only now under Kakashi-sensei it's showing its true dimension. Sasuke is no Itachi and will never be. But he can be great, if he only gets that damn superiority complex out of his mind. Shino Aburame is well versed in his jutsu, and if he follows my suggestions, he can become one of the most feared hunter nins ever. Same for Kiba and Yuzuka. Get him over his brashness and put a bit of strategic thinking into him and he can become a great ninja. Hinata Hyuga has much potential, it just needs to be pulled out of her with supportive training, not the stupid beatdown method her clan used. To simply overlook her being a different element than the other members of her clan is so stupid. Next, the team under Guy. Neji is a genius who nobody bothered to show up his errors. Not that hard to believe with him being a genius and not being allowed to truly shine by the main branch of the Hyuga. If he gets over his fate obsession crap, he could become Jonin before all the others in his year and my year except for me. Then Lee, with his kind of handicap Guy made a fantastic ninja out of him. Tenten only needs to branch out more in her specialty. We have the potential, but it needs to be properly cultivated. They all need about 3 years to develop to their full potential. But we also need a Hokage that can lead this potential in the right direction. The Sandaime is too worn out to be that leader. He wanted to hand over the hat already and lost his successor when Dad died, sealing Kyuubi and me. You are crippled from the war and wouldn't stand a chance against somebody like Itachi at full power. So while you are still powerful, you are not Hokage material. What you need is a symbol outside of your root that can be your representative. And that is the deal I have to offer. I will be your representative. You know my heritage. I am the prince of this village. And in a few months that will be announced. I think very much the same way my great-grandfather did. We need to get the village back up to power, and we need symbols out there that can show the other villages that we didn't lose any of our strength since the Third War. While most of my classmates didn't make the cut, that problem is being taken care of since I woke up the Sandaime from his reluctance to act. He wants to hand over the hat to Kakashi-sensei with the most pressing problems solved or on the way there. I can be the leader of the new generation once they get old enough to take over the village. I don't want to become Hokage soon. It will be early enough if I can get the hat in my 30s or early 40s. I want to get a name out there. I want to make them fear the name Naruto Namikaze. And honestly, why would I want to be chained to an office before it's necessary? Naruto asked. Danzo had to admit he was impressed with this boy. What he had done so far was really cunning. With him indicating he would have run if he could, he had forced the Sandaime to take action. To lose a ninja of Naruto's potential would be a catastrophe for Konoha. More so as Naruto held the Kyuubi. And now he even had too much information en route to have him forced to act somehow. So what do you want for being my representative? Danzo asked. Access to your training facilities and information. Mostly information though at the moment. Your true power is not your skill or the number of your ninjas. They might look impressive, but mostly they are a high Chunin level or low Jonin level. You have some outstanding ones in your forces, like Fu and Torun, but they are still no match to someone like Kakashi-sensei. Your true power is based on information. You know as well as I do, if the Hokage had wanted to stop you, he could have destroyed all this here and executed you for treason. But he knows that there are threats you just need to take care of under the hand. And your information network is too valuable to just throw it away. Naruto said. I see, very interesting. I agree to your conditions, Namikaze. It will be interesting to see if you indeed have the strength to reach your goals and bring Konoha back to the top. I knew the Nidaime very well, and if you are only half the man he was, you indeed have a glorious future before you. Well, let's see your request for information on Wave Country. The country, while still officially ruled by their daimyo, is under the control of the businessman Gato. He took over all their shipping industry and effectively cut them off of the mainland. Anybody opposing him is killed. He managed to suppress the people by publicly executing the leader of their resistance in the most brutal and bloody way. Gato is also one of the greediest and richest people in the elemental nations. He set up his base east of a fisher village close to the coast of Fire Country. His personal guards are thugs he hired. From what I have on them, they are small fry for any ninja. The only dangerous thing about them is their numbers. He has around 500 in his main base and another 500 on call in a camp on the other side of the island. Danzo said. Naruto nodded, thinking about the information. So to really get Wave Country back to its feet, we need to take out Gato, kill his thugs, and let Tazuna finish his bridge. Which means the mission is no C rank, but probably in a rank. I guess he occasionally also hires missing nins to take care of opponents. If he betrays them, nobody would complain. Okay, well that will be an interesting test of my abilities. Konoha wouldn't mind any additional funds as well. I should be able to take them all out in the first week depending on which missing ninja Gato hired. But if he is as greedy as you say, he could have hired a really strong one that he intends to take out once he is weakened from a fight against us. Thanks for the information, the clone said and dispelled. The original Naruto meanwhile had read up on missing nins in the area in the Root Archive and come up with a number of potential opponents he would probably face. While his clone kept Danzo busy, he had sneaked out again, nobody being any the wiser. He had been there in person and taken a few things. One of Danzo's special bingo books, for example. Team 7 met at the main gate at 7 in the morning. Kakashi had informed Sakura what she needed for the mission, as he didn't want to waste time with her having to stock up on things today. Sasuke knew was properly prepared for a 2-week-long mission like this one. They would need about 2 days to reach Wave Country at civilian speed. Naruto was always over-prepared. No need to worry there. A few minutes past 7 the team set out for the mission. Naruto had read the bingo book from Root yesterday and was prepared for all the ninjas that could await him. He had sealed more weapons for this mission than the last C rank to be prepared to take out hundreds of thugs. Out of the village, Naruto made 10 shadow clones that transformed in small birds and took off, scouting ahead. For some hours nothing really interesting happened. Sakura tried to make small talk with Tazuna, trying to find out more about Wave Country. Naruto had pondered the use of telling Kakashi his information, but had decided to not to. He wanted to do this mission, and if he informed his sensei about the higher rank, the team wouldn't get it. And between Kakashi and him there was no missing nin that Gato could have hired that they couldn't take out. After all, Gato was greedy as hell. More than a normal Jonin he wouldn't hire if at all. 3 hours into their travel, one of his shadow clones dispersed. Naruto signaled Kakashi with hand signs about the potential threat in front of 2 ninjas hidden in a puddle. Kakashi signaled back to continue without alarming anybody. Naruto confirmed the order. After 20 minutes they reached the puddle Naruto's clones had informed him about. The team passed the puddle without Sasuke or Sakura reacting to it. Really, they obviously needed to train more on situational awareness. It had been warm for the last week. A puddle in the middle of the road was simply impossible with those conditions. Soon after they had passed the puddle, the 2 ninjas jumped out and attacked Kakashi with a bladed chain, tearing him to shreds. Or at least that was what Sasuke and Sakura saw. Naruto, being immune to genjutsu of that level, saw a replacement with a log. Sakura's screams were tuned out when he quickly analyzed the reason for Kakashi's actions, which made him conclude Kakashi wanted to know the ninja's target. then perhaps test his team under fighting conditions. Sasuke left. Sakura, guard Tazuna, I take right. Naruto commanded, which his teammates immediately followed. Sasuke rushed at the left opponent, Naruto at the right one, and Sakura took position in front of Tazuna with a kunai in her hand. Sasuke pinned the chain of the two ninjas, who wore breathing masks and had kiri headbands, to a tree with a shuriken, which he enforced with a kunai. Naruto meanwhile had reached his opponent and was going for a quick kill. He pushed wind chakra through his kunai, and once he was inside the ninja's guard, he slashed at the throat. Having enhanced the kunai with wind chakra, taking the ninja by surprise with his speed, Naruto cleanly cut off the head. Sasuke meanwhile had involved his opponent in a taijutsu fight. While the ninja tried to get past him all the time, Sasuke was obviously winning. Finally he kicked his opponent in the kidneys, which made him fall down in pain. Just when the other ninja tried to stand up, Kakashi appeared and took care of the ninja, knocking him out. Sakura looked immensely relieved that Kakashi was still alive. Naruto had to collect himself for a moment. While he had killed animals before without problem, killing a human was still different. He knew it was kill or be killed in this world, but the first kill was still difficult. Hopefully he would be able to take out the thugs. Sakura looked at the corpse at Naruto's feet in horror. Sasuke looked indifferent. He had seen others being killed before after all. Good job, everybody. That was a perfectly executed reaction to an ambush. Naruto, are you okay? Kakashi asked concerned. I'm okay, Kakashi-sensei, just give me a minute to get it straight in my head. Naruto requested, trying to calm his feelings down. Talking about killing was definitely easier than doing the deed. But if he wanted to become a good ninja, he would need to do it again. And in wave there waited a bunch of thugs that he would have to kill to free the country. Kakashi nodded towards Naruto, resolving to talk to him later about his obviously first kill. Then he turned to Tazuna. You didn't tell us that ninjas were after you, we were only informed about bandits and the like. He confronted Tazuna. I don't know what you're talking about. Tazuna tried to evade. Oh, that's easy. I knew about this ambush 20 minutes before it happened from Naruto. His scouting clones had informed him about two ninjas hiding in a puddle on our way. I replaced myself with a log when they attacked and let my team handle things for two reasons. First, I wanted to see how my team dealt with a situation like this, and second, I wanted to know their target. Were they after one of us or after you? Those ninja tried to get to you from the start. So I want a very good explanation for this, or I'll take my team back to Konoha. With you lying about the rank of the mission, you broke the contract you made with Konoha. Kakashi informed Tazuna. Okay, there is a super dangerous man after my life. You've probably heard about him. His name is Gato. Tazuna confessed. President of Gato Shipping. Currently ranked 5th richest man in the elemental nations. Naruto stated. Suspected to be involved in criminal activities, but it could never be proven. Yes, that's him. He came to Wave Country a bit more than a year ago. First we didn't think anything about it, but he soon had bought up all the shipping industry of our nation. You see, Wave Country is an island, so we are dependent on the shipping to get goods. But that wasn't the worst part. He used his monopoly to drain the country dry. The people live in poverty. Many lost their houses to Gato, who protests is killed. He takes what he wants with his hired thugs, making sure nobody dares to oppose him. His shipping business covers his criminal activities. He deals with drugs, alcoholics, rare goods, even slaves. Everything that brings him money. The only thing he fears is the bridge I'm building. If I finish my bridge, Wave Country can break his monopoly and get back to strength. Tazuna said. But why didn't you just tell the truth? Kakashi asked. That's easy to conclude. Wave Country was sucked dry. They didn't have more money than for a C-rank mission if they poured all their money in the bridge to get their freedom. I guess in the recent past Gato had tried to take Tazuna out so that he sneaked out of the country with all the money the people could get together to hire a few ninjas. He hoped he would get ninjas strong enough to protect him while he finished the bridge. And if Gato had just used his thugs, he would even have been lucky that that was true. But those two are the demon brothers, missing ninja from Kiri. Be ranked in the bingo book. Bounty for 11000000 Ryo. Bounty for both 300000 Ryo. Naruto cited from the bingo book he had read. Tazuna nodded. He's right. In the past, Gato only used thugs. There are rumors that he hates ninjas because they are so expensive. I wasn't sure if he would hire ninja to take me out. And we really are super poor. Even our daimyo has no money. All the money I gave Konoha is from the people. And it is all we could afford. We put everything else into the bridge, it's our only hope. Tazuna said. You still shouldn't have lied. If you had told the Hokage the problem, he would have come up with a solution. Kakashi said. Now we still have the problem that this mission is too much for this team. I am for continuing, Kakashi-sensei. This is not just a mission where the client wanted to save money. This is about a whole country going down the drain because one greedy bastard wants to fill his pockets even more than he already has. And we can't afford that people think Konoha would let a country fall to such a man. We are strong enough to continue, Naruto said. HMPH, Naruto is right. We are strong enough, I vote we continue, Sasuke said, already thinking about what kind of fighting experience he would get. Sakura looked unsure, but she didn't want to disappoint Sasuke. And the people of Wave obviously needed help. I agree, she said. Kakashi looked at his team. He knew this was the best genin team that could have got the mission. Naruto was practically a jonin in all but title. Sasuke probably low chunin level and Sakura after 2 months of rigorous training was a normal genin. But she could stay in the back and be support if a fight started. He wouldn't need to protect all of them like they were real genin. You are aware that if we continue, our next opponent won't be chunin level, but more likely a jonin like me? He asked. All three nodded. Naruto calm and determined, Sasuke determined and Sakura a bit worried, but still determined to continue. Alright, we will continue. But once Wave Country gets back to its feet you'll have to pay the difference to the mission rank this will develop into, Kakashi told Tazuna. Of course, thank you so much, he said gratefully. Naruto sealed the head of Mizu, whom he had decapitated in a scroll to collect the bounty later on. Kakashi decided that just leaving Gazu here, bound until the ANBU could collect him, was too risky. Naruto, do you have prisoner scrolls in your repertoire? He asked. I would need to make it, but I can do the seals. I guess you don't want to risk him escaping when he can be a good source of information. Naruto asked. Indeed, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded, took a blank scroll out of his backpack, took his sealing equipment and began drawing. Sasuke and Sakura for the first time saw how good their teammate was with Fuinjutsu. They had never really seen him create a seal from scratch. To say they couldn't avoid being impressed was an understatement. Damn it, boy, you could think you were one of the Uzumaki of old. Tazuna said. I am an Uzumaki, Tazuna. Naruto answered, finishing the seal by pushing chakra into it. A real Uzumaki. But your hair is blonde, not red. Tazuna exclaimed. I don't know my parents, but my mother was an Uzumaki. That much the Hokage could tell me. Naruto said. What is so special about the Uzumaki? Sakura asked, clueless. Kakashi looked at her strangely. Don't tell me they cut that important part of history out of the teaching plans of the academy. Kakashi said. Huh, what do you mean? Sakura asked. Okay, impromptu history lesson. Before the Third Great Ninja World War, Konoha had a sister village called Uzashio. It was located in the former Land of Whirlpools, an island nation close to Wave Country. The leaders of the village were the Uzumakis. That clan was known all over the elemental nations for 3 things. Their longevity, their skills in Kenjutsu and their incredible skill in Fuinjutsu. The Senju clan that founded Konoha and the Uzumaki clan that founded Uzashio were distant cousins. Konoha won the Second Shinobi War because we had the Uzumakis on our side. But then, shortly before the Third War started, Iwa and Kumo decided that to have a chance against Konoha in the Third War, they needed to eliminate our strongest ally, Uzashio. They kept their attack plans completely secret, but they didn't expect the opposition they would have to face in Uzashio. All the ninjas there were exceptionally strong. The village was much smaller than Konoha, but their ninjas were all at Jonin level if they had a few years of experience. They managed to send the Genin level ninjas away to evacuate the civilians. Sadly, not all of those convoys managed to escape, but many did. The united forces of Iwa and Kumo attacked relentlessly for 3 days. Konoha ninjas were on their way to assist Uzashio, led by Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash and Kushina Uzumaki, the Blood Red Habanero, or outside of Konoha the Red Devil. But they were too late. They reached Uzashio on the 4th day when the last Uzumakis, who had held out to give the civilians a chance to get as far away as they could and hoped that Konoha would reach them to help in time, had fallen to the enemy. But Iwa and Kumo didn't get a great win from this battle. They lost 10 times the ninja Uzashio had lost. It was that battle where my sensei earned his name of Yellow Flash and Kushina got her name of Red Devil. They tore the remaining ninjas down. It was nothing but a bloody massacre. The weakened ninjas from Iwa and Kumo, while still having the numeric advantage, were no match for those 2 and the rest of the Konoha forces. They were killed to the last member. In remembrance of our failure to reach Uzashio in time to help them, like they did for us in the past, Konoha wears the spiral of the Uzumaki clan on the back of our Chunin and Jonin vests. While the crest of the Uzumaki clan is white like on Naruto's shoulder, the symbol on our vests is red to always remember that battle. Kakashi said. So he too is from a nearly extinct clan. Sasuke realized. Sakura was solemn. She hadn't known about that, and it seemed to have been a really important historic event. Why wouldn't the students at the academy learn about it? Naruto had taken in the story calmly. He had already known about it. It was a big part in both of his parents' journals. But hearing it from Kakashi-sensei was still something different. The journey continued without incidents until they reached the coast where Tazuna had organized for a boat to transport them over to Wave Country. The man who steered the boat was extremely nervous, despite them having cover from the early morning fog. When they passed the bridge, Naruto couldn't help but let out a soft whistle. Damn it, Tazuna. That really is one impressive bridge. He said. Thanks. I told you I'm a super bridge builder. Tazuna answered. Once they reached land, the fisher wished Tazuna luck to get home safely while Tazuna thanked him for his help. Naruto sent out a new batch of clones transformed into birds to scout the island. He needed to have a good reason to know certain things after all. Identifying missing nins from a bingo book was no problem. Kakashi knew he was always overprepared. But knowing about the political and geographical highlights of Wave Country if he didn't send out scouts wouldn't be good. And honestly, taking out a camp of 500 thugs on his own while possible would be much easier if his sensei helped. How far is your home from here, Tazuna? Kakashi asked. About 1.5 hours. Tazuna answered. Be on guard. It's probable that we will encounter opposition before we reach Tazuna's home. Kakashi warned. His students nodded. They walked surrounding Tazuna. Naruto at point, Sasuke left, Sakura right and Kakashi behind Tazuna. Half an hour into their walk, Naruto threw a kunai into a bush, then looking into a different direction, then somewhere else. "We have company, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto stated. "Location?" Kakashi asked, changing at a fast pace. Naruto said, "Hidden in the trees." Zabuza Mamachi was really impressed. He wouldn't have thought that a team like this was protecting the bridge builder. He had found the remains of Mizu, but not of Gazu. And from Mizu he could only tell that his head had been cut off cleanly. No other injuries. Probably Kakashi's work. But the blonde was definitely a censor. That could be a problem. Otherwise he didn't look that special. The team seemed to consist of genins. He decided to introduce himself properly and hauled his giant sword through the air at the group. "Down!" Kakashi shouted and pulled Tazuna to the ground. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were drilled to immediately react to their sensei's orders and went down. Naruto in the position of a push-up, so he jumped up again after the sword had sailed over his head, ready to defend. My, I didn't expect somebody like you here. No wonder the demon brothers couldn't fulfill the mission," Zabuza said, standing on his sword, which was stuck into a tree. "Zabuza Mamachi, demon of the mist," Kakashi said. "Ah, you've heard of me. Well, I have to ask you to hand over the old man to me. I'm not after you and your brats. If you do, I'll just let all of you run home," Zabuza said. "Sorry, can't do that. It's our mission to protect Tazuna," Kakashi said. "A pity," Zabuza said. Sasuke looked like he wanted to attack this new opponent, but Kakashi held him back. "No, this one is not like the two before. Against him I need to go all out. Release your seals and protect Tazuna. Naruto, you're in command," Kakashi said and pushed up his headband, revealing the Sharingan. "Oh, the Sharingan this early on? I'm honored. I've heard about you too. When I was still in the ANBU of Kiri you were in our bingo books. You're known as the copy ninja, the man who has copied 1,000 jutsus," Zabuza said. Zabuza let loose a high amount of killing intent. He was really surprised when none of the genin reacted to it, but countered it. Especially the blonde didn't seem bothered at all. He had taken the other two and positioned them around the old man. "You'll have to do better than that, Zabuza. Those are my students and I've put them through harsh training. You didn't expect me to let them go on C-rank missions without being used to killing intent," Kakashi mocked. "Interesting. You seem to have some talented ones there. But can they really succeed in this harsh world? Were they scared when you killed Mizu?" Zabuza asked. "Huh, what is he talking about? You killed that ninja, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "Don't give up sensitive information, Sakura," Naruto hissed back. "Wait, the blonde brat killed Mizu. No way. Mizu was a chunin and in a team with Gazu really dangerous," Zabuza exclaimed. "Release," Naruto just quietly said, letting his resistance seals go completely. "Ah, so these are not your normal genin. Or Mizu was just careless. Would make sense," Zabuza pondered. He jumped from his position on the sword, taking the sword with him in the action and landed on the water. "Hidden mist jutsu," he said, creating a field of mist. "No, not like this," Naruto said and flew through a bunch of seals himself. "Wind release, spring gale," he declared, and a strong gust of wind came up and blew the mist away. "There is no way I let him use his silent killing technique," Naruto said. Kakashi nodded, rushing at the revealed Zabuza. "Annoying blonde brat. Doesn't he like to wear his chunin vest?" Zabuza asked, taking on Kakashi openly now. "He isn't chunin yet, but that will only be the case until the next exams," Kakashi said. "No way that brat is a genin. I mean, what kind of games is Konoha playing?" He attacked with his sword, intent on cutting Kakashi in two. "That boy is a censor, can use wind element and obviously did his homework. Why is he still genin? That is nothing you should worry about. On your opponent," Kakashi said and countered every single attack Zabuza used. Both Jonin used tricks, clones, replacements, and ferocious taijutsu to get the advantage against the other. Then Zabuza got in a kick. Kakashi flew towards the water, but threw a bunch of Makabishi nails on the ground to stop Zabuza from pursuing. He righted himself in the air and landed easily on the water. But as soon as he landed, the water sprang up, trapping him in a sphere of water. "Now I have you," Zabuza said, "and your little team won't have any chance against me once you're dealt with. As long as they didn't make it into my bingo book, they're not worth being called ninja. When I was their age, I already had massive amounts of blood on my hands." While Sakura especially was shocked, Naruto and Sasuke remained calm and concentrated. Kakashi looked for a method to get out of here. He could use lightning element to fry Zabuza, but that would also weaken himself, and he didn't know if the jutsu was kept by a water clone or Zabuza himself. But obviously he needed worry. Naruto was again taking action. "Shadow clone jutsu," he said and posted 20 clones around Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura. "Keep watch while I get Kakashi-sensei out," Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. He knew that if one of them had a chance to get their sensei out of the water sphere, it would be Naruto, as much as he hated being second best to the blonde. And then Naruto disappeared faster than he ever did before. Zabuza just had time to parry the hit with the tanto the blonde was wielding. "Fast," he brought out. "This is nothing," Naruto said and vanished again. Zabuza was now concerned and made 10 water clones. But only 10 seconds after he had made them, they were destroyed and the water splashed back into the lake he was standing upon. And he couldn't see anything. Damn, that brat was faster than most Jonin. He needed to evade a fast flurry of strikes with that damn Tanto, which was seemingly chakra conducting and channeled the blonde's wind chakra. And the blonde knew how to use it. He barely managed to keep up the water prison. But when he glimpsed back, he saw Kakashi not being inside anymore, but a cloud of smoke. Instead, Kakashi and the blonde brat stood opposite of each other, going through a chain of hand seals each. Water release, water dragon jutsu. They both exclaimed, and 2 water dragons raced at Zabuza. He just managed to dodge the 2 dragons, cursing under his breath. That wasn't part of the plan. Going up against 2 Jonin, and one of them obviously a speed devil. He now was at a massive disadvantage. While he could take on Kakashi while utilizing his silent killing technique, the blonde made that jutsu useless. Additionally, you couldn't underestimate his Sharingan. Kakashi was famous for a reason. But now Kakashi seemed to have another idea how to take him out. He went through a few different seals. The blonde was covering the way to the land where his shadow clones and the other 2 were protecting the bridge builder. He needed backup. He had hoped to keep Haku out of this, but it didn't seem to be possible. He gave a secret signal that told Haku to intervene. Lightning release, lightning torrent. Kakashi exclaimed. Ice release, ice dome. Another voice sounded and a dome of ice appeared around Zabuza in a second figure. So you had an accomplice hidden. I wondered if he really was a Kiri hunter nin, but that answers that question. Naruto said. So you knew. Well, nothing else to be expected from a censor type. Zabuza said, glad that Haku had blocked the attack. Haku, take out the blonde. I'll take Kakashi, Zabuza said. Haku nodded. Naruto, stop holding back and go all out. Kakashi ordered. You sure? Naruto asked. Yes, if Zabuza trusts this ninja to have his back, you can be sure he is strong. Kakashi said. Understood, sensei. Naruto said. Haku attacked Naruto fast, but Naruto was faster. While Haku went at high Chunin speed, Naruto could go high Jonin speed. Both boys peppered the other with senbons, shuriken and kunai. Naruto deflected all of the ones sent his way, but Haku was hit a few times. None of the senbons managed to hit a vital area, but Naruto knew the poison would soon do its job. Ice release, 1,000 needles of death. Haku said, creating a dome of ice needles that shot at Naruto. Water release, water encampment wall. Naruto countered the move and the needles just managed to be caught in the barrier of water. So you're water element too. Haku said, you know that I can use both wind and water, but ice I've never seen. A bloodline limit. Naruto guessed. Indeed, which means you have no chance to win against me. Haku said, ice release, demonic ice mirrors. A dome of ice mirrors surrounded Naruto and the water under him froze as well. He looked around and saw Haku in all of the mirrors. Now you are doomed. Not even Zabuza-sama can break this jutsu. Haku confidently said. We will see, Haku. Naruto replied calmly. Then he was attacked from all sides by senbons. He deflected most, but some got stuck in his legs. A speed technique. You switch positions from one mirror to the other faster than I can see. But it's no time-space ninjutsu. Naruto analyzed. Haku was shocked, and without the hunter nin mask Naruto would have seen it on his face. How could he analyze the jutsu so quickly? Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto said, and not only blew away the next barrage of senbons, but also managed to make a dent into the mirror. Chakra strengthens the mirrors. That must cost you a shitload of chakra to keep up. Naruto commented. That doesn't matter, Naruto. Before I run out of chakra, you'll be dead. So you should just give up and hand over the old man. It would save your and your team's lives. Haku offered. No, thanks, Haku. I'd never just give up a mission because things get a little bit complicated. The last jutsu was just a test run. Now I know that my other jutsu can break these mirrors. He stated confidently. Not even Zabuza-sama could get out of here. Haku said. Well, then you'll just have to see if you don't believe me. Naruto said and concentrated chakra in his hand before he threw a 3-pronged kunai at a mirror and disappeared. Rasengan, he exclaimed and pushed the spinning ball at the mirror. The mirror resisted exactly 5 seconds before rips appeared on the surface and it finally broke into pieces. Naruto used his normal high speed to reach the other mirrors and soon the whole dome was in shards. Impossible, Haku whispered but was soon forced to dodge Naruto's sword attacks. Meanwhile Zabuza was losing his cool in Kakashi's game of Copy the Demon. He completely brought Zabuza out of his cool and in the end he nailed him with a giant waterfall jutsu and pinned him to a tree with kunai. Can you see the future? Zabuza asked annoyed. Yes, and your future is death, Kakashi said, ramming the kunai into Zabuza's chest. He heard an outcry of pain out on the lake and when he turned around, he saw Naruto had also ended his fight. A minute later he was walking towards the shore, carrying a bound opponent on his shoulder. Any problems, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Not really, Kakashi-sensei. But his demonic ice mirrors afforded a bit more power than I originally had thought to break. Naruto answered. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked. Never had Naruto shown that kind of power and skill before. Sasuke was fuming in jealousy. How could Naruto be that strong? How could he become that strong? What the hell? How can you be so strong? Sakura yelled at Naruto. Training. The blonde answered. Why are you still a genin? Sasuke asked, trying to suppress his jealousy. Naruto sighed. He had hoped to avoid that discussion for a bit longer. Problems with the civilian council. They hate me for some reason and before I wasn't strong enough to be absolutely sure they couldn't prevent me becoming a ninja I didn't want to risk early graduation. As a ninja, the Hokage is the only one with power over me. But with the real genin test being a hurdle to take, I couldn't risk being screwed over on purpose. I could have graduated easily with 10, but then the sensei would probably have intentionally failed my team. The only one the council would never have let fail was you, Sasuke. That's the reason I pretended to be the dead last. I wanted to be placed on the same team like you to not give the council a reason to try and screw me over. Naruto said. Why would they do that? They aren't like that, Sakura protested. Naruto finally cracked. He was still high on adrenaline and he had to keep his emotions bottled up for a long time. Yes, they are, and your mother is one of the worst members. I've been kicked out of the orphanage I lived in with 5 on orders of the council. I've been denied proper service in nearly all stores on orders of the council. I've been tried to be denied entrance to the academy on orders of the council, but as it is the ninja academy, the Hokage could simply order them to let me in there. The teachers tried to sabotage me on orders of the council, and the military police also did their very best to make my life miserable. They never persecuted anyone who beat me up. The culprits got off on flimsy excuses or were forced to pay a small fine, and they themselves were part of 98 of 100 attacks on me. You wanted to know why I dislike you. That's your reason. I can barely tolerate you. But I think holding children responsible for the sins of their parents is wrong. Naruto said icily, sealed the captured Haku in another prisoner scroll and walked away. He's lying. Kakashi-sensei, he's lying. Sakura screeched. No, he isn't, Sakura. Everything he said was the truth. Kakashi reprimanded her, shocking her. Normally, if there hadn't been prejudices against him, Naruto would already be Jonin by now. You have seen that he is much stronger than any of you. We just kept the true difference a secret to not discourage you. Naruto's strength isn't the result of some bloodline limit or secret ability his family has. It is the result of thousands of hours of blood, sweat, and tears. And Sasuke, what he said about your clan is also true. The Uchiha didn't behave honorably when Naruto was concerned. He hates your clan and he has every reason to do so. They were some of the ones that cried the loudest to have him killed for something he had no control over and which saved the village. But he was made the scapegoat for an event the village couldn't deal with when you were still infants. So it would be in your best interest to not antagonize him, Kakashi stated. Sasuke had problems believing his sensei's words. He had adored his father and his clan. He had wanted to become like his father, but hearing that he had allowed to let a boy his age be beaten by Uchihas and other villagers didn't sit right with him. That was not honorable and didn't prove the Uchiha's superiority at all. Itachi had been at odds with his father for some time. Was that the reason? When he had been little and Itachi had still been his nice big brother, he had once told him about a lonely little boy, whom he had protected by a mob of drunk villagers on the day of the Kyuubi festival. Was Naruto the boy? Itachi hadn't mentioned the boy's name, only that he didn't deserve how he was treated in the village. During their time at the academy he hadn't spent much thought on Naruto. He had been the class clown, the dead last who couldn't even properly do the transformation jutsu. But yet here was the same boy, fighting on par with an elite Jonin like Zabuza and taking out a strong ninja like that boy with the mask in a one-on-one fight like it was nothing. That masked boy was at least high Chunin level from what he had seen. And Kakashi had said Naruto was Jonin level. Damn, things were really screwed up. But perhaps Naruto was the one who could understand him. He was as lonely as him, was working hard for his goals, whatever they were, and his clan had also been massacred in the past. He was the sole survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Damn, this threw his whole perception of things apart. Kakashi then had a small bout of exhaustion which was cured by a seal Naruto took from Kakashi's pouch and placed on his neck. After a minute Kakashi was back to normal, if a bit more tired than usually. Tazuna led the subdued team to his home. While the revelations about the blonde's past had been unsettling, he knew he was safe as long as this team was close by. The rest of the journey went without further incidents. Once they reached Tazuna's home, the old man introduced them to his daughter Tsunami. She was very happy that her father had made it back safely and had got such strong protection. Kakashi-sensei, I need to tell you some things my clones found out, Naruto said, once Tsunami has disappeared into the kitchen and Tazuna had gone to change his clothes. The scouting clones? Kakashi asked. Yes, I had them fly over the whole island to get an idea of the situation here. The villagers' situation is even worse than Tazuna described. Children are homeless on the streets, begging for some food, but nobody has anything to spare. People are forced to leave their homes by thugs if they can't pay the absurd amounts of money Gato demands as protection fees. There are nearly no fields where corn or vegetables are grown, and if they are surrounded by Gato's thugs. There are 2 locations where those thugs live: a camp on the other side of the island and a base close to this town. My clones assume that in the camp are perhaps 500 of those thugs and in the base probably the same number. Now that we have taken out Zabuza and Haku, I fear Gato could mobilize those thugs to take care of the problem that Tazuna poses himself. Naruto reported. That's really bad. And even if I called back up from Konoha, they wouldn't be here on time. Damn, that only leaves one option really, Kakashi said and Naruto nodded. What are you talking about? Sakura asked confused while Sasuke's face had gone hard. Assassination, Sasuke said. Correct Sasuke. I will have to leave you and Sakura here to protect Tazuna and his family. Naruto and I are the only ones skilled enough to take out those amounts of thugs. Barricade the house and take shifts sleeping. Naruto can leave you a few shadow clones, but he needs all his chakra for the mission. Kakashi said, we first need more detailed information on the 2 bases. The camp seems to be a normal one with tents and a few barracks, but you never know. And I also can't tell from the short investigation my clones did if there might be other ninjas Gato has hired. Naruto said, okay, I'll send one of my summons off to Konoha to inform the Hokage. He will probably reach the village in a day if he runs the whole distance. Then we could have back up here in 2 to 3 days. Depending on how fast Gato acts, that could be just early enough for us. While the normal thugs are no problem for ninjas, these numbers are concerning. Naruto get 20 clones to map out the base in the camp. Do you have an up-to-date bingo book? Kakashi asked and got a nod from the blonde. Naruto walked out of the house and made 40 clones, transformed them in small birds. They would transform into something else once they were near the 2 bases, and sent them on their way. Okay, I should have the information we need in 2 or 3 hours, he said. Kakashi nodded. How many of the chakra storage seals do you have fully charged, sensei? Naruto asked. 5. Well, I'll need to recharge the one I already used and I have the other 5 you gave me, but they also need to be filled. Kakashi said. You should probably do it now and then rest. But we still have a problem. If you need to use your Sharingan again, you tire too fast still. Naruto said. True, but no medic ever found a solution for me to turn off the eye. It stays activated all the time and drains my reserves more than it would normally do. Kakashi said, getting the interest of Sasuke. How comes you have a Sharingan? Are you an Uchiha, Kakashi-sensei? He asked. No, I'm not. That eye was a present from my best friend. It is a reminder of my biggest mistake. Kakashi said. Stop blaming yourself for that incident. Obito wouldn't want you to beat yourself up about it. In the end you did the right thing and went with him to save Ren. It was his decision to protect you and Ren. Don't you think he would rather you honored his memory by making sure it never happens again than dwelling on the past? Naruto asked. You know, Kakashi asked. The journal? Yes, he wrote the whole incident down. He never blamed you. He was proud how you turned around and always protected your comrades. Naruto confirmed. Thanks, Naruto. Kakashi said. The whole discussion went over the heads of Sasuke and Sakura. What are you talking about? Sakura asked annoyed. That one day you have to stop living in the past and look into the future. Kakashi said. He didn't further explain it. Naruto got the feedback from his clones 3 hours later and meditated half an hour to process it all. Then he made 2 more clones. One started drawing a map and the other took out the bingo book to look up the pages with the ninjas he had identified in Gato's hideout. The original started eating a ration bar. Once he was done with the bar, he went to Kakashi. We have a small problem, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said. What kind of problem? Kakashi asked. Well, for one, my clones found out that Gato never planned on paying Zabuza. He intended to double-cross him as soon as Tazuna was dead. But he had 3 other ninjas there. Ninjas with Iwa headbands. I don't know if they are just doing normal business with him or if they were hired to end Zabuza's job, but they could pose a massive problem. My clone is just looking them in the 4 missing nins that I saw up in the bingo book. Naruto said. Why are Iwa ninjas a problem? While we were at opposite sides in the war, that was 14 years in the past. Sakura asked. It's because who is on our team? I have a massive bounty on my head from Iwa for my part in the 3rd Shinobi War. If any Iwa ninja can get away with it, they'll try to take me out for sure, especially as my sensei was the 4th Hokage. They hate no other ninja as much as the Yellow Flash, even if sensei died 12 years ago when he sacrificed his life to defeat the Kyuubi. And Naruto, unfortunately from a distance, could be thought to be related to sensei. They have the same hair color. If Iwa even thinks there could be a relative of the Yellow Flash, they would attack on principle just to end any possible namikaze. You have no idea how many Yamanakas died shortly after the war just because they had a darker shade of blonde hair. Kakashi explained. The Hokage had to change the teams that were assigned missions close to Earth Country to keep the Yamanakas away from there. I'll better change my hair color then for the mission. Perhaps red would go well. After all the Uzumakis had red hair. Naruto pondered. No, that also doesn't work. You'll have to disguise yourself completely without relying on a jutsu. Iwa ninjas are masters of spotting those. Was a major problem in the war. Kakashi refused the idea. Okay, full body disguise it is then. Good that I have something like that in my spare clothes. Naruto said. Kakashi knew which attire that was. It was Naruto's Dark Phoenix disguise. But as long as he didn't use the name, that shouldn't be found out. Sasuke was deep in thought. Kakashi might have played it down, but was there a relation between Naruto and the Yondaime Hokage? Their faces were somewhat similar, but the faces on the Hokage monument weren't that good for comparison. He tried to remember the photo in the Hokage's office, but he had never really paid attention to it. Probably he would have to wait until they returned to Konoha to compare the two. If Naruto was a relative of the Yondaime, it would be best to not be on his bad side, besides the fact that Naruto was already Jonin in all but name. Naruto's clone came into the room and showed them the bingo book entries. I found who the most important ones are. Tomoharu Haskaya, 39 years old, Jonin from Iwa, a ranked. Specializes in wide area earth jutsus. War veteran. Bounty 15000000 Ryo. known to be brutal against anybody connected to the Yondaime Hokage. Ikikawa Sensetsu, 21 years old, chunin from Iwa, B ranked, specializes in earth-enhanced taijutsu, said to have a body armor comparable to granite. Bounty 1, 500000 Ryo. Holds a grudge against Konoha for the loss of both parents in the Third War. Mikiko Kamizuri, 24 years old, jonin from Iwa, B ranked, specialized in insect-based jutsu comparable to the Aburame clan. Bounty 3, 800000 Ryo. Known to have sworn to kill the copy ninja. Those are the 3 from Iwa. Then there were these 3 that are normal missing nins or missing nins that went to another village. The clone said and showed them 3 other pictures. AI Rokusho, 25 years old, jonin from AIM. Missing nin from Konoha for treason, including theft of the sword of the Nidaime Hokage. B ranked, specialized in shooting senbons from an umbrella and kenjutsu using the sword of the lightning god. Bounty 5, 000000 Ryo. Kimi Roino, 19 years old, former chunin from Kiri, B+ ranked. Missing nin, bloodline limit of poison touch. Anybody who is touched by her on bare skin is poisoned and if not treated immediately dies if not immune against the type of poison used. Bounty 9, 000000 Ryo. Known to work with Zabuza Mamachi. Sani Naganaba, 20 years old, former chunin from Kiri, A ranked. Missing nin, bloodline limit of steel release. Can turn her whole body into steel. Also known as the Living Blade. Bounty 150000 Ryo. Known to work with Zabuza Mamachi. The clone readout. That definitely poses a problem. If those ninjas interfere with our plan to infiltrate and assassinate the bases, it will be much harder to get this country out of Gado's grip. Were there others that weren't part of the bingo book? Kakashi asked. Yes, AI Rokusho has a genin team with him. Didn't look too strong to me. If we're lucky and Gado doesn't find out about Zabuza's death that soon, the Iwa nins might be gone. I can't imagine somebody like Gado working with regular ninjas. Those he can't really double-cross. That would only give him trouble from their villages. Naruto said. Yes, please keep an eye on things with a few transformed clones. I don't want to get nasty surprises. I remember Mikiko. She's a hard opponent. She hates me because at the end of the war I managed to copy many of her clan's techniques and handed them over to the Aburame, the rivals of the Kamizuri. From there on the Aburames blocked every plan of the Kamizuri. Kakashi informed his students. Meanwhile at Gado's hideout said business tycoon was frowning that there hadn't been any message from Zabuza. With the last information he had got, he knew that cursed bridge builder was on his way back in company of some Konoha ninja. How he hated ninjas. But to fight them you needed another ninja or overwhelming numbers. Well, he still had the 2 girls that Zabuza had left behind because he didn't think he would need more support than that Haku boy. He feared they wouldn't be as effective as Zabuza. He could ask the Iwa nins that were here at the moment to take the Konoha ninjas out. They held a grudge against them since their last ninja war after all, but he wouldn't be able to cheat them out of their money. Zabuza and his entourage were easy. Except for the Haku boy, all were in that bingo book, and if he double-crossed and killed them after the mission was fulfilled, nobody would look into it any closer. And through a front man he had collected some nice bounties. AI was a known missing nin from Konoha, so he could blame things on the Konoha ninjas, but the Iwa ninjas were a problem. They had been the protection of the last shipment from one of his business partners in the Land of Earth. They would return tomorrow with the return shipment. But if the Konoha ninjas were that strong, they might be the only ones capable of taking them out. But he didn't know who Konoha had sent. And he didn't know if Zabuza had failed or if things simply took longer after the Demon Brothers had been discovered. Boss, the bridge builder was seen to come back to his home accompanied by 4 ninjas with Konoha headbands. One of his minions reported suddenly. Well, that meant Zabuza had failed. Now he needed more information. He saw the Iwa ninjas standing close by. They could be a chance to get them to help without hiring them. Perhaps there was a ninja with the group that they hated enough to attack without payment. Do you have a description of the Konoha ninjas? He asked, looking for that bingo book he had organized. While he hated ninja, it was always advisable to know your enemy. Yes, there are 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 girl, perhaps 12 or 13 from what they look like, and 1 man. The man has silver, spiky hair and his face is mostly hidden with a face mask and his headband over 1 eye. The man reported. What? A loud scream from the female Iwa ninja came. Seems like I am lucky and she has a grudge. That could work out well for me. Gado thought. Do you know that ninja? Gado asked. Do I know him? Of course I know him. That is that damn copy ninja, Kakashi Headache. Oh, what a nice coincidence. Now I can fulfill my promise and kill him. Painfully, she said, cackling. Mikiko, don't be hasty. Our job is to protect the shipment. We need to find out more to see if it is advisable to act. While I wouldn't mind getting rid of his student, we need to still do our duty. What do the kids look like? If there are some kids from important clans that Tsuchikage might not mind if we returned a bit late. The leader of the team, Tomoharu, said. Tomoharu, why hesitate? There is only 1 team and with how it sounds it's only Kakashi and a genin team. He will be busy protecting the kids and not fight at full power. And I also heard he slacked off the past few years and is nowhere near his former level. Mikiko argued. No reason to be careless. Kakashi Headache is a formidable opponent. If the opportunity offers itself, you can go after him. Now how do the kids look like? Tomoharu asked. The three look like normal kids to me. The girl a bit on the thin side. She has pink hair and a ponytail and wears a red shirt, black tight shorts and a red skirt. On her back was a white ring, perhaps a clan symbol. The first boy has black hair that looks like a duck butt, blue shirt, white shorts, lower legs covered with white bandages, a red and white fan on the back of the shirt. The second boy has spiky blonde hair, long black pants with dark red bandages on the bottom, dark gray shirt over a dark red one with a dark red vest. Couldn't see any clan signs as I wasn't close enough. The man who saw the group told them, that could be profitable. The black-haired one is the last Uchiha and the blonde one probably a Yamanaka, two of the important clans of Konoha. I haven't heard about the girl's sign, probably civilian background. Alone the Uchiha in combination with killing Kakashi would be worth it. Okay, we will go after them. Let them feel safe. After Zabuza failed against them, they'll probably be on guard for 1 or 2 days. After that they'll lower their guard a bit. We can afford to wait 3 days before we strike. Mikiko, you wanted Kakashi, you can have a go at him, but Ikikawa will have your back. I'll get the 2 boys and then support you. Tomoharu said. Yes, count your days Kakashi, they will end soon. Mikiko cheered. Nobody noticed a small black mouse vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Shit, Naruto commented when the memory hit him. Let me guess, the Iwa ninjas will come after us. Kakashi said. Yes, the Kamizuri is determined to kill you and their leader wants to kidnap me and Sasuke to take us to Iwa. They think that I'm a Yamanaka and know he's an Uchiha thanks to the family crest on his back. Naruto said. Any plans when the attack will happen? Kakashi asked. In 3 days. They want to lure us into feeling safe before striking. Naruto answered. Okay, that could be enough time to take out Gato and his thugs if we do this the right way. And messages from your clones that spied in the camp. Kakashi asked. Nothing bad. Only your normal thugs there. Except for their numbers we can take them out easily. Kakashi nodded. If we have to expect ninjas attacking us in 3 days we will probably have to adjust our plans a bit. The camp is on the other side of the island, meaning an hour away on ninja speed. We can use that to our advantage. Perhaps we can avoid the AIM ninjas and the Kiri missing nins coming after us if we are fast enough. Naruto, we take out the camp and the base tonight. Can you get the maps done before then? Kakashi asked, shocking Sakura. They are being drawn by my clones at the moment. I can leave the camp to a group of 500 clones. In the dark they wouldn't be seen if they slip into the camp transformed. Once I have 1 clone close to every thug I can simply kill them. That shouldn't take more than a minute once the clones are in position. Naruto informed Kakashi. That will probably be our best bet. Without a ninja in the camp the thugs are easy prey and with your shadow clones you could make that a fast deal. You have chakra storage seals for yourself? Kakashi asked. 10 fully filled. I'm good in that regard. The only thing I fear is that if we act now the Iwa ninjas could get the idea to strike earlier. While I can fortify the house with seals that will take them at least 20 hours to break through, that will still be a narrow thing hoping for the reinforcements from Konoha. My suggestion is to take out the camp early tonight and the base early in the morning. That way we can win a few precious hours. That would also give me the time to set up the seals. Naruto said. That makes sense. Can you make some chakra storage seals for Sasuke and Sakura? I want them to have at least 1 for emergencies. Kakashi said. No problem, sensei. Naruto said and put 2 clones to work on that. Boss, the map of the base is ready. A clone shouted. Good, now let's see. Kakashi said, taking the map from the clone. The planning of the attack was going pretty well. The only thing that interrupted things was Naruto having to tell Inari just why his attitude was dead wrong and fatalistic. While his harsh words were hard on the boy, Kakashi knew he needed to hear them. Kakashi made sure to inform Inari just why Naruto had said what he had said and how hard his life had been and that he didn't just give up, but work to overcome his problems. By now Naruto was the strongest in his age group. Inari had a lot to think about after that talk. It was just 11 and everything was quiet. Their next bigger job would be in 3 days and until then he would be off duty. He had just finished his last guard shift and was about to shower and then turn in for the night. Tomorrow evening he would go to the brothel Gato had graciously placed in the camp. While the women they had there were nothing special and used, sometimes a man just needed a pussy to fuck. He walked towards his bunk when he felt a cut on his throat and a sharp pain, and then everything went black. Naruto's clones had taken position since the original Naruto had given the command and produced the number of clones needed for this dirty mission. Each clone had about 2 thugs to kill. No flashy jutsus, no false bravery, just simple by-the-book assassination. Infiltration of the camp, taking position close to the targets and then a quick kill. He would later have to deal with the effects of his kills. He theoretically knew why this was necessary. If the thugs were left alive, they would be a threat to their mission and Wave would never recover. Even if the villagers would finally wake up and stand up to Gato, these numbers were simply too much. A group of 30 thugs was one thing that a group of determined villagers could handle if they really wanted. But 1,000. No wonder that Gato had no problems controlling the people. The clones knew not to dispel until they got the signal. The original Naruto couldn't be distracted with his guilt for taking all those lives. Within 5 minutes 500 thugs had died thanks to them not suspecting anything. Only 1 clone dispelled and he had only got the signal from the clones in the camp that the deed was done. He had seen nothing of the Blitz attack and would only inform the original that the job was done. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't be able to perform in the rest of the mission properly, and that would definitely end in all their deaths. It was 5 in the morning. In 1-hour shifts would be changed and fresh guards would take over. Kakashi and Naruto would enter the building from 2 sides, both completely disguised with no insignia of a village. Naruto waited until the planned time and transformed to bypass the 2 guards undetected. Once inside the building, he went for the rooms that were his targets, the dorms of the normal thugs. They were located on the lower levels. The upper levels were the supposedly stronger thugs and the ninjas. That would be Kakashi's job. Naruto still had enough rooms to cover. With the base currently holding 400 thugs, he had 200 to kill. Once he had reached the silent corridor where the first bunch of thugs slept, he made 3 clones for each room and sent them inside. After not even a minute, all the clones returned and just nodded, meaning they had killed the thugs. Naruto repeated the performance on the next 2 floors. The last floor was a bit different. He coincidentally found AI Rokusho awake on that floor. Seems my hunch was correct. The hours shortly before dawn are perfectly suited for an attack. You won't kill me as easily as those common thugs, he said and took out his umbrella. Naruto knew that he should keep this mission as silent as possible and placed a silencing seal on the wall. Now we won't disturb the others. We can be as noisy as we want to be, Naruto said. You're very delusional if you think you can defeat me. I'm a Jonin, no comparison to those thugs that don't know how a ninja works. AI boasted. I will enjoy disillusioning you on your arrogance. You only are listed as B-ranked missing nin from Konoha because you stole the sword of the Nidaime Hokage. It's the sword that's strong, not you, Naruto taunted. I'll show you just how powerful I am. You want to see the sword of the lightning god? That can be arranged. He snapped and took the sword from the belt he wore and activated it. A really impressive weapon. One that I want back. You see, that sword should have been held by the Hokage until I was old enough to use it. It is a family heirloom, Naruto revealed. Wait, the Nidaime didn't have any direct descendants. AI said. Says who? I am his great-grandson, so that sword is mine. And I will show you another family secret, Naruto said and threw a tri-pronged kunai at AI and vanished in a yellow flash, already readying a Rasengan in his hand which he rammed into AI's gut. You see, lightning may be strong and fast, but the flying thunder god jutsu of my dad is faster. In Namikaze, AI croaked out, feeling his body failing. Indeed, and contrary to you I can back up Jonin rank with abilities, Naruto said, watching AI die. His clones meanwhile had taken care of the last thugs on the floor and the 3 aim genin. Naruto sealed AI's body in a scroll to collect his bounty later on. He then exited the building like he had discussed with Kakashi. He left a few shadow clones transformed behind to find out how Gato would react when he returned from his night at the brothel Naruto had heard him talking about. Naruto knelt in front of the loo and was vomiting. He had given his clones the command to dispel, and by now all the killings of the last night had been transferred to his mind. If other kinds of clones would have the ability to use jutsu, he would have used them. They at least didn't transfer the memories. But now he was facing the guilt for killing all those people. Sure, they were criminals that had killed, raped, beaten up and blackmailed others, but taking a life through assassination was never easy. Naruto didn't notice when Kakashi entered the bathroom and handed him a glass of water to get the remains of his vomit taste out of his mouth. It's okay, Naruto. That kind of reaction is normal after the kind of mission we did, Kakashi said. I would have been surprised if you didn't break down once you got the memories from your clones. Do you want to talk about it? Kakashi asked. Naruto looked up with his bloodshot eyes and saw that Kakashi had changed his clothes. The other ones had been bloodied from the mission. I feel so guilty. I technically know that there was no other way to protect Tazuna and his family and get us a chance to survive this mission. I also know they would have killed us in an instant and did with others before. But I can't stop shaking. I can't stop seeing the pictures in my mind, Naruto said. Somehow the fight against AI was easier as he was aware what he could do and that I would kill him if he messed up. He never had the chance because I was too fast with my first attack. I used Dad's jutsus. When I saw him, I realized that I had the chance to get Great-Grandpa's sword back. I couldn't pass up on that, and he seemed to have waited for somebody to use the hours before dawn to attack. Naruto said, I understand. The first time going out to assassinate others isn't easy. You are somewhat blessed and cursed at the same time to be so good at your job. Thanks to your shadow clones you could postpone being hit with the whole dimension of what you did last night, but now it comes back in heaps. I can only tell you what your dad told me. As long as you are capable of feeling remorse for what you had to do, you didn't lose your humanity. We are ninjas and in battle or on missions we have to kill to protect those that can't protect themselves. But I refuse to regard taking the life of a criminal that would kill innocents without a second thought as murder. It's more like putting down a rabid animal. That was after we had to take out a bandit camp that had caused trouble in Fire Country. I killed 20 bandits on that mission, 15 of them in their sleep. It's never easy. It will never really get easier, but we all know that if we don't do our job, the next ones dying won't be the criminals, but their innocent victims. Kakashi said. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said gratefully. You're welcome, Naruto. Here, take these and sleep for some hours. They're pills to soothe your stomach, Kakashi said and held out 2 little light blue pills. Naruto nodded and gulped the pills down with some water. I'll knock myself out with one of my poisons. It will last 5 hours. Otherwise I won't be able to get any sleep, which would be fatal for me. I can guarantee that my seals will keep any attackers out for that time. If any of the ninjas should try to attack us, this is the antidote. I'll be at full strength after getting it 10 minutes later. Naruto said, You aren't immune to your own poisons? Kakashi asked, surprised. To most of them I am. Kyuubi's chakra in my system works like a natural antidote. If I have enough time to recover and don't have other dangerous injuries, I won't die from any poisoning. This one I specially developed to circumvent the Kyuubi's chakra. After I found out about the possibilities of poisons and that I was a Jinchuriki, I wanted something that could take out another Jinchuriki. I refuse to just rely on Kyuubi whenever things get dangerous. And I know that the fox's chakra is a double-edged sword. It may be incredibly powerful, but I have a high price to pay if I use it. Kyuubi is so full of hate that it will try to control me if I give in to the temptation of using its chakra. Naruto said, That's sound reasoning. Well, I'll put Sasuke and Sakura on guard, then I'll turn in myself. Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and walked to the room where he, Sasuke and Kakashi slept. He injected the sleeping poison into his vein and was soon fast asleep. 5 minutes after Naruto fell asleep, Kakashi woke up Sasuke. Come with me, Kakashi said. Sasuke stood up and followed his sensei. How did the missions go, Kakashi-sensei? He asked. It went off without problem. Naruto got rid of the AIM Genin and AI Rokusho. We are down 900 thugs and I captured Sandy Naganaba and Kimi Roino, who were thankfully asleep, which I strengthened with a bit of one of Naruto's poisons that he gave me before we started and didn't put up any resistance. They may be missing nins from Kiri, but their bloodline limits are very valuable. If we could convince them and that Haku boy that Naruto defeated and captured to join Konoha, it would be very beneficial for the village. Either way, they could possess important information which our T&I department will find out. You and Sakura are to keep watch over the house. Tezuna can't go out today. We need to wait for backup from Konoha until we can let him continue building his bridge. Kakashi said. Understood, sensei. Sasuke said. Sakura joined them. Good morning, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei. How was your mission? Sakura asked. A success. Sasuke can tell you more. One more thing. Wake me if we are attacked by anybody. Naruto won't wake for 5 hours. He knocked himself out with one of his poisons to be able to get some sleep. And if possible, I want him to get all the sleep he can get. Don't ask him about the mission when he wakes up. He had to assassinate hundreds. While they weren't difficult to kill, he still feels guilty for taking all those lives. You two will find out in your career that killing an opponent in a fight and assassinating somebody in their sleep are two very different things. Just let him come to terms with it, Kakashi said. Both nodded. Kakashi left them to go up and sleep for some hours as well. Gato was shell-shocked when he returned to his base. He had enjoyed a great night in one of his luxury brothels and was now ready to work on his business. Tomorrow the Iwa ninjas would take out the Konoha scum and perhaps the bridge builder. If they only got that strong Konoha ninja, it would be enough. With the bridge builder on his own, his thugs could deal. And then this country would completely be his. After all, who would be able to take up 1,000 thugs at the same time? Nobody. Even those pesky ninjas tired out after some time. He didn't like the silence in the base though. Normally there should have been his minions guarding the base or preparing a new delivery of drugs that was due this afternoon. When he told his guards to see what the reason for the silence was, he got a nasty surprise. They were dead. Every single person here in the base was dead. After 1 hour he got the information that even the AIM ninjas he had had in the base were dead. The genin killed in their sleep and AI in a fight. But only his blood remained. His body couldn't be found. The former subordinates of Zabuza had also vanished, probably killed as well and their bodies taken for the bounties. Damn it all, how had this happened? He needed the Iwa ninjas to act now. This couldn't be tolerated. Then he thought of his second base. He would call back up from there. These ninjas would get to know his power. While losing 400 of his subordinates hurt in power, with 600 remaining he still had more than enough manpower to keep the iron grip around Wave. And he didn't need to pay those 400 anymore. The Iwa nin stood in Gato's office listening to his ranting. I want you to take them out as soon as possible. They killed 900 of my thugs last night while I was out. The whole base on the other side of the island was taken out. From what the investigation turned out, it happened even before this base was attacked. I don't care about lulling them to safety, I want them dead. I offer 1,000,000 ryo for their heads. Gato said. We would have killed Kakashi anyway, but we have a deal. Though we will take the Uchiha with us to Iwa. But the Yamanaka and the girl are toast. You have better pictures of the group by now, Tomoharu asked. Yes, we got some from closer up, Gato said and handed them the pictures of the group. The Iwa nins looked over the pictures. The Uchiha and the pink-haired girl were easy to recognize now, and Kakashi was well known already, but the face of the blonde boy could not be seen on any photo. And he seemed to have taken to put up his hood. Why would he do that? Well, it didn't really matter. He would be with the others and therefore easy to find. Then Ikikawa noticed a small crest on the boy's collar. Hey, Tomoharu, isn't that the Uzumaki crest? I mean that clan from Whirlpool Country that was killed by Iwa before the Third War. Ikikawa asked. Let me see. It could be, but it could also just be a decoration on his clothes. It's too small to really say. And from what I know, there were no survivors of Uzashio. And all Uzumakis had red hair, not blonde. Tomoharu said. Either way, it doesn't matter if he is in Uzumaki. He is at most 13, so there would be no way he could be that good at Fuinjutsu already. You need thousands of hours of training to become really good. We should probably prepare for some seals used against us, but nothing above intermediate level. Even that bastard Namikaze needed until he was 20 to become a seal master, and he was a genius. So when do we attack? Mikiko asked eagerly. In 2 hours. We will prepare for a hard decisive strike against them. They should be at the bridge builder's house. With how many thugs they killed last night, the genin should be pretty traumatized. I didn't think Kakashi would go this far, but probably he had found out about the 2 full bases and wanted to reduce his opposition as long as he had an advantage. That's not the normal style those tree huggers use, Tomoharu commented. Yes, the other 2 answered. 2 hours later, Sakura shook Kakashi awake. Sensei, they are here, she informed him. That's earlier than I thought. Don't worry, I trust Naruto's seals. Let them try getting through them for a while. If Naruto is right, they will need 20 hours to get through the seals. I had 4 hours of sleep, not bad. Kakashi commented. Should we wake Naruto? Sakura asked. No, he will wake up soon anyway. The antidote would need 10 minutes to work, and he normally will wake up in 30 minutes anyway. There is no reason to hurry, Kakashi said. Why are you so sure his seals will keep the Iwanins out? Sakura asked. Naruto is in Uzumaki, Kakashi simply stated. About 40 minutes later, Naruto was completely awake again and was briefed on the situation. They are earlier than we thought they would be, but not overly so, Naruto stated. Yes, I don't know how fast backup from Konoha can come here. Probably not fast enough for us to avoid a fight with them. 2 of them are Jonin and 1 is a Chunin. That won't be a big problem to deal with. Normally I would take on Tomoharu and let Naruto deal with Mikiko, and Sasuke would fight Ikikawa. But with her being intent on killing me, they won't let us do it like that. So the only fight we can probably stir that way will be the one of Sasuke. The main problem will be Tomoharu and his wide-scale earth jutsus. Earth users in general are difficult to fight as they are really good at hiding and using the ground you walk on as their weapon, Kakashi said. His earth jutsus will be blocked by lightning-based seals. They hold enough chakra for 20 hours, sensei. That's the reason I said I could guarantee the seals holding for 20 hours. If I manage to sneak out later and recharge the seals, we could last longer. But recharging all the seals will probably be impossible. It takes a lot of chakra. But if we are lucky, the backup will be here by then, Naruto said. So they have to get through lightning-based seals. But what if they used wind jutsus? Sakura asked. They would need a massively strong wind user to even make a dent in my seals. And wind users are really rare. Even Suna doesn't have many. The only one with higher skills is Baki. And even he doesn't have great area effect jutsus. Wind is the rarest of all elements to have, Naruto explained. How do you know so much? Sasuke asked. I read the bingo book, Naruto answered. Tazuna and his family wondered how long it would take until help would be here. Tazuna especially was really glad now that it was this team that had got the mission. To find a team like that was a very big coincidence. Who would have thought that ninjas could keep out intruders this efficiently? Outside, the Iwanins were getting frustrated. Damn it all. We can't get through. Mikiko yelled in frustration. I want to kill Kakashi. Well, that seems to answer the question if the boy is in Uzumaki. Damn, I didn't think one had survived in Konoha. And it seems to be a prodigy if the sea seals are any indication, Tomoharu said, annoyed. What are we going to do? All our earth jutsus are stopped cold by that lightning seal barrier or whatever that may be. And even I know that there are some other seals too, Ikikawa commented. Keep your calm. No matter how good this boy is, there are limits to how long seals can constantly keep up a protection if they are based on an element. Even Uzashio itself was worn down after 3 days, and they had chakra stored for years. Even if the boy prepared these seals beforehand and now just placed them in his whole protection array, they won't last forever if we attack them constantly. But we don't even need to. Konoha ninjas have one major weakness: they care too much. If we start attacking the civilians outside the protective sphere, they will try to protect them, Tomoharu said. Nice plan, but nope, it won't work. They heard a young voice behind them. They turned around and saw a boy, clothed completely in gray with no recognizable features thanks to a hood and lower face mask, sitting on a tree branch. So you have come out? Either you are very brave or very stupid, Tomoharu said. Or I'm just a clone and a messenger, and therefore neither of your theories is correct, the boy said. The Iwanins had to admit that that would be a very probable option. What do you want? Mikiko asked. Oh, for one, I wanted to ask you to just leave. We can avoid so much hassle. Fighting would be just so troublesome, the boy said. Anora, Ikikawa thought, confused. I will kill Kakashi. No snot-nosed brat will get me to leave, Mikiko exclaimed. Ah, I feared there would be old grudges. Well, I also wanted to tell you that kidnapping the villagers won't do you any good. You're here on a mission for the Tsuchikage. If you don't return to Iwa soon, he will get cranky, and the old man already has problems with his hip. That will not please him. If you add an unprovoked attack on civilians, what do you think will happen to Iwa's mission income? The boy asked. Tomoharu had to grit his teeth. The boy was right. They couldn't afford to risk losing clients if these news got out. In war, killing civilians was one thing, but while they had peace, it was something entirely else. Even their militaristic leader wouldn't accept that, especially as they couldn't just kill all witnesses that would tell about Iwa being the culprit. This wasn't a sanctioned mission after all. You see, you'll lose if you attack the civilians here. It would be better if you just finished your normal mission here and returned to Iwa. Take the information you have collected and go. The boy said. Who do you think you are to tell us what we should do? Makiko asked, seething. Only a messenger, which is good. Having to fight would be so troublesome, he said, and dispelled in a cloud of smoke. So he really was a clone that looked suspiciously like a shadow clone, Ikikawa said. It was one. That boy must have massive chakra reserves to pull that off. We need to consider our way of attack. We can wear down the seals, but we don't know if it will be enough. They are very safe in there, and if we exhaust our reserves to get the barrier down, we will also lose because fighting Kakashi after having to use up Earth chakra for hours will be suicide. Tomoharu said. You really think that barrier will hold that long? Ikikawa asked. You saw that shadow clone. Only those with Jonin level chakra reserves can pull that jutsu off, and they have really good information on us. They knew what techniques we used. We can't even get one of Makiko's beasts through. They knew we would come for them, so they acted before we would. I guess they had another shadow clone spying on Gato when we decided to attack them. They got the information of how much time they would have and took out the camp and the base in one night. This team seems to be a genin team. There is no way that they could pull that off. The only one with experience in assassination is Kakashi, and even he can't manage that scale of kills on his own. There must be another specialist or even a team that we don't know about. We need more information before we act. We can't risk losing one of us to an unauthorized fight as well, as much as I want to kill his student. Tomoharu analyzed. So we are blocking them from getting out and wait until they have nothing to eat. That can take weeks, Makiko complained. We don't have the time for that. If we had backup that could help us overpower this seal barrier, we would be able to get them. But you can be sure that Kakashi already has his call for backup reach Konoha. He is smart like that, and if they knew about us coming, we can expect to have more opposition soon. They are biding their time in there. They are obviously convinced that they can last long enough for backup from Konoha to arrive. And face it, any Chunin team would tip the scales against us. If they knew who we were before we came here, they will call for those that have the abilities to counter our specialties perfectly. They would need a high Chunin Aburame or a good fire user for Makiko, a good lightning user against Ikikawa, and they already have Kakashi here to take on me. Or they simply send a team that has enough strength to keep you two on your toes while Kakashi and I have another battle. And don't forget that Konoha now seems to have another seal specialist. I think we can be relatively sure that the boy is in Uzumaki, which means he will have more surprises that he didn't use yet. Tomoharu continued his analyze. So we are just giving up? Makiko asked. What else could we do that won't compromise our own mission? I can only keep up with the earth jutsus. We would need to wear the lightning seals down for 4 hours. Ikikawa could do so for 2 hours. From what I estimate, those seals will manage to keep us out for about 15 hours if we went at full power against them. I read the report on the attack on Uzushio. They needed constant wearing down of the seals that protected the village for 2 days to start fighting. And even then our ninjas fell like the flies. The only reason Uzushio fell was that Konoha couldn't get there soon enough and that we had more than 10 times the number of ninjas they had. And even then we lost the complete battalion that was there to the cursed Yellow Flash and the Red Devil when they arrived. The fall of Uzushio cost Iwa massively. Right now we can go back to Iwa, give Tsuchikage-sama our report, and inform him that Konoha has an Uzumaki in their ranks that is damn good with seals and that there is a new assassination specialist. I don't know if that specialist is within Kakashi's team or not. It could also be that Konoha knew about Gato and his criminal activities and sent another person whose presence was concealed by that team coming here. We simply can't be sure, and we don't have the means to kill the team as long as they are holed up in there. Tomoharu said. Shit, I hate it when you are right, Makiko said. So we can probably also report that Wave won't be a good location for business for us soon. Kakashi seems to be intent on liberating the country from Gato. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken out the camp and the base. Ikikawa added. Yes, it seems like that. Tomoharu agreed. What do you think about destroying the bridge at least? Makiko asked. Not a bad idea. Perhaps we could even get them out of there to protect it. Tomoharu pondered. Okay, we do it. Let's see if they won't come out then. Inside the house, Naruto was waiting for the report of his second, disguised shadow clone. When it dispelled when the Iwa team left, he turned to his teammates and sensei. Well, they have decided that trying to wear down the seals won't do them any good and that it would be suicide to try and take us out after spending that much chakra on taking out the lightning seals. They intend to inform the Tsuchikage about Konoha having an Uzumaki skilled with seals in the ranks and about a new assassination expert, though they are not sure if it is one of us or someone else. The problem is they want to destroy the bridge before they go. And I can't make enough seals in time to protect the bridge, Naruto said, grumbling, annoyed that he hadn't taken that possibility into account earlier on. So that's their last plan to get us out in the open. Our mission is to protect Tazuna until the bridge is finished. If he needs to start from scratch again, even if we take out Gato, that will cost us too much time. We will have to fight then. Sasuke, Sakura, have you loaded the chakra storage seals like I told you? Kakashi asked, looking at both of them questioningly. Both nodded. Good. Sakura, you will prepare for being Sasuke's backup when he takes out as many thugs in the village as he can. I want you to get rid of them. Try conserving chakra if you can. No normal thug will be able to get through the seals here, so Tazuna and his family are safe as long as they stay here. Sasuke, do you think you can take them out without me or Naruto backing you up? It will be your first kills, Kakashi asked. I can do it, sensei, Sasuke said confidently, silently pleased that his sensei would entrust him such a mission with only Sakura as backup. While he would have preferred to test his strength against ninjas, he had realized in their team training that he was a good distance away from being on the same level as Naruto and Kakashi. Knowing that Naruto was basically a Jonin just without the experience required to get that rank was irking him to no end, but instead of complaining he would simply train as hard as he could and close the gap over time. One day he would be as strong as Naruto, and after that Itachi would be the next one he took on. For now Naruto made a good leveling board to see how far he still had to go. Good, don't hesitate. The thugs won't be a problem if you get them in smaller numbers, but be careful if you have more than 10 at once. Sakura, I want you to aim to kill with thrown weapons. That should be the best way for you to help at the moment. Without me or Naruto being there in an emergency, I want you to wait with close combat with bigger groups if you can avoid it, Kakashi declared sternly. Understood, sensei, Sakura said. Naruto pulled up a mask over his lower face to completely disguise his most memorable features. Are you trying to copy sensei now, Naruto? Sakura asked. No, I just can be identified too easily from the whisker marks on my face. We want to prevent Iwa getting too much information on me too early on. That they know that I'm in Uzumaki and skilled in Fuinjutsu is already too much to know about me, but that couldn't be prevented. They don't need to get a good picture for their bingo books right now. I don't know if we can take them out or if they will escape, but the fight at the bridge, if we want to prevent it from being destroyed, will be hard. The less they know, the better it will be, Naruto informed the others. Why wouldn't you want to be known out there? It will give you more respect, Sasuke asked confused. It is too early. I need more mission experience. If Iwa sees me as a threat too early on, it wouldn't do me any good. I have the skills, but not the experience to take on a strong fighter. As long as they underestimate me, I can get easier wins. Being a good ninja isn't about flashy jutsus, it's about getting the mission done efficiently. You don't want to fulfill a mission but have your team heavily injured or killed. That looks extremely bad in your record. And that can happen if you are seen as too big a threat to other villages. Ask Kakashi-sensei, he went through that. Naruto replied neutrally, already going into mission mode. It's true. With how early I graduated and who my father was, I was a popular target for enemies. I intentionally got a sensei that could make sure the attempts to take me out before I got too strong would fail. Kakashi confirmed. So that is the reason you got this team, Sasuke realized. Yes, one of them, Kakashi said. Half an hour later on the bridge, Kakashi and Naruto were waiting for the Iwanins. Like they had expected, they appeared shortly after they had arrived. So threatening to destroy the bridge did get you out of your hideout, Tomoharu said triumphantly. It would have been too troublesome to have the bridge builder rebuild the whole bridge, Naruto said. With how you talk, some could think you are a Nara boy, Ikikawa said. Who knows, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. I call dips on Kakashi, Mikiko said gleefully. Whatever, Ikikawa, do you want the boy? I will see if Mikiko can get rid of Kakashi herself, and in case he is too strong for her I will help her, Tomoharu said. Sure, it will be great to kill this Konoha brat, Ikikawa said maliciously. Don't play, just take him out, Kakashi ordered Naruto. Yes, sensei, Naruto answered. You really think your little student can kill Ikikawa? No way. You will regret that you met us here on this mission. Mikiko sneered and led her bees out to attack Kakashi. Naruto looked at Ikikawa. He had already released all his seals and was ready to go at full speed. His opponent was a mainly earth element user, which meant he had to keep his jutsus to mostly lightning. And he was a taijutsu specialist, which he enhanced with earth chakra. Well, now his work with the lightning element seals would fully pay off. You should just give up, boy. There is no way that you can beat me, Ikikawa said. I think differently. Let me show you, Naruto said and took out his tanto. You will see why my armor is so famous. No Kenjutsu user has managed to get through it. Earth armor, he said after flying through a few hand seals. Naruto took off at full speed, shocking the Iwa Chunin. He used the Uzumaki style of attack and retreat, and secretly, while attacking Ikikawa with a lightning-charged tanto, he placed some of the lightning seals on his opponent's body. Ikikawa defended against Naruto's tanto attacks, but didn't notice the real danger he was in. Earth armor had one major disadvantage for the user. He was desensitized against soft contact. It was due to the armor being able to take major physical damage without injuring the user. But for a seal master like Naruto, it was perfect. Once he had placed the seals all over the body, he jumped back to get a little more distance. See, even with your lightning chakra and the tanto, you are not my league, Ikikawa taunted. No, you are not my league. Goodbye. Activate, Naruto said and made a single hand seal. The lightning storage seals unloaded all at the same time and fried his opponent's system completely. Naruto inspected that his opponent was really dead and then sealed him into a scroll quickly before he ran over to Kakashi's fight. Kakashi had no real problems going up against the two Iwa Jonin. None of them had a problematic bloodline limit, and he could counter the earth jutsus of Tomoharu without problem. His Sharingan was showing him what his opponents were planning, and so far he had landed some good blows at Mikiko and one on Tomoharu. Hey, sensei, I'm done with my opponent and here to help you, He heard Naruto's voice. Already? That was fast, Kakashi commented. For Haku you needed longer. Well, Haku had an ice bloodline limit and we were fighting on top of a lake, he had the advantage there, Naruto stated. Wait, you beat Ikikawa in not even 3 minutes. Impossible, Mikiko shouted. What can I say? I'm good, Naruto said cheerily. Mikiko, take the boy, I'll take Kakashi. Your insects should be more suited to against him than against Kakashi with his fire jutsus frying your bees. Tomoharu ordered. Make sure you kill Kakashi, Mikiko said frowning. I will, Tomoharu said. Then let's see how you fare against a Jonin, little boy, she said and unleashed a cloud of bees. Naruto went through hand seals. Water release, water bullets, Naruto exclaimed and shot 5 quick water bullets from his mouth at his opponent. He got perhaps a third of the bees that were headed his way out of the way. The others, while getting wet, were able to continue the fight. Mikiko had completely dodged the bullets. You will have to come up with more than a few water bullets, Mikiko taunted. I did, Naruto said and went through new hand seals. Lightning release, lightning torrent. From Naruto's hand, streams of lightning spread out, using the water all over the area as a conductor for the jutsu. The bees that had survived the original attack now were fried and died. Now that the annoying bees are out of the way, we can start the real fight, Naruto said and ran at Mikiko and started attacking her with his modified Tide's Fist style. Soon Naruto was sure that like many Iburames in Konoha, Mikiko had neglected to have a strong taijutsu. Sure, she could use it, but she had relied on her insect-based jutsus to keep the opponent on a distance too much. And contrary to the Iburame bugs, the bees couldn't just suck up the chakra in their opponents. They attacked by stinging and poisoning them. Naruto disabled her muscles and in the end he landed a fatal hit to her chest, hitting her lung with a chakra strike. Kakashi was now giving Tomoharu massive problems. Before Mikiko and her bees had forced him to divide his attention between 2 opponents, now he only had to watch out for one. Kakashi was the superior fighter. That was completely obvious. While Tomoharu kept his distance, he had problems as he had to avoid looking into the Sharingan. And Kakashi was a lightning element primary, so his earth jutsus were not as effective as they were against other opponents. Kakashi led Tomoharu away from the bridge. The main intention of facing off against the Iwanins had been to prevent damage to the bridge. Though Kakashi was surprised how easy the fight was. He had thought Tomoharu would be stronger. Kakashi was faster than Tomoharu and had the elemental advantage. Tomoharu was physically stronger, but nothing compared to Guy. They exchanged jutsus and after 5 minutes Kakashi knew enough to do a final attack to take out his opponent. He jumped away to prepare. Already exhausted, Kakashi. Tomoharu mocked. You say something? Kakashi asked, playing bored. Those childish tricks don't work on me, Kakashi. I've been a ninja when you were still in diapers, Tomoharu replied. Tomoharu went through hand seals and Kakashi copied him immediately. Both ended at the same time. Earth release, stone pillars. They called out. Around both men big pillars of stone appeared. It was exactly what Kakashi had wanted, a chance to hide undetected. He quickly made 2 shadow clones, equipped one with a chakra seal and let the other jump up to draw attention to himself. He himself meanwhile used a camouflage jutsu he had copied in the 3rd war from Iwanins. His clone with the seal went underground. His first clone was found quickly and involved Tomoharu in a fight with fast ninjutsus and some taijutsu. Meanwhile the clone underground went in position under Tomoharu. Kakashi himself was by the side, watching and preparing to deliver the last strike with his new Reikiri variant if necessary. Tomoharu first took out the non-empowered shadow clone and then the clone from the earth broke out under him and delivered a massive strike with Reikiri. Tomoharu just managed to get away, but was hit all over the chest with a cut from the slash the clone had made. Shit, Tomoharu said through gritted teeth. You should just have returned to Iwa and not tried to get in the way of my team's mission. Kakashi commented. I wouldn't have let the chance to kill his student pass by when you were here and handicapped with protecting a genin team. Who would have thought that one of them was at least high chunin? Tomoharu commented. You're bad that you didn't get all the relevant information. Kakashi's clone said coldly. Well, I know I've lost, but in the end I will at least fulfill my duty to Iwa. I will take you with me into death. He shouted and then formed one hand seal that activated a seal array on his body and he jumped at Kakashi's clone. The kamikaze attack only took 2 seconds and the clone exploded together with Tomoharu's body. The real Kakashi stepped out of his hiding place and walked up to the now dead Iwa Jonin. Naruto joined him. A bit fanatic, wasn't he? Naruto asked. A bit. Too much of a grudge against Sensei. He should have known that he wasn't strong enough to take me on his own when I had no problems against both him and Mikiko. He also should have known that I know about the suicide arrays of Iwa from the last war. Kakashi answered. He definitely should have. HM, it looks like the sealing array didn't work the way it should have done. There is a lot of his body left to be analyzed by our forensic. Naruto said. My clone sabotaged it a bit. As I said, I know that trick. When you push a shitload of chakra into the array, the explosion isn't as strong as it should be. Your dad came up with the idea to save more of our ninjas. If you are faced with the choice of giving up chakra and perhaps save your life or dying for sure, you will choose the chakra. While we still lost 30% of those that were confronted with that trick, we could save the rest with injuries and most could return to duty after being healed at the hospital. Tsunade-sama developed a treatment that worked faster than the normal method until then. The time you had to stay at the hospital was reduced from 4 weeks to 1.5. Kakashi told Naruto. Now let's see how Sasuke and Sakura have fared. I'll just leave some clones here to discourage any thugs that might get the same idea as the Iwa Nins. Meanwhile, I will create some seals to make the bridge withstand ninja attacks in the future. Naruto said and made 10 shadow clones. Good thinking. Let's go, Kakashi said, and both ran towards the position where Naruto felt Sasuke and Sakura being. Sasuke had to admit, killing wasn't as easy as he had thought it to be. So far he had killed 20 of the thugs, Sakura had downed 10. It wasn't that defeating them was hard, it was ridiculously easy to be honest. No normal thug stood a chance against a well-trained genin. And he and Sakura were really well trained by now. All of Kakashi-sensei's training from hell had had impressive effects. He had improved massively since his time at the academy, and he could take out the thugs with little effort. But the psychological effect was still hard on him. No wonder Naruto had problems to deal with it after the mission last night that he and Kakashi-sensei had done. Naruto and his clones had taken out about 700 thugs. He had cleared one part of the village from the thugs and was working his way over to the next part. He wondered how Naruto and Kakashi were faring on the bridge, but so far nothing indicating that the Iwa Nins had had success with destroying it had happened. Just then another group of 7 thugs noticed him and started to attack. Really, why did they always use the same not working strategy? He took aim and killed 3 immediately with hits to their jugular veins. It was the easiest point to hit and these thugs were not smart enough or fast enough to protect that point on their bodies. He saw 2 more falling to Sakura's kunais. The remaining 2 he swiftly killed after a short exchange of blows by cutting their jugular veins. It had been like this from the beginning. So far the thugs hadn't got the idea to take villagers hostage or this would have been so much harder. And from his estimation they should be done with the thugs in the village soon. Gato should have 50 or so at the base, cleaning up while 40 kept the village oppressed. 10 were unaccounted for, most probably off to investigate the situation at the camp. Well, at least this part of the mission he was doing gave him experience. He knew he couldn't take on a Jonin yet. He would probably be able to defeat a normal Chunin that didn't have a bloodline limit. During the fight his Sharingan had finally activated. He could predict the movements of the thugs easily and had no problem evading their attacks. He had turned off his Sharingan after the first 10 minutes though, noticing that it was quite a drain on his reserves and he really didn't need them against normal thugs. He would have to train using the eyes properly later. Sasuke, the last ones are running away to the east. Do you want to pursue them? Sakura shouted from the roof. No, let them run. We have done our job for now. Sensei wanted that we kept it to the village. Sasuke answered. Okay, Sakura answered. At Tezuna's house the team met and informed Tezuna that they had taken out nearly all the opposition that Gato could come up with. The Iwa Nins are dead. They underestimated Naruto and me greatly. The bridge didn't take any damage. We managed to either take them out quickly or take the fights a short distance away. Sasuke, Sakura, how many did you get in the village? Kakashi asked. I have 25, Sakura 12. 3 got away and we didn't pursue them. Sasuke said. Good work. How are you holding up? Kakashi asked. I didn't think that it would be this hard. I knew it would be hard but not the extent of the feelings it would cause. I think killing the thugs while they were no challenge for me was what disturbed me the most. Sasuke admitted. While we fought I didn't really think about it and only concentrated on the job. But right now it's all coming back and really hard, Sakura said, being pale as a sheet. Kakashi gave both Sasuke and Sakura the same talk he had given Naruto before. He knew it was too early for a mission like this, but they didn't have a choice. The part Sasuke and Sakura had done today would normally have been a high-class C rank mission or a low-class B rank, depending on the strength of the thugs. The intention of this mission had been a low-class C rank to get his team used to normal threats. So far both Sasuke and Sakura had performed admirably, even if Sakura still had her fangirl moments. Perhaps this experience would bring home what ninja life was really like and that being a fangirl had no place there. What are we going to do with Gato, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. We need to kill him. He can't be allowed to escape and restart his criminal activities somewhere else. But I want to get his money to give the people of Wave back what he stole from them and to fill Konoha's coffers. We also could take over some of his business and use it for information gathering. I know some people that are specialized in that area, Kakashi said. Naruto was pretty sure he meant Root. When do you want to do that? He will try to either get more ninjas here quickly or has some thugs somewhere else waiting for his command. This probably isn't the first country he built his empire in. Wave Country was just unlucky to be perfectly suited for Gato's plans. It's isolated and not very large, doesn't have its own military and people are mostly fishermen. Naruto commented. You're right. Are you up to go back to the base in an hour? Kakashi asked. Yes, sensei. Naruto answered. Good, then make sure your equipment is ready, we will take off in 1 hour. Sasuke, Sakura, keep an eye open, but I want you to stay within the seals where you are safe. In case backup from Konoha comes, inform them about the situation. I guess I overestimated the problems we would have with the number of thugs. I honestly didn't expect us to get rid of most of them in one night and take out the missing nins like we did. Especially not those known to work with Zabuza. Kakashi said. The genin nodded and took places around the house to rest up. Taking out Gato and the rest of his thugs wasn't hard for Naruto and Kakashi. Following Kakashi's advice to get some practice with the sword of his great-grandfather, Naruto used it to take out the thugs at the base while Kakashi cut them down with a white chakra saber. Once they had got rid of the first wave, Naruto looked at Kakashi questioningly. "I thought that saber broke years ago," he said. "I had it repaired years ago, but I didn't really want to use it considering when it broke. I also relied too much on Obito's eye. While it is a great tool, I have more abilities than the Sharingan, and it's high time I get all of them back." Kakashi said. "Sure thing, sensei," Naruto said, smiling under his mask. After taking out the last thugs, Kakashi and Naruto entered Gato's office, seeing the business tycoon shake in his shoes. "Please spare me, I will give you everything you want. I have money, you can have as much as you want," he begged. "You have nothing with which you could bribe us to spare you. You sent the Iowa ninjas to kill us, trying to get rid of Tazuna's protection. That backfired. Tomoharu and his team are dead. Iowa will not be happy about that. Letting you live would be a liability and you are not to be trusted, therefore your verdict is death." Kakashi said. "You can't do that," Gato yelled. "Like you couldn't kill Kaiza, leaving his wife a widow and his stepson without a father. Like you couldn't suppress the people of Wave Country, forcing them to live in poverty." Naruto asked. "What?" Gato asked, looking in those cold blue eyes. Only once he had ever seen those eyes in his life and they had scared him to the core. "No, that can't be, he didn't have a son," he exclaimed, refusing to believe what he saw. "He did," Kakashi said, and dealt a killing blow to Gato, separating his head from his body in one swift move. "Seal everything that might be of worth for Konoha. I want all the documents you can find. I will take care of that safe," Kakashi said, and went to break the safe. "Understood, sensei. But how did Gato know about Dad?" "I mean, I currently hide my features," Naruto asked. "Your eyes, while they have the shape of your mother, when you are dead serious you have the same look as your father, especially as you have exactly the same eye color." He could freeze weak people just with a look. He didn't even need to strengthen it with killing intent. Those knowing that he was way stronger than them either ran away if they could or gave up before the fight even started. There was a reason for his bingo book entry, Kakashi explained, and then got the safe open. "I never heard about that," Naruto admitted. "It wasn't that well known. The other villages didn't want to admit that some of their troops were so weak that they would give up if your dad only looked at them. That wasn't good for business, and only those that saw it happen could tell about it," Kakashi explained and started taking out money and documents from the safe. "Okay, that makes sense," Naruto said. It took them 2 hours to seal everything in Gato's suite and office. The guy had been involved in a lot more dirty deals than they had assumed. Konoha's intelligence division would love what they had found. The next day, Tazuna suddenly had a lot more helpers to build his bridge than before. The news that the Konoha team had killed all of Gato's thugs and Gato himself spread around like wildfire. Naruto took to harvesting the fields that Gato had kept under his control and sent clones all over the island to distribute food to the people. The fishermen that couldn't help with the building of the bridge were out on the sea, catching fish for the people. The children were playing carefree for the first time in years. Naruto also had a group of clones prepare a buckload of seals that would protect the bridge against damage. In the night before the bridge was officially opened, he placed his seals all over the bridge. Wave Country would become a strong ally of Konoha after this mission. And while the country didn't have any resources like ore or valuable minerals, they now had a well-going farming industry thanks to the fields Gato had kept for him and his minions, and the fishermen would also soon make profit again. In 2 years or so the country would be back to its feet and now was indebted to Konoha, but especially to Team 7. The money Naruto and Kakashi had given back to the country which they had confiscated from Gato would also help a long way. Kakashi had informed Tazuna that he didn't need to pay Konoha for the increased difficulty of the mission. They had taken it from Gato, which Tazuna thanked Kakashi massively for. Inari had come out of his depressive mood and was now determined to be as brave as Team 7, especially Naruto, and face his problems and not run away anymore. Seeing how 4 people, 3 of them just being 12 years old, had managed to free their country had made a huge impression. Sure, Naruto and Kakashi had killed hundreds of men in their sleep, but those men had been murderers, rapists, and torturers. There was no reason to grant them mercy as they wouldn't have done it either. 1 week after the liberation of Wave Country, the bridge was finished and a big party was held all over the island. Finally, they had hope again. Kakashi also arranged with the Wave Daimyo that Konoha would place some birds there which could be used to send a message in case Wave Country needed help again. The confidence of the people was still shaky. It would take a while for them to get back on their feet. The backup team from Konoha had consisted of 3 grumpy Chunin that had been very reluctant to have to assist the team of the Demon Brat and had taken their time getting to Wave and only arrived 2 days after the battles were over. Kakashi had dressed them down massively. If they had gone full speed, like they should have done by their orders, they would have arrived the same day the battles had been. Kakashi promised them that their less than satisfactory behavior would have consequences. Even he at his worst had never been 2 days late. If his comrades were in danger, he was the first to go full speed. There was a massive difference to be late for a D-rank mission and an A rank. Kakashi knew that those 3 were dogs of the civilian council and had a civilian background themselves, but even Sakura was disgusted with how they had slacked in their duty to help their comrades. And her mother was on the civilian council. Kakashi had put the three to repair work in the village, the closest he could come to a D-rank mission currently. The three would stay at the village for now until a new team would take over the long-term work here. Kakashi didn't want them to prepare something before he could return and inform the Hokage about everything. And here they couldn't do much damage until he got some better-suited ninjas here. He guessed with the Hokage and Danzo now cooperating he could have a team of root here by the day after tomorrow if Danzo wasn't already preparing it. You never knew with the old Warhawk. Now Team 7 was ready to leave, and especially Inari was sad to see Naruto go. He had taken to call Naruto his big brother, which Naruto had accepted while wondering why Inari had chosen him to take that role. It was also a completely new experience for Naruto to be openly admired by people. The people knew he had played a major role in getting rid of the thugs that had been Gado's army. They knew he had fought against the Iwanins that had threatened their bridge and killed 2 of them. He was a hero, though Sasuke and Sakura also got much praise. Their fight against the thugs in the village was talked about a lot too, and the people were very grateful to them. Thanks a lot for your super help. Thanks to all of you, our country is free again and we can get back to living without fear, Kazuna said when Team 7 was about to go. You're welcome. If you ever need help again, don't hesitate to call Konoha. But next time please tell us the truth from the beginning, Kakashi said. Kazuna laughed heartily. I will do that, Kakashi. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, thank you very much for your help, especially you, Naruto. I have noticed how much it cost you to do what you did. That you took so much upon you to help a country that wasn't your own will never be forgotten by us. As you are in Uzumaki, we also have something that was found in the things our daimyo had in his palace. He wanted me to give it to you before you go, Tezuna said and handed Naruto a big scroll that had the Uzumaki crest on the side. Naruto took it from Tezuna, inspected it and got huge eyes. That is, oh my god, thank you so much, Tezuna. I didn't think I would ever see it, Naruto said excitedly. What is that, Naruto? Sakura asked curiously. She had been much nicer to Naruto after having to kill for herself and knowing what it meant. It is a scroll my clan made. I recognize the type of seals used. If I am right, it not only contains much of my family scrolls, but also the clan's summoning contract, Naruto said. I only ever read scrolls where the author wrote that with the destruction of Uzeshio, all the scrolls about clan jutsus of the Uzeshio clans and the summoning contract of the Uzumaki clan were destroyed before the backup from Konoha could reach Uzu. To now find out that it was brought to safety here in Wave Country is incredible, Naruto said, honestly overwhelmed. Even Sasuke couldn't begrudge Naruto his feelings. He would react similarly if he suddenly got something left from his clan. And Naruto didn't have anything as far as he knew. He at least had what was saved in the compound after Itachi had killed the clan. For Naruto this would be an invaluable treasure, and keeping on good terms with Naruto would help him in the end. Naruto would be Jonin in under a year, that much was sure. The only thing he really missed to the rank was experience, and even as a green ninja he had excelled at this unexpected rank mission. The performance of Team 7 would lead to them getting more higher ranked missions from now on. And to be honest, it was reassuring that they had 2 Jonins on the team. He had seen how fast things could change. A life from the client and suddenly a C rank turned into an A rank. He wouldn't have been able to take out Zabuza Mamachi or could have faced Haku on even terms. He couldn't have killed hundreds of men in their sleep like Naruto had done to free the country. He still had a long way to go, he knew that now, but he had also seen how far he had already come. His Sharingan had activated on the mission and Kakashi had sat him down and explained to him the lure of the eye. He had never heard about that from his clan. They had always said the Sharingan was the ultimate bloodline limit and that it made it their right to demand respect. Kakashi had informed Sasuke that many Uchihas had been dependent on their eyes. He had only known 3 exceptions to that, Shisui, Itachi, and his mother Mikoto Uchiha. Though their eyes were powerful, they were strong without them too. Shisui had been famous for his use of the body flicker in a fight. He had driven his opponents mad while they were trying to land a hit on him. Itachi could cast Genjutsu with just a finger and didn't need eye contact with his victim. And his mother had been able to replace herself with the smallest things. A leaf had been enough, not to mention her mastery over fire jutsus. Sasuke was deeply impressed hearing those stories. He swore he wouldn't become dependent on the eyes. If Itachi was that strong without them, he needed to get there as well. When he got back to the present, he saw Naruto hugging Inari with the scroll he got secured on his back. Team 7 then took off to make their way back to Konoha in a good time. None of them heard the decision to name the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge and to install a plaque to honor the great service Team 7 had done for Wave Country. Back in Konoha, Team 7 was debriefed by the Hokage this time. The mission was too high ranked to just give a short report to a Chunin in the mission office and hand in a written report. Though Kakashi would still have to hand in the report, together with his students, as they all had done parts of the mission that were at least B ranked. Kakashi gave the first report, then Naruto filled in the part of the assassination of the camp and the base where he had been doing the killings, and in the end Sasuke and Sakura reported on their part in the village of taking out the thugs. Then Kakashi reported about the behavior of the 3 Chunins that had been sent to be backup for his team, which made the Hokage frown. He hadn't thought that Chunin would go against his orders like that. Even if the team they had to support had Naruto in it, they would face disciplinary measures. There was no way he would tolerate that kind of behavior from his subordinates. The last thing Kakashi informed the Hokage about was the amount of money and the documents he and Naruto had confiscated from Gado. He also handed over the 3 prisoner scrolls that held Haku, Sani, and Kimi. In these 3 prisoner scrolls are 3 ninjas of Jonin level that Naruto and I caught. I think the T&I department of the ANBU should interrogate them for information. If they are willing, we might want to consider for them to join our ranks. Haku isn't in the bingo book, Sani and Kimi are. All 3 have a bloodline limit. Haku has ice release, Sani has steel release, and Kimi has poison touch. Haku is in stasis and has injuries that would need to be treated, and the other 2 have just been drugged. Kakashi informed the Hokage. That's indeed fortunate for the village. If we can convince them to join our ranks, we would have 3 powerful ninjas to support us. I will also make sure that the bounties for the Iwa ninjas and AI will be transferred to your and Naruto's accounts. Sasuke and Sakura, you will receive the equivalent of the payment for a rank mission and a recommendation for performance above your level for your files. Additionally, you are forbidden to talk about the details of this mission with anybody that doesn't have the clearance for a rank missions, meaning the Jonin and ANBU. This mission could have given Konoha a lot of problems if it hadn't gone like it did. There is information that could harm the village if it gets into the wrong hands. The Hokage said. Both Genin nodded. This is about the Iwanins and how they reacted to finding out that Naruto is in Uzumaki, isn't it? Sasuke asked. Yes, not many people know this today anymore, but the Uzumaki clan was once our strongest ally. And Naruto is well on his way to regain the knowledge of his clan. In some way you can compare the importance of Naruto not being exposed too soon with yourself, Sasuke. The Uchiha and the Uzumaki were very close in skill level and strength in the past. It was as much thanks to Uzushio's support that we won the second ninja war as it was to our own ninja's strength. The Hokage said. Sasuke nodded and looked at the 4 pictures of the Hokage on the wall. He noticed a certain similarity between the 4th and Naruto. He filed that information away for later consideration. I need to talk with Kakashi and Naruto about some things in private, so you are dismissed, Sasuke and Sakura. You have the next 3 days off, then you will restart your training. The Hokage informed them. They both bowed and left the office. When they were outside, Sakura turned to Sasuke. What do you think they are talking about that we can't hear? She asked. I guess it is about the Iwanins. There is more going on than they are telling us. One piece of advice, Sakura, don't get on Naruto's bad side. You have just heard what the Hokage said about his importance. We have both seen how strong he is, and as much as I hate to admit it, at the moment he is stronger than me. I will catch up to him as soon as I can, but I also have realized that Naruto and I are more similar than I thought. You will regret it if you don't treat him properly, Sasuke said and left. Sakura was wondering why he had told her that. It was also one of the longest talks she had had with him. But he was right. Naruto was strong. This mission and what she had had to do had really opened her eyes to her chosen profession. And she knew she needed to find a way to do more for her team. She had learned a lot over the 2 months she had been a genin now, and she had massively improved. Seeing how horrible things had been for Wave Country and how the skills, especially Kakashi and Naruto, had helped freeing a whole country from a despot, had set her views straight. Things weren't as her mother had told her. The world outside was dark, and if nobody did something against it, things would stay that way. But how could she do more for her team? What skills did they need most that weren't covered by the other 3? Kakashi and Naruto were extremely strong and skilled. Sasuke was also a good fighter. They had been extremely lucky, as Kakashi had pointed out in the debriefing, that their stronger opponents had either totally underestimated their strength or that they had surprised them in their sleep by their quick actions. Otherwise her team would have had to take serious injuries. She stopped in her thoughts. Perhaps that could be an area for her to help. Neither Kakashi nor Naruto nor Sasuke had any medical jutsus. She knew there were techniques medic nins learned, and being skilled enough to treat the more common wounds in the field would be very useful for her team. She would have to talk to Kakashi-sensei what he thought about it. In the Hokage's office, meanwhile, Kakashi and Naruto discussed with the Hokage what steps needed to be taken next. The ANBU had left again on orders of the Hokage to give the group privacy. As that was quite normal by now, they didn't wonder. We just avoided more suspicion regarding you, Naruto. I also think Sasuke suspects something with how he looked at the pictures of the Hokages. Kakashi said. Yes, I noticed that. But for now he only has suspicions. I also think he has come to realize that he isn't as alone in his situation as he thought he was. Finding out about how the Uzumaki clan died has put things into perspective for him. Naruto replied. I think it has. But we need to make sure nobody finds out too soon. We can be pretty sure Iwa won't know how their ninjas disappeared for a while. And they can't do anything openly, as we didn't attack and the whole of Wave Country is backing us up. The neighboring countries of Wave will soon find out about what Konoha did for Wave Country, and it will give us very good publicity. I think we won't be able to prevent the news that we have in Uzumaki and Konoha from spreading. Especially not considering that the bridge is covered with your seals. But as long as nobody knows more, it will be easy to keep going like we are until the Chunin exams in 4 months. Wave is small, and I don't expect the news to spread fast into the regions we don't want them to go for now. Kakashi said. Yes, I think you are right, but just in case I will send Jiraiya a message to keep an ear open for that happening. What I wanted to inform you about is that thanks to the new seals our ninjas are using out in the field now, there are rumors about us having a new seal master in Konoha. Though nobody knows more about it, I will do nothing to distract the information in the village, but all the Chunin and Jonin are informed to not speak about the source of them outside their ranks. They only know about your alias Dark Phoenix anyway. The Hokage addressed Naruto. We have very good results from the teams we had on missions that used your seals. They praised the variety of new seals they got and described the ways they managed to use them. I'm very satisfied with how much they improved the success rate for our missions. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, Naruto said smiling. You earned it, Naruto. Next, you said you got Sensei's sword back from AI Rokusho when you killed him. The Hokage asked. Yes, I didn't mess around in that fight at all. I used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and racing in to quickly kill him. The sword is a family heirloom and it angered me that somebody like him had it. Naruto said. That's good to know. I will keep that part out of the official report. Try to not openly use the sword in Konoha before the Chunin exams. I don't want more paperwork that is so unnecessary. The Hokage requested. I will do so. I want the sword to be a surprise in the exams. Naruto agreed. Good, Naruto, you are dismissed. Take the next 3 days off and relax. The Hokage said. Naruto bowed and left the office. How is your opinion of their development, Kakashi? The Hokage asked. I'm very happy with how the mission helped them all to develop. Sasuke seems to have realized that not everything is always about him. Sakura has been given a reality check when she saw the misery of the people of Wave Country, and Naruto finally got some recognition for his achievements. His teammates also know now that he is Jonin level and have taken a different approach to him, Sasuke especially. I think he has realized that he was too short-sighted in his goal to kill Itachi. Seeing how strong Naruto got gave him an idea how much stronger he needs to get before he can face Itachi. I also sat him down after his Sharingan awoke and told him just what danger depending on the eyes poses to him. I think he understood. I will keep an eye on him. He is on a good way now, but I will need more time to be completely sure about his psyche. I will see how Sakura now behaves in training. She was the one most influenced by the situation in Wave Country. To have seen the misery and see just what we could do to change it and why we were able to do so had a huge impact on her. If we are lucky, this mission was enough to finally break her fangirl mentality. I don't expect her to give up her feelings for Sasuke, but perhaps she will put them on hold to first get stronger. Her training definitely showed when she and Sasuke were tasked to take out the thugs in the city. Having her first kills has shaken her, but she got over it, and I think she could then appreciate just how much the assassination mission during the night had cost Naruto, who had to deal with about 700 kills during that night. I wish there would have been a way to not have Naruto do that part of the mission, but there was no other way as I can't produce that many shadow clones and transform them into mice or squirrels to not stand out. He dealt with the guilt as it was to be expected from a rookie. He was sick to his stomach that night and solemn over the next few days. He understood why it was necessary and didn't let it influence his performance during the rest of the mission. I talked to all my genin about their first kills and I think they dealt well enough with the fact. I think continuing our training routine with the occasional C-rank missions will work perfectly for the time being. I want to keep my team as isolated as possible for the next month to give them time to get used to the new situation. So if you have a C rank that will take us out of the village for some time, that would be great. I can train them during the mission in some physical exercises. They train with the resistance seals the whole time anyway, even if we don't do training explicitly. Kakashi said. Yes, I can see the need for that. We have indeed a C rank that I can hold back for your team to take in 4 days. How is your own training coming along? The Hokage asked. Very well, Hokage-sama. I have finished my work to get more variations of my Reikiri for 2 of them. I have some more ideas to expand my jutsu repertoire with lightning-based jutsus and have mastered 100 of my copied jutsus that before were only kept to a normal knowledge level. I will see to it that over the next 2 months I get to 300 jutsus on mastery level. Physically, I am back at the level where I was during my ANBU days. I will have to talk to Naruto for a method to seal off the use of my Sharingan. If I was able to use the eye consciously like Sasuke can with his eyes, it would save chakra for me. Perhaps with a seal I could get the same effect. I have come to the conclusion there is very little Naruto can't do with seals if he puts his mind to it. In that way he is very much like his father. Kakashi commented. That he is. Continue your work there, Kakashi. I intend to spread the news that I intend to retire again in 2 months. I won't give your name, but many will suspect it. I will only tell the Jonin at ANBU just before the Chunin exams. These exams will be the stage for you to present your team. You know that the ability to train strong ninjas is somewhat a requirement for a Hokage. The Hokage mentioned. Yes, I do, and I don't fear anything with how my team is developing right now, Kakashi stated confidently. Good, then you are also dismissed for the next 3 days. Just hand in your report when you report back for duty, the Hokage said, and Kakashi bowed and left the office. Sakura listened to the rants of her mother annoyed. What did she think she was doing criticizing how her team had done the mission? Well, the little she had been able to tell her which was that they had freed Wave Country from Gato and that the mission had been more dangerous than formerly expected thanks to wrong information. How she wanted to shout at her that the civilian-born ninjas that had been their backup could have caused their deaths because they had not gone full speed to back Team 7-Up. How she wanted to tell her to stop talking badly about Naruto. That he had sacrificed so much to make sure their team wouldn't have to fight hundreds of thugs. Really, her mother made it sound as if only Sasuke had done all the work. No, she had also fought and she had killed. She fully understood now why Kakashi-sensei had trained them so harshly from the beginning. Being a ninja wasn't a game, it was deathly serious. Having to realize that because they got bad information they could all have died drove home the warnings better than Kakashi-sensei's lectures could have ever done. Their team was extremely lucky that they had such a strong sensei like Kakashi. They were lucky that Naruto was already Jonin level and only lacked experience, otherwise they would have been overwhelmed. Sure, Sasuke was good, even much better than he had been at the academy, but that wasn't due to his Sharingan. It was due to having worked really hard every day since they became Team 7. It was strength that had been won in hundreds of hours of hard work. Hours she had suffered through, but she could now fully appreciate having been forced to do so. Had she been like she was at the academy, she didn't doubt that she would have been severely injured or even killed. In any case, she would have been a burden to her team. No, her mother's ideas were really wrong and she would ignore her wishes in the future. She was a Kunoichi of Konoha and she was proud what she had achieved so far already. She would find a way to better support her team in the future, playing to her strengths. She had looked up famous Kunoichis in Konoha and the most famous one was definitely Tsunade of the Sannin. If she had managed to become super strong as a medic nin, why shouldn't Sakura manage to do the same? She had perfect chakra control. It was one thing Kakashi-sensei had praised her for from the beginning. The one thing she had lacked was chakra reserves, but they were increasing every day. Sasuke was reading through some scrolls he had inherited from his clan. He had remembered that his mother had once mentioned that many of the Uchiha ninjas that learned new jutsus by copying them with their Sharingan had written down the hand signs and the way you needed to mold your chakra for the jutsu. His father had scoffed and declared most of those jutsus inferior to the jutsus that the Uchiha clan had invented themselves, which were mostly fire jutsus. Now Sasuke fully intended to round up his jutsu repertoire with those inferior jutsus. What use was a flashy fire jutsu when stealth was the only choice you had? Why should he waste loads of chakra on small fry, just to make it look impressive? That thinking could get you killed, he had learned. He knew that he couldn't have sneaked into the base or the camp like Naruto had done. He would have had to use powerful jutsus to kill the thugs, and that would have depleted his reserves quickly. He might have been able to kill 1 or 200 with luck, but more wouldn't have worked. So he needed jutsus that worked with less chakra but were really effective. Stealth was something he had only learned the basics of. But why not learn a camouflage jutsu that had been copied in the Third War from Iwa ninjas? Why not learn the hypnosis part of his eyes? Jinjutsu also allowed you to surprise your opponent and strike unexpected. There were lots of ways to improve his abilities, and as the mission had shown perfectly, not always were the big guns the best ones. He also had to think about Naruto probably being related to the fourth Hokage. The picture was too similar to Naruto's looks to be a complete coincidence. From Naruto's age and what he knew about the blonde's birth date, he had been born when the fourth had died. And for some reason the adults hated Naruto massively and called him names like monster and demon brat. The only demon he could think of was the Kyuubi. Was Naruto used as a scapegoat for the attack of the fox because he had been born on the day it attacked? He could understand that if Naruto was the son or nephew of the fourth, the third would have kept Naruto's identity a secret, as children of powerful clans and families were always targets for kidnapping or assassination. Without parents to protect him, this action might have been the only way to prevent Naruto's death, even if it came at the cost of not telling Naruto about his heritage. He knew that Kakashi-sensei had been the student of the fourth, so he being responsible to teach the last remaining family of the late Hokage would make sense. Kakashi would feel obliged to teach his sensei's family. And Naruto was strong at a young age, stronger than all others in their age group. He would take a wait-and-see approach from now on. He was on a good way to achieve his goals, he only needed to be patient. Kakashi was teaching all of them equally and they were getting stronger fast. He felt it in the team competitions against the other teams. And the late arrival of the Chunin team that had been sent to back them up had also shown that the civilian council couldn't be trusted. If they had made sure that the support came too late just because they hoped that Naruto would die without the backup, they were traitors. It was as simple as that. And if Sasuke hated one thing, it was a traitor. Itachi had seen to that. It had been 2 months since the mission to Wave Country, and by now rumors were spreading slowly around in the neighboring countries of Wave. Many traders had gone to the newly freed country and seen the impressive bridge. Tazuna loved praising Team 7, especially Naruto. So the story about the new sealing specialist, Naruto Uzumaki, spread around the elemental nations. By now the Raikage and the newly appointed Mizukage had heard about the young Uzumaki. But there was nothing they could really do, and the Mizukage honestly had other things to concern herself with. She had to rebuild her village after the years of bloodline purges of the former Mizukage. Their military was in a desolate state and she would need years to get it back to the level that they could rightfully state they were one of the 5 major villages. But the isolation of Kirigakure now showed advantages. She was sad that Zabuza had been killed by Kakashi Haddock. If she could have managed to convince him to return, he would have made a strong ally. And he had 5 strong minions, 3 of them with a bloodline limit if her information was correct. Such a waste of resources. The report stated that Konoha had arrested 4 of the minions. One of the demon brothers had been killed in a fight with Kakashi's team, and had collected the bounties for a lot of ninjas. 3 Iwa ninjas, 1 AIM ninja, and Zabuza and Mizu. That was not to her liking, but there was nothing she could do. She had given out a general amnesty for those who had committed crimes against Higura's regime. Otherwise, many of her most trusted supporters would have to be persecuted. but that meant the ones in Konoha custody were out of her reach. She could only offer them to return, but with how they had interfered in a mission of Konoha, the Hokage would decide what would happen to them. And just this morning a messenger had brought the news that the Hokage planned to retire again. This time for good. She pondered who would be his successor. There were some strong ninjas in Konoha's ranks. The most probable choice would probably be Jiraiya of the Sannin, though Kakashi Hatake had been quite active with his team the past few months as well. The man was reclassified as S rank now. The Raikage was frowning over the report of his spies. Konoha was planning something big. The old Sandaime Hokage was retiring again and a new Hokage would be announced for the Chunin exams. Then there were the stories about a new seal master and an Uzumaki in the village. What was his first name? Naruto. He only had found out about the boy a week ago when a caravan of traders had come to Kumo. They had told stories about his great deeds in Wave Country 2 months ago. Obviously the boy had been a key factor in liberating the country from the business tycoon Gato. Now the former Gato company was run by Konoha. Of course they had righted the wrongs that Gato had committed and were loved for it by the people that had been suppressed by Gato. And the worst part was that he couldn't do anything about it. The change in leadership had been legally performed with all the necessary documents and contracts. Kakashi had done good work there. Additionally, Kakashi was the Jonin sensei of the team that was doing many missions that normally Chunin teams would get. He knew about 2 other C ranks that had been important. Who knew how many others that team had done? It had taken a bit of investigation, but he had their names. Sasuke Uchiha, last survivor of Konoha's most infamous clan, but the boy was not like most of his relatives. Kakashi seemed to have managed to get the arrogance toned down and had trained the boy to not be dependent on his eyes. He was dangerous to anybody below high Chunin level from the reports. Sekura Haruno, while of civilian background, was said to be a promising medic nin with a knack for Jinjutsu. With only 4 months of being a genin, the girl was able to treat most common injuries of her team. Additionally, she was a high-level genin kunoichi, which definitely was due to Kakashi's training. Last, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy that no spy got a proper picture of. It was as if he didn't want to get known by his looks too early on. Just why would that be? All those older than 35 knew about the former Uzumaki clan and its specialization in seals. From what his own seal experts that had investigated in Wave Country and had returned yesterday had found out, he was a high-level seals expert. The seals on the bridge were really impressive. Additionally, he had killed at least Ikikawa Sensetsu. It wasn't known if Mikiko Kamizuri had died by Naruto's or Kakashi's hands. The one thing he wondered about was how Konoha had managed to hide the boy for this long. The Hokage sat in the newest meeting of the village council and looked at the members of the council amused. 4 months of intensive house cleaning had definitely borne fruit. He didn't have to deal with as many useless tasks anymore. The merchants that evaded taxes or thought up taxes by their own estimation had been forced to pay heavy fines. The academy was on a good way to teach the students properly again, and the civilian part of the council was reduced to deal with civilian affairs and couldn't meddle with ninja affairs any longer. Hokage-sama, is it true that you intend to retire after the Chunin exams? A civilian counselor asked, calculating. Yes, it is true. I have done enough in my life and I want to finally enjoy my time in retirement. I have found a good successor and will present him shortly before the Chunin exams. The Hokage stated. Why aren't you telling us now? Isami Haruno asked. I have my reasons. My successor needs to get some things done before he can take over, and all the publicity would only hinder his current job. He expects to be finished by the time the exams come along. The Hokage vaguely said. With how he worded it, nobody who wasn't in the know, meaning Danzo, Shikaku and Kat, the ANBU commander, would know if he meant Jiraiya or somebody else. Then he would think he had chosen his student. Jiraiya was a Sannin and well known all around the elemental nations, and it was common knowledge that he ran an extensive spy network that he probably needed to get transferred to a successor. As you mentioned the Chunin exams, will the new teams participate in them? Danzo asked, giving the Hokage a bridge to distract the civilian counselors from being too nosy. From the reports I saw from Teams 7, 8 and 10 they should be ready by then. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma are reporting a massive increase of the Genin's abilities in the important areas of their training. We should be able to present a lot of members of our most important clans and families to the public once the finals come along. There are a lot of talented genin this year. Dai also informed me of his intention to let Team 9 participate this year. The Hokage answered. That's good to know, Hokage-sama. Hayashi said. He only hoped his daughter wouldn't embarrass the Hyuga clan. I have heard rumors about Naruto Uzumaki being an expert with seals. The representative for the Kurama clan spoke up. Is that true? It is. Naruto's level was confirmed by Jiraiya a few months ago when he was in the village. It's no real surprise he is talented in the art. He is an Uzumaki after all. The Hokage answered. But how did he get to that level? He was the dead last of his class. A civilian counselor asked, annoyed. Secret self-study. It isn't really hard to get the materials to get started. The academy has the basic books for Fuinjutsu in its collection, but most genin aren't interested in learning such a complex art when they start their career. They keep to nin, gen and taijutsu, perhaps a few weapon skills as well. Shikaku informed them. But Naruto had to clean several rooms after a prank, so for him to find the books is very probable. He only needed to borrow a few and he could have studied without anybody noticing. It's not like Fuinjutsu couldn't be used in pranks, which I guess would have been a massive motivation for him. Understandable with the treatment he got over years. Many of the ninja council nodded. They knew how good Naruto was. He had really hidden all his abilities well. Many by now knew that his promotion was only a question of time until he had the necessary experience. And all the ninjas kept a close look at the bingo books. Naruto had an entry by now after news about his involvement in the fall of Gato, the death of Zabuza, and the Iwa ninjas had got out. He was a C-ranked ninja in Kiri and B-ranked in Iwa's books, probably because nobody really knew which opponents he had taken out and which ones were accounted to Kakashi. Only the Hokage really knew, and he kept quiet. The 3 captured ex-Kiri nins were in the final phase of interrogation, and so far it looked like them joining Konoha. It would be great to gain 3 new bloodline limits for the village, though the civilian counselors didn't know that yet. They would stupidly try to force the 3 into a breeding program, which wasn't at all what the Hokage wanted. Not that they had that power anyway, but they too often fell back into their bad habits, and he didn't want that Kakashi would have to bother with that kind of nonsense when he took over. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were training with their sensei again. Since the revelation of Naruto's true level, the other 2 had trained with much more enthusiasm. Naruto even acknowledged that Sakura wasn't useless anymore. She was a solid high genin level kunoichi on a good way to become a competent medic nin. Since their return from Wave Country, she had used all her free time to study medical jutsus, read up on medicine making, antidotes, and poisons. She knew the anatomy book backwards and forwards and spent 2 mornings each week when Naruto and Sasuke worked on ninjutsu at the hospital, learning from other medic nins how to perform the jutsus for battlefield healing. Kakashi still kept his team on the rigorous physical training program, but Sasuke and Sakura now had control over their seals all the time. Today a sparring session with teams 8 and 10 was planned. A team battle simulation. At the moment, Team 7 was leading by 2 points on Team 8, with Team 10 following by 3 points. While you couldn't really call Team 7 a real team, they were a properly working unit, a fact that Kakashi was really happy about. When it counted, they could perform flawless teamwork, something that made missions a lot easier. The sparring session would be in 1 hour, so they now ended their training to eat something before the session. They weren't informed how the exercise would go. They never knew beforehand to not give any team an advantage. Naruto knew that the whole team competition was a way to give him more bonds inside the village, as the Hokage feared that he would run away otherwise. He had to agree that the strategy was a sound one, even if he had wished that the others his age were closer to his level. But they would need time. Naruto had planned how to turn the opinion of Konoha about him around for years. He knew the civilians would only stop tormenting him once they found out his heritage. It didn't matter to him, they weren't important. They could rot in hell as far as he was concerned. A few exceptions were to be noted, like the Ikarakas and the Takashimas. His menu had been expanded a bit, as the Takashimas happily sold him products from their new farm for fair prices. So now he could regularly get eggs, fresh milk, vegetables that normally were cultivated in water country, and sometimes cheese from them, as he had no problems giving them his money, contrary to other civilian shopkeepers. He was always welcome at the farm. The ninjas were now respecting him as a comrade, and that was what was important. They counted, as he needed to be able to trust them in case he took missions with them in the future, which would happen. He would only be a genin for at most 2 months now that the Chunin exams were approaching. All of Konoha was gossiping about the information that the Sandaime Hokage had chosen a new successor. Most thought it would be Jiraiya, but Naruto knew that it was Kakashi. And Kakashi was the better choice for Hokage. He was young, their best jonin in the village, and most importantly, he hadn't left the village for long periods of time. While Jiraiya had maintained his spy network, which was important for the village, he wasn't that well known from his constant presence. Contrary to Kakashi, who was now connected with a few new very impressive missions, like the liberation of Wave Country, which now was an ally of Konoha. Then there was the mission to Takagakure, where Team 7 had helped Shibuki, the leader of Taki, to end an attempt of a group of rogues to take over the village. It had started as an escort mission, a low B rank to be precise, but then the team had been tasked with cleaning the river of waste and had stayed there for a little longer. Things had then developed from there and ended with the takeover attempt. It had been a really short attempt. The attackers, even if they knew their way around Taki perfectly and tried to get Shibuki to lead them to the hero water, a powerful substance with high drawbacks, hadn't counted on how high the level of Team 7 was. Sakura had taken care of anybody who had been injured by the rebels. Sasuke and Naruto had taken out the minions of the leader who had been faced by Kakashi. The whole takeover attempt had been dealt with within 15 minutes, much to the shock of Shibuki. The man had thankfully been smart enough to realize that close ties to a village that had shinobis of that level ranked as genin, fresh out of the academy genin at that, would be very smart, and had signed a new treaty as soon as he could. The next mission had been escorting a diplomat to Bird Country, only to prevent the assassination of the daimyo and returning the princess who had been sent to another country as a hostage. Naruto could only shake his head at that kind of political backstabbing. A child should grow up loved and with its family, in his opinion, and he didn't hide said opinion at all. Maybe he was harsh, but damn if he let people think that any child deserved to suffer like that. The princess seemed to wholeheartedly agree with him. Some other missions that hadn't been as spectacular had also happened, but they had improved the impression that Team 7 had all around Konoha. Now they finished their lunch and walked over to the training ground where the team battles would happen. As they had enough time, they decided to simply walk and not use the body flicker that they had learned by now. Teams 8 and 10 were already at the designated training ground. They exchanged greetings and then listened to what their senseis had to tell them. Alright, as you know, today is a team battle simulation. This means we will set up a mock mission which will include fighting for a common mission goal. Each team will get an area that they will have to defend. Inside that area is an item in a set location that contains secret information. The items can't be removed from their spots. The other two teams will try to steal the item from the other teams to get the information. Put together, the 3 pieces of information will give you the code to open a safe in which your true mission goal is held. You have to bring the content of the safe to us once you have got it. The safe is kept in the middle of the areas. You have half an hour to come up with a strategy, find your own item, and decide how to go about the overall mission. Until you get the signal to start, you aren't allowed in the other two teams' areas. Good luck. Hiranai informed them. Each team then took a map with their area and ran there. Team 7 reached their area and Naruto quickly made a dozen shadow clones to search for the item. Okay, what's the plan? Sakura asked. We first need information where the other two teams will have their item once we get ours. It's unfortunate that we can't move the item, whatever it is. It's easier to defend while moving around. Sasuke replied. Oh, we probably can still do that. We just need to set up a good decoy to our item and just take the information out of it if possible. Next to that, I will see if I can open the safe without the correct code. Nobody said that we had to have the code. Naruto said. That makes sense. We have to explore the mission parameters to the fullest without breaking the rules. Sakura realized. I can set a genjutsu around the real item to keep it hidden. On top of that, I suggest setting up fake hiding places with genjutsus to confuse the other two teams. If they notice only one genjutsu, they would know it is the hiding place. With multiple options, they can't be sure. Good idea. But we will better hide the real place by normal means and use all the genjutsu ones as decoys. That way, even if one of the other teams manages to get too close to our hiding place, they won't be able to quickly find the information, which will give us a time advantage. Sasuke said. Good, I will send transformed shadow clones into the other team's areas as soon as we get the starting signal. That way we can find out their strategies and their hiding places. Once we know which locations we need to target, we will leave our item under the protection we discussed. Perhaps it is even possible to take the information out of the item or destroy it after we read it. On top of the genjutsus, we will trap the area around each real and fake hiding place thoroughly. We don't have a time limit for this test, so we can use it. If we stop the other two teams from getting information, we can win this. Naruto added and got nods from his teammates. Then one of Naruto's shadow clones dispelled, telling him that he had found the item. Alright, let's go, Naruto said and jumped into a tree, Sasuke and Sakura closely behind him. They all heard the signal that the mission was on, and for a while nobody noticed anything. But those that had a possibility to sneak into the other's territory undetected were doing so now. That meant Shino sent his bugs out, Naruto his disguised shadow clones, and Ino possessed a mouse to go spying, while Shikamaru and Choji kept her body safe. It turned out that Shino and Naruto had the best turnout of possible hiding places for the information, as they had greater numbers of spies at their command. But, contrary to Team 7, Team 8 hadn't come up with as many decoys for their item. Sasuke, who after Naruto's clones had informed the real one where the possible locations for the item were, had sneaked into the territory of Team 8, managed to easily look through the genjutsu placed on the 2 places he found with his Sharingan, and he easily memorized the information inside the item. Naruto and Sakura were meanwhile distracting Team 8 until he could go back to them, of course using a shadow clone under transformation to look like him. The guards for the item, Kiba with Akamaru, had been easily dispatched with some of Naruto's sleeping poison senbons that he had given to Sasuke. They would be out for 10 minutes or so. Sasuke used simple stealth to get into the territory of Team 8, as using jutsus would have triggered Hinata's Byakugan or Shino's bugs. While normally Naruto was the better stealth user, with Genin as the opponent, Sasuke could easily hold his own, especially after all the additional stealth training he had done to catch up somewhat to Naruto. And considering that Shino could spread his bugs far to take out Naruto's normal clone strategy, it made sense to let them think that Naruto was trying to get their information while Sasuke did the deed. In Team 10's area, things were a bit easier, as none of them was a sensor type or a tracking type. Naruto's clone slipped past Shikamaru and Choji in the thick underbrush and went to their hiding place. Ino was still out from using her jutsu. The clone noticed several traps around the item. Well, nothing a mouse couldn't get through, and they only needed the information. They didn't need to steal it. So the clone opened the item after several failed tries and memorized the information. Then it closed the item again and dispelled. Normally Team 10 shouldn't even notice anything wrong. Sakura was fighting Hinata, trying to keep her from getting too far into their territory to see the decoys. Now their decision to make it really difficult to find their real item paid off. And by now Sakura had a way to counter Hinata's gentle fist style with the medic nin style of fighting. She dodged whenever Hinata tried to land a hit and countered with her just recently learned chakra scalpels. She had seen what Naruto could do with his version of that technique and had therefore decided that it would be a good way to defend herself. A medic mustn't fall, because if the medic fell, there was no one that could treat the team after a fight. So a major part of her medic training, coupled with the dodging exercises that Kakashi had them regularly do, had made her a really hard-to-hit target. Not that that meant that Hinata was easy to beat. No, the formerly totally shy and insecure Hyuga girl had greatly improved since the academy. Sakura knew that if Hinata landed a good hit she would be in a world of trouble. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shino were fighting to get the upper hand. Naruto, knowing about the sense of smell that the bugs used to orientate themselves, had put up several traps where pheromones of female beetles were spread around. Therefore, Shino had to override the instincts of his bugs, which cost him more concentration and chakra than normally. But he made up for that disadvantage with his chain sickle. Since Naruto had told the others what he thought would be good to include in their fighting styles, they had worked on that. Shino had turned out to have a talent for the chain sickle and used it with deadly accuracy. Hinata had learned many genjutsu from Kurenai and some ninjutsu from Kakashi when they had switched senseis for a week to profit from each Jonin's specialty training. Kakashi was the specialist for ninjutsu, Kurenai for genjutsu, and Asuma for weapons. Naruto was really happy that his comrades were getting stronger, as he knew that there were serious threats outside, waiting to attack Konoha in the very near future. If they were stronger than they would be with only their team's sensei training them, he would fully support the way this was achieved. Naruto had found out in the root archives that a group of S-ranked missing nins, including Itachi Uchiha, was taking several high-ranking missions for villages like Iwa and the smaller villages that couldn't afford to train high-ranking ninjas or who simply didn't have the means to train talented ninjas up to that level. It was concerning that a group existed that was made of such strong ninjas. If they ever decided to work against the villages, it could become a major problem. Sasuke joined the fight as soon as he returned from his mission, which meant he took the place of the transformed shadow clone, and together they forced Shino and Hinata to retreat for now. Sasuke's short, barely noticeable nod informed Naruto and Sakura that he had got the information from Team 8 and that they could now go on to open the safe. It wasn't as easy as they had hoped. While it had been no problem to get Team 10's information, Shikamaru had seemingly come up with a plan to foil any team that got the complete set of information before them. Naruto had a good counter for it though. Shikamaru was limited in the use of his shadow jutsu due to his chakra reserves. So Naruto let several of his clones be caught by the shadow while him, Sasuke, and Sakura went to open the safe to get the prize and win the mission scenario. Sasuke supported the clones with distant attacks on Team 10, forcing Choji to stay away. Ino didn't have much on the offensive part besides weapons, which Sakura made sure to deflect. Naruto, being the one with the most practice in opening safes, quickly put together the code and opened the door. Inside was a set of scrolls with elemental symbols, one for each element. He took them out and then called out to his teammates to get to the Jonins to finish the simulation. Now Team 8 was also there, trying to assist Team 10 in stopping Team 7 from winning. It was hard to fight 3 against 6, but in the end Team 7 managed to save the scrolls to the meeting point. Very well done, Team 7, you win this round. Asuma called out once Team 7 was in the safe zone. The 3 showed different states of condition. Naruto looked as if he wasn't even breathing hard, which was easy to understand considering his stamina and skill. Sasuke was looking a bit worse for wear and was sending lightning chakra over his body to shake off the last persistent bugs that Shino had managed to put onto him. Sakura looked worst of the 3, but she had the least cuts or bruises. Finally, the other 2 teams arrived. Kiba glared at Sasuke. A mark on his neck showed that he had been hit with a senbon before, on top of having some cuts and bruises. Hinata's jacket was a bit singed and Shino's showed cuts. Ino was breathing hard, Shikamaru looked exhausted, and Choji had a bruise on his cheek. This test was so unfair. Naruto could make more shadow clones than any of us were able to counter. Ino complained. We should have put that into consideration and worked together against Team 7 from the start. If we had taken out Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura together, we could have fought out who got the scrolls between us. It would have been the only way to get a chance to win this. Shikamaru analyzed. You are correct. Having Naruto on Team 7 was an unfair advantage the team had. Kakashi confirmed calmly. But this setup was so that you could try to work around it. You won't always have the advantage of being up against opponents that are roughly your own level. It can happen that missing nins join bandits or start bandit groups themselves. Especially after the bloodline purges that Kiri started, there are some former Chunin or the rare Jonin that could become your opponent on a mission. The trick to work around that is finding a weakness or overwhelming said strong opponent somehow. The genin nodded. By now they all knew that Naruto was Jonin level. He didn't lord it over them though and gave helpful suggestions how they could improve their skills themselves. It was slow going, but with the subpar training that the academy had given them over the years compared to real shinobi training, they were doing really well. Now we have planned one last scenario before we let you enter the Chunin exams in about 2 months. Kurenai said, causing them all to pay close attention to her. This will be an exercise that will put all members of your teams against Naruto. Naruto looked up surprised. Naruto, you will be given something to keep safe from them. You can use all your skills. The intention of this setup is simulating that a spy stole important information from the village. They will have to work together to catch you and retrieve the information. In the scenario, you are forbidden to use more than 5 clones at the same time to make it more realistic, because no normal spy could ever match your chakra reserves. Kurenai explained. How long do they have to find and catch me, and how long do I have to prepare for my part? Naruto asked with his mission mode voice. You get 1 week to prepare your part, Naruto. The test will start next series. They get 5 days to catch you. The Hokage has been informed about this, so we don't have to fear any interference from outside parties. Asuma explained. Alright, which area can I use? Naruto asked. The whole village, the outside training grounds and the forest around the village in a 5-kilometer diameter. You are limited to non-lethal means though. Kakashi answered, and Naruto got a mean grin on his face that let Sasuke secure a gulp. They knew that grin. He promised pain and embarrassment. The rest of the week nobody saw Naruto at all. He had been excused from his team's training to prepare for the test. While nobody had said so, it was also meant to judge Naruto's progress. The Hokage wanted to know how far Naruto had come in the 4 months under Kakashi's tutelage. The secret plan was to back the council into as many corners as possible. While the promotion to Chunin was completely in the hand of the Hokage and the judges, many of them neutral parties that would never favor one ninja over the other things were not. And the council could try to regain some power in the phase of Kakashi starting as Hokage. Not that it would work, but distracting them with Naruto's spectacular performance would be a good way to smooth things over. Naruto would also be announced as the son of the Sandaime Hokage in the finals. It would have 2 main effects. It would let Konoha look more impressive to potential customers, but also call Minato's enemies upon the boy. So Naruto needed to show that he was ready to shoulder those 2 things. For the rest of the rookie teams it would be a show of how much better Naruto was. They needed to strive to get to the same or close to the level Naruto was at now. And if they saw Naruto as a role model they would easier follow him in the future. And if they followed him and trusted him as their leader, the Hokage hoped it would bind Naruto closer to the village. There was no hope for Naruto to ever more than tolerate the majority of the civilians. They had done too much to him, but as long as the major clans were united around him, he wouldn't leave. Finally it was set and the 8 remaining rookies were assembled at Training Ground 8 with their senseis. Good morning. As you can see, Naruto isn't here because he has already started the simulation. This morning he broke into the set location for the information you need to retrieve. Your mission objective is to find as much information on Naruto as you can, track him down and get the information back. But be warned, it sounds easier than it will be. You have 120 hours, exactly 5 days from now on to fulfill your mission. We won't help you at all as we know Naruto's plan in rough. If you manage to get the information back, come to one of the meeting points, Kakashi said and handed them a piece of paper with information. This is all the information that could be collected about the theft so far. Good luck. The Jonin used the body flicker to leave. Troublesome, Shikamaru commented while looking at the piece of paper. Well, let's see the information and develop a strategy. Wait a moment, we need to make sure that nobody eavesdrops on us. There could be a transformed shadow clone of Naruto around. It's one of his favorite methods to gather information. He could also have placed seals around that let him listen into conversations. Sasuke spoke up. True, if he knew our strategy, he could easily counter it. Shino agreed and sent his bugs out. After some minutes one came back. There are no clones in a perimeter of a kilometer. But there were some seals that I don't know what they do. We better not test them. Knowing Naruto that could include something really nasty or just a prank. Sekiro said. And none of us knows enough about seals to determine what they do on time. The others nodded. So first we need to find a place where we won't be overheard. I guess there would only be one place where we could get a room that we could foolproof. The academy, Shikamaru said. Why the academy, Shikamaru? Ino wanted to know. Because Naruto wouldn't be able to foresee which room we would use and with the constant sound level there overhearing a conversation is hard. He would have to place listening devices in every room to make sure he finds out our strategy. Shikamaru answered. Okay, that makes sense, let's go. Kiba said. They took off towards the academy. Naruto sat in his hideout, listening to the conversations the others held. If only they knew. Shikamaru was right that he would resort to seals to listen in on their plans, just he didn't think about all the places where he could have placed the seals. It was really easy. Last week he had smuggled fleas into the Inuzuka compound which infected all their nin dogs. As a result all the dogs now wore flea collars until they got rid of all the fleas. In an Akamaru's collar there was a listening seal. Too small to be found and nobody would suspect a flea collar to be used to listen into conversations. It wouldn't have made sense to try and foresee the location where the others would plan. They could have gone everywhere. But by having one of the others unknowingly send him the information he was getting around that part easily. In this case the teamwork and whole group meetings would work against them. On top of that nobody would notice Akamaru's new collar easily because besides Kiba nobody came close to the dog normally. And only Shikamaru would think about it. That was once he noticed that Naruto seemed to be a few steps ahead of them all the time. The group arrived at the academy and took an unused classroom to discuss their strategy. Alright, teammate, you are the best trackers among us, how would you suggest we start? Shikamaru asked. I can send out my bugs to try and find a trail. But I suspect that they will need a long time to find him as he knows about their capabilities and is well versed in distraction techniques. I suspect that he would have taken measures to conceal his scent, so our best bet is Hinata's Byakugan to find him. Shino summed up. Naruto likes to be unpredictable. You can never predict what kind of move he will pull. The only constant in our training matches was always that he would show no mercy and end a fight when he had the chance to do so. He works efficiently, Sasuke informed the others. On top of that, he knows the village and the forest around it better than anybody. Sakura added, Naruto can vanish without a trace as far as I can tell in a split second. On top of that, he is very skilled with traps of all kinds. Keeping an eye on the shops will also do us no good because he doesn't need to go there for anything. We also have to consider his ability to turn a shadow clone into basically everything. Yes, but this wouldn't be a test for us if he didn't leave some traces to enable us to at least try to finish this mission successfully. So he must have got instructions to give us a little chance. We will split up. Hinata, Shino, and Sakura will go to the place where he stole the information from and collect any clues we can use. Kiba and Sasuke will scout inside the village for anything that could point us to Naruto. Ino and Choji will scout the forest, and I will go through all of the information we were given by our senseis. From the information Kakashi-sensei gave us on the mission parameters, Naruto will attempt to get the information out of the village within the allotted time, so we need to take that into consideration as well and watch the exits of the village. Probably placing some of Shino's bugs there to keep watch would be our best chance for now. We will meet here again in 2 hours with the first results, Shikamaru said, and the others nodded. The group soon found out that finding Naruto was really difficult. From the few clues that were left at the site of the theft, they didn't get much. But they didn't really expect much. Sakura made photos of the site to show the others in case they overlooked something important. Shino let his bugs try and find any scent or chakra traces of Naruto next to placing some strategically to guard the exits of the village. But as Shino had already expected, there were none. And the security cameras didn't show a thing about the theft. That feat was quickly solved though, as Hinata found a device with a tape that had a 4-hour sequence of the undisturbed room. As long as nobody set off the alarms, nobody would find out in time that anything was stolen. Kiba and Sasuke had split up to scout inside the village. They tried to find out if anybody had seen Naruto, but nobody had done so, and from the reactions of the civilians they were glad about it. Sasuke massively wondered about that behavior. As he hadn't done many missions inside the village for civilians, he hadn't realized that Naruto was that disliked. No wonder that Naruto hated the civilians. He would too if he was treated like this. Probably he would have already set them on fire or something like that. He didn't have much patience for idiots. But this made finding Naruto that much harder. Nobody cared to notice him even if he had been somewhere. The Hokage looked at the report he had got from one of his teams concerned. This was a serious problem. While they had by now taken care of the old Uchiha draining seals all over the village, a group of Hyugas had noticed other seals all over the village that looked much older even. He had them take care of the seals, but if anybody had managed to basically turn the village into a waiting time bomb, it was cause for immediate action. The security measures of the village couldn't be that good if this had been overlooked for so long with a whole clan of Byakugan users around. He decided to call Kakashi in. As his successor, he should be involved in trying to solve the problem. Kakashi appeared 10 minutes after the Hokage sent out the call. The Hokage activated the privacy seals around the office and sent the ANBU out. "You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, Kakashi. We have a problem at our hands that I hadn't seen before. As you know, I had members of the Hyuga clan disable the seals that originated from the old Uchiha district. During that task, they found other, older seals spread over the village, explosive seals." The Sandaime said, giving Kakashi a serious look immediately. "That's bad. How could that many seals be overlooked? That shouldn't be possible." Kakashi said, "I don't know yet, but it is a major reason for concern. I don't like the thought that people could invade Konoha by using such a trap. From examining the seals, many must have been decades old. That isn't assuring me in the village security and counter-espionage departments. The worst part is we even found masses of those seals inside the Hokage monument. The shelters for our civilians in case of emergencies are there." The Hokage said, "I see. We really need to come up with new security measures to prevent something like that from happening. I don't want to imagine what could happen if we were target of an invasion with that kind of security problem in our backs." Kakashi said, "Especially as we know from Jiraiya-sama's reports that both that Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru are up to something." "Indeed. That's why I called you here. As my successor, you should be involved in setting up new security protocols. The Chunin exams are in 1.5 months, and it will be the time we will announce you as the God-Aim Hokage, Naruto's heritage, and show all those that come to watch the finals just how strong our next generation is. We can't let anything happen then. I want the Chunin exams to be the last highlight in my career as Hokage." The Sandaime said. Kakashi nodded. "Should I call Naruto in? He is the one with the best idea of the weaknesses in our defenses from his pranks." Kakashi asked. "Excellent idea, Kakashi. But isn't he doing a test with the rookies on their tracking and capture skills?" The Hokage asked. "He is, but I have a way to contact him if necessary. He could send us a shadow clone and work as Dark Phoenix. It makes sense since including new seals into the defenses of the village would make them stronger and more unpredictable. We have to consider that we have S-rank missing ninjas out there that know a lot about our methods to protect the village after all." Kakashi said. "All right, call him." The Hokage agreed. It took an hour for Naruto in his Dark Phoenix attire to appear at the Hokage's office. "You called for me, Hokage-sama?" Naruto asked after landing in the office. "Yes, you are getting as bad as Jiraiya, always coming through the window. We need your expertise in sealing and the weaknesses of the village defenses, Dark Phoenix. The Hokage said. Okay, what's the reason that this came up? Naruto asked, intrigued. Kakashi briefed Naruto on the found explosive seals and their thoughts on the overall village security. I see. Well, first we need to change the frequency of the protective barrier around the village. Both Orochimaru and Itachi are still registered as Konoha ninjas, at least for the barrier. It wouldn't notify us if they went through it. I suggest letting Jiraiya write those seals as he has more experience which areas need to be covered and how to write the chakra signatures that are allowed inside into new seals. I would even suggest to not excluding anybody from being spotted. Everybody should trigger a message to a surveillance team. Said team can check the chakra signatures against those of out ninjas. Perhaps we could make it so that the Hokage gets a special signal so that he and an escort can pass through unbothered. That way we know immediately if anybody enters that we don't want to enter the village. Let's say we make the barrier triple layered. First layer about 10 kilometers outside of Konoha. It will be triggered by anybody nearing the village. Second layer will be 5 kilometers away from Konoha. Only our registered ninjas can pass through that layer. I suggest a seal to be carried by all ninjas on a mission that allows them to pass through that barrier unbothered. Everybody else would need to show documentation that allows them to pass through with one-time passing seals. The setup isn't too difficult. Several plants have one-way membranes in their cells. Copying the effect for a barrier is completely possible. The ninjas that went through before would have to identify themselves at the gates by a chakra identifying seal. That way nobody can slip through unnoticed even in case a Konoha team would be ambushed outside. On top, I would suggest to make sure that the walls are strengthened by similar seals like the bridge in Wave Country. It would make any attempt to bring the walls down much harder for any intruder. Right now, say Orochimaru would only need to summon some of his bigger snakes and let them crash the walls, creating a hole where attack troops could get through. Naruto listed his points. Before we can start that, we need to eliminate all spies we have in the village. Kakashi spoke up. We would waste our time if an enemy spy found out about the new measures and attacked when we took down the former barrier to replace it with a better one. The best strategic time to attack us would be the Chunin exams, as we would be forced to not only fight any attackers, but also protect our important guests. With all the guests coming in, it would also be harder to detect known hostile elements. Leave the spy elimination to me and Danzo. We can deal with those we know and have an eye on easily. After all, that's what the Root is really good at. The Hokage said and got nods from the younger two. We also need to find a way to stop aerial attacks. Some ninjas have techniques that allow them to fly over natural obstacles, and as long as they keep out of the range of the barrier, we wouldn't notice them until too late. Kakashi mentioned. True, we need to keep a corps ready at all times to fight of aerial attackers. We would need either long-range specialists or find a way to let them fly themselves. Any seal ideas on that, Dark Phoenix? The Hokage asked. HM, it might be possible. Let me sketch this up a moment. It is possible to use seals with clothes. My cloak that I have got for the Chunin exams is proof that it works, but I use my wind manipulation for that, and the cloth I had my cloak made of is really expensive and rare. Naruto mumbled, drawing calculations on a piece of paper. The material used can't be too heavy, but needs to be chakra conductive. Still, it needs to be sturdy enough to not be easily destroyed. Either nature manipulation or gravity manipulation might work. Nature would be harder as wind manipulation isn't that well trained in Konoha. But what if it was a device? The two older men looked in awe as Naruto's pen sped over the paper, writing things, drawing diagrams, crossing things out, and forming basics of a possible seal or device. All the while the blue eyes of the boy shone happily from the challenge. The hidden ANBU didn't really believe what they saw. That boy reminded them a lot of the late Yondaime when he was trying to work out how to get a seal to work while letting a shadow clone do his paperwork. Okay, I think I can get this done in about a week, Naruto finally announced. I just need one of the guarded training grounds to test it once I have built a prototype. We can arrange that, Dark Phoenix. The Hokage said. What other problems does our current security have? That the ninjas got lazy over the time we had peace. I mean, Kakashi here is the prime example. While right now he is S-ranked, he fell to average a rank from nearly S-rank after he left ANBU. He allowed his skills to deteriorate. While average a rank is still impressive, if he had had to go up against a ninja like Itachi Uchiha, he would have got his ass handed to him. And he was one of the strongest in the village while being a rank. It also is embarrassing how easily Naruto Uzumaki could do his pranks. Sure, he was hiding his real skills, but really, an academy student that was able to trick basically all the Chunin of the village when he was 8 years old. They should have been able to catch him sooner. Or later even the Jonin once he turned 10 and the Chunin didn't stand a chance anymore. Naruto pointed out the blatant incompetency of those tasked to catch him after one of his pranks. The only restriction they had was not using lethal methods and bringing him in mostly unharmed. That means they should have been able to catch him easily, if only by using basics like transformation or replacement. I mean, Uruka Yamino managed to do just fine and he is an average Chunin. Naruto didn't mention that Uruka was also a sensor and therefore able to find Naruto no matter where he hid until he figured out how to suppress his chakra. After that they had needed the Jonin. Yes, I will address that problem in the next meeting. The Hokage nodded. On top of that, you need to make it mandatory for all those with Chunin rank and higher to regularly take courses to improve their knowledge. I have seen it myself. I was allowed to do as I liked in my training and I neglected getting stronger at a certain point. While Genin have their Jonin senseis to improve their skills, mostly ninjas from clans get better techniques after making chunin. Others may have some family techniques if the families have been shinobi for a while, but otherwise the development of our forces is restricted to the clans. And some keep their members for clan business and they are only reserves for the village. Kakashi said, I mean, we could for example implement Tsunade-sama's old idea of setting up a medic program. We still have too few competent medics out there. We have many with good chakra control in the academy. It just never really leads to anything. Why not address those that have the control necessary to become medics while the children are young? Training a good medic takes time and it would actually help if we could send some of those that failed the Jonin sensei's tests, but had the control to the hospital for more training. They wouldn't become full ninjas directly, but a fully trained medic would gain the rank by passing their test. He suggested, that's actually a very good idea, Kakashi, one which is practical. The hardest part is finding ninjas that are willing to invest a lot of time in intensive study of anatomy and medicine. But if we take the graduates that fail the test for other reasons, we could build up a good base. The Hokage acknowledged. Good, I will call Jiraiya back to work out the barrier seals while you get to produce a working way for building up aerial combat devices that won't hinder any ninjas that use them. The Hokage then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, write a draft of the idea for the program and include any other ideas on how to use the potential that is currently lost to the village from the failed graduates. Until the new curriculum shows effects with the next batch, we should utilize what we already have. I want reports in 3 days. Dismissed. Both Naruto and Kakashi bowed and left the room, this time through the door. Shikamaru sat pondering the information they had collected on Naruto and the clues to the fake case they had been tasked to solve. They had now tried for 3 days to find Naruto, but had completely failed. The only positive report was that Shino's bugs hadn't noticed anything out of the norm, so it was fairly safe to say that the information was still inside the village. It was as if Naruto always knew what they had planned before they did it. They had screened the whole academy classroom for listening seals, but they had come up negative. How did Naruto know what steps they were taking? How did he listen into their discussions? After the room had turned up clean, he had the others check all their clothes and accessories. In case of the girls, even their headbands had been checked and nothing had come up. They had checked for disguised shadow clones and nothing was there. This was getting frustrating. They had all assembled to put together all information they had got. They needed to find out just how Naruto was always a step ahead of them. Alright, we know that Naruto is somehow eavesdropping into our conversations. We were all told about the fake mission 1 week before it started. As we have ruled out the location, our clothes and accessories as the base for him doing it, we must have overlooked something. We need to figure it out before planning something new. We only have 2 days left, and if we don't find the leak, we will only continue to be embarrassed by falling for his fake trails, Shikamaru declared. Ino and Sakura could only nod. They had been victims of a paint bomb trap and still had orange hair, much to their displeasure. Sasuke and Shino had fallen into itching powder traps when they had searched the old Uchiha district, thinking that the abandoned parts of the village would make a good hiding place for Naruto. It had even affected Shino's bugs, and that had made the normally stoic Aburame really annoyed. Kiba and Akamaru had been knocked out by a really bad stink bomb for half a day after they had thought that they had found a clue in a small alley. Their noses were still hurting and next to useless for them right now. Hinata had only barely avoided getting hit by a trap she set off. She didn't want to imagine the scolding she would have got from her father if she turned up with permanent wave like some of the civilians that had been caught by the smoke that had come from the seal she had overlooked until it was too late. What can we do? Shoji asked. We need to think of anything that happened during the week before the test mission that was unnormal. Anything out of the norm could have been Naruto's doing. Be it unusual visits of people at the library or somebody buying an unusual amount of supplies. We can assume that Naruto would have done that using a transformation jutsu, Shikamaru said. We checked the stores, but the only one buying more supplies were tasked by the Hokage, and that is nothing new since Dark Phoenix started equipping the village armory with seals, Sasuke said. It would be hard to separate who could have been Naruto and who were Hokage-sama's people. True, so the stores could be a lead, but hard to find out, especially with only 2 days' time, Shikamaru admitted. I don't know about anything unnormal, Kiba said. We only had another dog bring fleas into our kennels, so our dogs all got new flea collars. But that happens every few months, and after a thorough cleaning everything goes back to normal. The collars are prepared by my clan's vets and are checked to be safe. Well, somebody bought all the shampoo supplies in the village 2 days before the test started, Hinata said, surprising the others. Honestly, didn't you think that my clan with so many people with long hair would notice something like that? She asked, exasperated. Did anything come out of that, Hinata? Shikamaru asked. No, the next day the stocks had been refilled. She answered. We have also by now checked all potential hiding places that are suited for setting up a kind of base, all places that are a bit isolated, and even the complete forest area that is part of this scenario. He was nowhere, Shino stated. We are overlooking something. Just what could that be? Shikamaru pondered. What if he uses an obvious place? He can't have used any of the places that are unreachable for us, but what if he thinks that we wouldn't look in an obvious place? Sakura asked. We checked Icaracus, the Hokage monument, his apartment, the academy, and all the training grounds. Shikamaru listed. I don't know any others. And by now we should have found at least something. Shino said. Yeah, he can't sit in some hole for 5 days and not give any scent traces. He would at least need access to sanitary rooms. Otherwise tracking him would be a lot easier. Kiba added. They pondered on the issue. Naruto listened to what his comrades were thinking and got a good laugh out of it. One moment he thought that Shikamaru might get the right conclusion about the flu collars, but thankfully Kiba had told that it wasn't unnormal for it to happen. He had based his plan on that information. It could easily happen that a stray dog brought fleas to the Inuzuka compound, or that a dog caught some on a mission that weren't noticed before the dogs returned to the clan compound with their partners. He had intentionally sent a squirrel with fleas into the compound and the dogs had chased it all around. That a stray with more fleas had turned up had been lucky on his part. Therefore the whole compound had been infested and needed to be cleaned. And sneaking inside after the collars had been checked to be handed out the next morning had been easy. One transformation into a mouse and Akamaru's collar got a listening seals in miniature version. He was really proud of that creation. The seal was only as big as his little finger's nail. It blended perfectly with the enzymes the Inuzukas used to get rid of the fleas. If the others only knew how he fulfilled the part of regularly being in public. The mission parameters he had included that he had to be out of any hiding place he used for at least 4 hours a day. Well, he was out more than that. One of the Hokage's usual assistants had come down with the stomach flu and Naruto had taken over his place. So if the others didn't check with the hospital and cross-reference the ninjas in every department with patients, they wouldn't find him. That was the one true big clue he left for them to find him. So far they hadn't thought of that. Well, they were rookies. The time was up and the rookies hadn't managed to find Naruto. They were disappointed about that, but assembled at the meeting point. Their senseis were present. The group gave a sorry image. Naruto did strike massively one last time with a prank before the time was up. Now Choji and Ino resembled yellow chickens having feathers glued to them all over. The glue seemed to be resistant to any way of getting rid of it. Shikamaru sported a red afro. Shino's face was black with orange dots letting him look like a big bug. Kiba and Akamaru were scratching themselves. Hinata's normal clothes were exchanged with a tight pink spandex and Sasuke and Sakura had orange glitter all over them. Well, it doesn't seem like you were successful. Asuma commented. No, we weren't. Ino admitted grumbling. Just how did he manage to hide that perfectly and target us with the pranks? Well, Naruto will be here soon, so we will start discussing his strategy and your mistakes once he is here. Hironai said. She was a bit disappointed. Her team specialized in tracking. That they hadn't managed to find Naruto at all meant that they needed a lot more work. Asuma thought similarly. His team specialized in information gathering and should have found out more. Kakashi knew that Sasuke and Sakura, while they knew more about Naruto than others, didn't even scratch any real knowledge about him. They had never even bothered to learn more about their blonde teammate. Well, the rookies would learn a lot this afternoon, that much was sure. Naruto appeared in the middle of the group with a cloud of smoke grinning massively, obviously enjoying the looks he got from his prank comrades. Well, I guess I won this round. He commented, chuckling about the grim and sometimes enraged looks on the others' faces. Alright, Naruto, do you want to do the debriefing here or in another place? Kakashi asked. They were in a classroom at the academy at the moment. No, here is perfect. Everybody sit down, take out your notebooks and pens and listen. He said seriously, turning to the group. There were 2 major reasons you didn't even find a trace of me the past 5 days. First, let me start with my mission parameters. I had to be out in public, meaning in a public building, the streets of Konoha or the forest for at least 4 hours every day. Second, I could only use 5 clones at the same time. Third, I was limited to non-lethal countermeasures to your attempts to find me, which the ones that were caught in my prank traps can attest to. Think what would have happened if I had been able to use lethal traps and you know one of your major problems. You didn't take all possible safety precautions you could. He could see Ino gulp thinking what might have been and some others were also looking pale. Next to that you disregarded preparation. You should have been on guard from the moment I got the get-go. You could have watched out for anything that could have been part of my plans. I had much too easy a time to get everything set up. A ninja never plays fair but uses all ways he has to achieve his goal. So you trying to spy on my moves or setting up countermeasures to something you knew would happen was stupid to the extreme. The 3 Jonin nodded, confirming that statement. It would be a negative part of their reports. From what you were told when the mission started, I was an enemy spy who had stolen important information from the village that couldn't be allowed to fall into enemy hands. You had been told that the Hokage had closed off all normal communication lines, so I needed to get out of the village myself. Normally, that is. I got the information out the second day. Naruto said, shocking the others. It was fairly simple. I know all the Genin teams in Konoha. I simply disguised 4 of my shadow clones as a Genin team tasked to capture Tora. They got out of the village easily by simply complaining about having to catch the demon cat again. Boom, the information was out of the village. I deposited the scroll in a hollow tree 3 kilometers outside of the village. To make my cover believable, I had a transformation seal make a stone look like Tora and let them return. Nothing out of the norm, but highly effective. The next part was finding me. Well, I was always a step ahead of you, because I had the perfect spy in your middle. Naruto said, causing outcries. He chuckled. I find it funny that Shikamaru didn't think of it. Kiba actually gave him the information he needed. I feared for a moment that he would realize how I listened into all of your conversations. It's the flue collar, Shikamaru said. Troublesome. Correct. On Akamaru's flue collar is a miniature seal that transferred everything you spoke about 5 meters around him to me, which was especially useful as the ones mostly tasked with tracking me were Shino, Hinata, and Kiba. As fleas in the Inuzuka compound are a regular occurrence, I could use the standard response of the clan to my advantage in this training mission. I simply sent a squirrel with fleas into the compound and only had to wait for the collars to be handed out. I know each clan compound from my pranks, so sneaking inside transformed as a small animal was easy. Naruto explained how he had placed the listening seal. From this you should learn to never discard any kind of information. The most regular thing can be a hint. For example, I was one of the Hokage's assistants that bought ordered materials to get the things I needed for the mission. And my hiding spot was in the Hokage Tower. Naruto told them. What? But how did you manage to do that unnoticed? Ino cried out. I observed the assistants in the tower for a whole week. I did the same with the hospital and library personnel, by the way. We always have somebody who is injured or sick. And I only needed to put a harmless drug into the food of one of the assistants in the tower and I had a position I could take over. Something you could have found out had you cross-referenced the patient lists of the hospital with the list of ninjas in the public places. You knew that I had to appear there for some hours, so it should have been one of the first things you did. While you sent Shino to the library and Hinata to the hospital, you forgot the Hokage Tower. None of you looked there the whole 5 days. You can't exclude any place just because people there should notice an imposter. To be honest, the Hokage will get a report about how his assistants that normally work there didn't realize that I was an imposter. The only one that did was Danzo Shimura, and he complimented me on my great disguise. Naruto said. The 3 senseis didn't look happy hearing that news. If Naruto could get away for 5 days working at the tower, there needed to be better training of intruder detection. Now, while I was restricted to 5 clones at every time of the day, that didn't restrict me as much as people might think it would. After all, while I slept, my clones could still set up traps and lay false trails. That way you were kept busy, Naruto said. But where were you resting? Shikamaru asked. I can understand how you managed to blend in with the personnel at the Hokage Tower if you managed to impersonate one of the assistants perfectly. We would never have noticed if those that normally work there didn't. But you needed to sleep at least 4 hours each day to function. That's easy as well. You know about the resting rooms for those that are working shifts in the Hokage Tower and the hospital. I simply used one of them. I only needed to divide off a small area of the room by using standard disguise equipment like a wall-colored cloth and a bit of wire to hide my resting place. I didn't need to worry about a bathroom as I could simply use the one at the tower in my regular breaks. As for food, I had everything I needed sealed up in scrolls before I started this mission. After all, supplies for 5 days aren't hard to store. And if I really needed anything I didn't calculate for, I could send a transformed clone to a shop. There are so many ninjas or civilians that live in Konoha that no shop owner would have noticed anything. Naruto answered. The important part of my techniques to stay hidden is that I didn't use anything besides basic academy knowledge. Naruto stated. But your seals clearly aren't academy knowledge. Kiba protested. Sealing scrolls are covered in 3rd year of the academy and are available at every shinobi supplies shop. Naruto countered. Listening devices can also be bought there if you are at least genin and are preparing for a mission. You only need to show the permission slip from the Hokage. For this mission I didn't draw one seal myself, I got them all from the shops. The listening seal I used is a new seal that the Hokage gave permission to use. Every single one of those seals is tracked by a special division of the village security teams. I use stealth, clones, transformations, scent erasing techniques, diversion tactics, and everything I found useful in the academy curriculum. Well, the curriculum that was used in war times, that is. I never learned the peacetime curriculum because I think that it is a waste of time. Kakashi nodded, knowing what Naruto was talking about. Well, after Naruto now explained how he managed to win this scenario and how you failed the mission, let's go over how you go about a mission like this. Kakashi started and Naruto took a seat while Kakashi went to the front. This scenario was set up that you only had a small chance to pass it. The genins were outraged hearing this. Why would you set us up for a failure? Kiba shouted. To prevent you from dying in the field. Kakashi said seriously, shutting them all up instantly. Kurenai, Asuma and I noticed that some of you were getting overconfident in your new abilities combined with your clan abilities. Overconfidence is one of the major causes for fresh ninjas being killed on missions. Another is false information. Team 7 has told you how our mission to Wave Country got upgraded from a C rank to an A rank. Normally we would have returned to Konoha after we found out that the client had lied about the mission parameters, but it wasn't an option because it would have given a crime lord a hold in a country that is close to Fire Country's borders. On top, the people of Wave Country were in danger of starving or being killed by an oppressor. That is a kind of mission Konoha won't refuse to do. He looked at each of the genin. Normally I would have waited for backup to arrive after the demon brothers of Kiri appeared, but as I knew that technically my team didn't consist of 3 green genin, but a technical jonin, a genin with low chunin level skills and a genin level kunoichi, I could justify continuing the mission. Had I done that with a real green team, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would probably have died when we encountered Zabuza Mamachi. There are reasons why certain missions are given to certain ranks. You may complain about the D-rank missions, but they have their reason in training you to work together with your teammates, train your bodies, and give the village an easy source of income. The type of fake mission you were confronted with the past 5 days was what normally would have been classed as a B rank depending on how dangerous Naruto's role would have been classified. It could have been in a rank. Normally only experienced Chunin or Jonin get that kind of mission. It is dangerous to try and rat out a spy, even if Naruto intentionally gave a hint which disguise he had taken. What would you have done if your orders had been to infiltrate a village without leaving any traces, Naruto? Kakashi asked. I would have spied through liberal use of shadow clones 2 weeks prior to infiltrating the village, checking out whom I could easily impersonate. I wouldn't choose a high-ranking member of the village, I would use somebody who is an everyday character. Somebody who wouldn't be missed immediately. Normally I would have first captured said person, interrogated him or her for normal behavior, quirks and the like, then I would have sealed him up in a prisoner scroll. I would have taken the person's place, let my clones collect information in the important areas of the village, and after a while I would have left the village, letting a clone take my place for 2 days until I was a good distance away. After that I would let the clone free my prisoner whom I would have used a memory seal on and have my clone dispel. Naruto told his standard strategy. Very good, Naruto. How do you counter being detected? Kakashi asked. Several ways. If I have the information, I use the hunter teams to get out of the village after making them believe I got away with important information. Hunters operate in teams of 4, but normally split up at some point, which would be a perfect opportunity to get away from me. If I don't have the information, I set up a decoy and take another identity. My special form of transformation can't be detected even by sensor ninjas. I would speed up the information gathering process if possible. If not, I would use several decoy attacks to stretch the village troops away from the information I want. The village by that point already knows that a spy is somewhere, but finding said spy if you can't be sure how he looks is really hard. Naruto answered. Kakashi nodded. The others were intrigued by how much Naruto seemed to know about that kind of mission. How do you know so much about infiltration missions, Naruto? Hinata asked. How do you think I managed to do my pranks? I have years of experience in this field of expertise. Naruto answered. You can't get away with as many pranks as I did if you don't have reliable information. But you were always caught, Choji said. For 20% of everything I really did, Choji, I got away with 80% of my pranks because there was no proof I did it. And not everything I did was flashy. Some things were more subtle. Certain streaks of bad luck were caused by me. Naruto replied. And I would like to add that by the time he was 10 we needed Jonin to catch him after a prank that was flashy. Asuma mentioned. We should have noticed it then. Nobody wanted to notice it, Asuma-sensei. Naruto countered. After all, I was the dead last. He said, punctuating the dead last part. The briefing changed the Genin's outlook on their missions a lot. Finally it was time for the Chunin exams to begin. The Sandaime Hokage had assembled all the Jonins of the village to get the teams that would participate nominated. Well, we will start with the new Genin. Technically each Genin that has done a minimum of 8 missions can be nominated. Normally of course they would have done more. The Hokage said. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma stepped forward, Kakashi looking smugger than usual. The Hokage knew that last night Kakashi had won the bet whose team would collect most points over the span of 6 months. It was only by 2 points, but he had won. Sakura had beaten Choji and surprisingly Shino in their last one-on-one spars. Sasuke beat Hinata and Shikamaru while Naruto took out Ino and Kiba. All the teams had developed exceptionally and he had no doubt that they would all be nominated. Kurenai was first. Kurenai Yugui, sensei of Team 8, consisting of Shino Aburame, Kiba and Yuzuka and Hinata Hyuga recommend these 3 under the name of Kurenai Yugui to take the Chunin exams, she said, making the confrontation sign. Asuma followed. Asuma Sarutobi, sensei of Team 10, consisting of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi nominate these 3 under the name of Asuma Sarutobi to take the Chunin exams, he said using the same sign. Kakashi gave the Hokage a look and got a nod. It was time to reveal some secrets. Kakashi Haddock, sensei of Team 7, consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Namikaze. A loud intake of breath from nearly all Jonin was heard, but Kakashi ignored it. Nominate these 3 under the name Kakashi Haddock to take the Chunin exams. What do you mean, Namikaze? He can't be Yondaime-sama's son. One man called out enraged. I think I would know my sensei's only son, Jiichi, Kakashi said coldly. He is finally ready to take up his heritage. I have trained him to the best of my ability for the last 6 months to be ready, as I know that Iwa and possibly Kumo might try to assassinate him once his identity is known. Why do you think no spy was capable of getting a good picture of Naruto for their bingo books after our Wave Country mission? That shocked the Jonins. Only Asuma seemed relaxed. I should have made a bet, I would have won a lot of money, Asuma said, chuckling. I figured you had figured it out by now. You were the one to test him after all, Kakashi said. I would be a lousy Jonin if I hadn't noticed the similarities in the fighting styles, Asuma confirmed. This is all well, but we need to continue with the nominations. The Hokage said. Of course, Hokage-sama. I, Gaimedo, sensei of Team 9, consisting of the youthful Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga and Tenten Jackanato, nominate my 3 youthful students to take the Jonin exams. I continued giving the nice guy pose at the end. The senseis that wanted to nominate their teams followed one after the other, none of them as exuberant as Guy though. Good, then we have 29 teams taking the exams. I expect all of your students to represent Konoha worthwhile. Now on to the next topic. As you probably have heard by now, I will step down again after the Chunin exams. As they will start in exactly 7 days from now, I will tell you now who I have chosen as the Godame Hokage. The Sandaime said. This got the full attention of all Jonin. They had waited a whole month since the news had broken through that the professor wanted to retire again. The name has been kept a secret until now, as my successor had an important task to fulfill which will end after the finals of the Chunin exams. At least to the point where he needs to put his full attention into it. Kakashi, step forward. The Hokage called and Kakashi stood by the Hokage's side. I have chosen Kakashi Haddock, student of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, to become the Godame Hokage. Until the finals, this information is classified to be known only to the ANBU and Jonin. As you have probably noticed, Kakashi has gained S rank in every bingo book by now, which was something I told him to do before taking over the hat from me. His second objective was to train his team to a point where they can safely take up missions on their own after he took over as Hokage. The Hokage explained. Many nodded, seeing the sense in the decision to wait with the announcement for those reasons. Over the next month I will let Kakashi take over more and more of my duties. As his team will be busy with the Chunin exams, there won't be a problem. For his students, we have already ensured that they get the best teachers possible to prepare them if they manage to get through the first 2 parts of the exams, which if they perform like they did on their missions so far, shouldn't be a problem. The Hokage told the others. Hokage-sama, how strong are they if you are so sure that they will pass? Ayaba asked. Let me answer this please. Kakashi asked the Hokage. Of course, Kakashi. The Hokage said. Well, most of you should have heard of some of the missions my team has done so far. By now Sakura is a capable field medic and aspiring to become one of the best medic nins there are. She is a solid Chunin level Kunoichi, which I wouldn't have expected in the beginning because she was a horrible fangirl. Thankfully I managed to break her out of that phase. Sasuke is also a solid to high Chunin level. He now has his superiority complex under control, which was a major issue in the beginning. I had to literally beat it out of him or let Naruto do it. Naruto is Jonin level, Kakashi stated and was interrupted. Kakashi, why didn't the boy try and graduate early with that level of strength? I mean, being Jonin level with 12 shows some serious talent. Genma asked. Because the village sabotaged him too much. Naruto feared that if he wasn't clearly above Genin level when he graduated, he would be failed on purpose and be placed under the mercy of the civilian council again. So he hid his true abilities to pass as the dead last of his class to be put on Sasuke's team, as he was sure that it would be the one team that wouldn't be allowed to fail. Kakashi answered. I want you to be aware that Naruto holds little love for the village. I spent the last 6 months trying to give him bonds to the village so that if Hokage-sama one day dies of old age or other reasons, Naruto would still stay loyal to Konoha. If I had failed, we would have had an enemy at our hands worse than Itachi Uchiha. This made many gasp. Itachi was legendary, and to think Naruto was stronger than him was a major strike. As the future Hokage, I expect all ninjas to treat Naruto as what he is, a comrade. Naruto isn't his prisoner and has never harmed anybody that hasn't harmed him. But make no mistakes, Naruto won't take any abuse from the village. He is willing to treat all ninjas neutrally at least, and those that prove to him that they deserve it nicely. On top, I hope I made it clear that I don't want Sasuke to fall back into old bad habits. Treat him like every other ninja. My students are all trained to respect their superiors, but they will question all orders that they think are stupid or will harm the village. They will be polite about it, but they won't simply accept any information as absolute. They will also interpret their orders to suit them best to fulfill their missions. Kakashi informed them. He got nods from the other Jonins. They had heard how hard he had trained with his team. He was giving Guy a run for his money as the hardest teacher in the physical aspect. Good, now that you have an idea what my successor has done the last months, everybody except Kakashi and the ones that are responsible for the Chunin exams is dismissed. Remember that the information about what you heard here except for the nominated teams is confidential. In particular, that means Kakashi being the Godame and Naruto being the Yondaime's son. The Hokage said, and most of the group left. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura sat at training ground 7, reading a scroll each. Kakashi had told them to wait for him here and that he didn't know how long the meeting he had to go to would take. So they had brought a scroll on skills they wanted to train next each. Sakura was about to advance to the 3rd level of her medical training and read up on the theoretical skills that she would need to learn the next practical skills. So far she had learned the mythical hand jutsu and how to set broken bones. On top of that she had lean chakra scalpels. Next would be techniques to get rid of basic poisons, and they were tricky, so she wanted to be absolutely sure with her knowledge to impress her teachers at the hospital. Sasuke was reading up on lightning manipulation. He had mastered fire manipulation a month ago and had trained to perfect his fire jutsus till now. His repertoire of jutsus now held 10 fire jutsus including fire clones, which had been hard to learn. But it wasn't a B-rank technique for nothing after all. Naruto read about combinations with his summons. Jiraiya had written a letter telling him that he would take over his training for the month between the second and third rounds of the Chunin exams and work with him on those combination attacks. They had been reading for an hour now when Kakashi appeared with his normal body flicker. Sorry for the delay, but Hokage-sama had some important announcements to make and there were some explanations given to the Jonin in the meeting. Kakashi said, I see you used the time productive. I will be straight to the point. I have nominated you 3 for the Chunin exams that will start in 7 days at 10 in the morning here in Konoha. The 3 smiled hearing that. They had known that the exams were coming up and to be nominated this early was a sign that their sensei trusted them to be able to do well in them. Considering his high expectations for them every day, he would never have let them take them if he wasn't convinced that they had a chance for promotion. Naruto, please set a privacy seal up, Kakashi said seriously. Naruto nodded, took a sealing scroll from his pouch and unsealed a batch of pre-made seals. He placed them all around their team and then activated them. There is one thing you need to be aware of. Naruto, as planned we have decided that you will take the exams under your true name, Kakashi said and got a nod from Naruto. His true name? But you said he is an Uzumaki. I looked his clan up and it fit with what you told us about them, Sakura said confused. Uzumaki was my mother Kushina's maiden name. I got her name after she and my father died to protect me from my father's enemies until I was ready to deal with them. My true name is Naruto Namikaze. I am the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, Naruto explained. Sakura looked absolutely shocked, Sasuke not so much. You suspected it, Sasuke? Naruto asked, interpreting his teammate's face correctly. Since after the Wave Country mission, while Kakashi-sensei mentioned how many Yamanakas lost their lives thanks to Iwa hating the Yondaime and telling that thanks to your hair color you could become a target for the Iwa ninjas were faced, I was curious if there wasn't more to it. I took a good look at the picture of the Yondaime Hokage in the Hokage's office when we returned and there are many similarities between you two. For one, your hair and your eye color, but also your affinities and your talent with sealing. Combine that with the interest the Yondaime's teacher Jiraiya and his student Kakashi had show in your development, not to mention the Hokage himself, and it was a safe bet to say you were his hidden son or at least nephew. Sasuke pointed out. That information shouldn't be a secret for long, so I wanted to inform you early on to prepare you. There will be a huge outcry in the village as soon as the information spreads, which will be in a week when the exams start. All the Jonin were sworn to secrecy about certain points including Naruto's identity until the Hokage releases them, which will be when the participants for the final round are decided. The exams traditionally consist of 3 parts. I won't tell you what they are, that would be an unfair advantage. I will just say that you need to remember everything I taught you in the last 6 months. Additionally, I want you to show what you have learned. No matter if you manage to get promoted, which I think is absolutely possible for all of you, after the exams you will be taking more missions without me as I will be taking over as Yondaime Hokage after the finals, Kakashi said. He and the Hokage had decided that Kakashi's students deserved to be informed about this before going into the exams so that they knew that Kakashi's reputation would be massively influenced by their performance in the exams. You're going to be the Yondaime, sensei? Sakura asked surprised, and this time only Naruto wasn't surprised. Sasuke was impressed that his sensei would become Hokage in a little over a month. Naruto only smiled, having known about the plan, even if the Sandaime and Kakashi hadn't known that he knew. Yes, I will. I am one of the strongest ninjas we have in the village, and as the Sannin don't want to become Hokage, well, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama that is, I was chosen. Kakashi confirmed with an eye smile. I'm sure you'll do a good job, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said smiling. Dad would be proud of you. Thank you, Naruto, Kakashi said touched. Alright, while you can't tell anybody that I am going to be Hokage yet, I will make sure that you will represent me accordingly. So we will go over all the important things for the exams. I have arranged for you to live together for the next week so that your teamwork will be at its best. Don't worry, you get separate rooms. While I know that you can work together well enough, I know that you aren't that close to each other. And I'm not crazy enough to force you to sleep in the same room if it isn't strictly necessary. That was a massive relief for his students. Over the next week, Kakashi drilled his 3 students in Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Genjutsu detection and dispelling, strategy, survival techniques, and teamwork. By the end of the week they were completely prepared for anything they might have to do in the exams. They went home for the last night before the exams. Sakura had to bite her tongue to not tell her mother that her sensei was the next Hokage, but she had been strictly forbidden to do so. And on top she had realized that her mother's ideas of how a ninja should work were complete rubbish. While her mother was fully supportive about her plans to become the greatest medic nin since Tsunade, as she saw it as a much nobler kind of ninja than the brawlers as she called it, she still had it out for Naruto. Wouldn't she be surprised once the information that Naruto was the Yondaime Hokage's only son hit the village? Naruto meanwhile stocked his 2 hip pouches with all the things he would need in the exams. Thanks to his sealing abilities, his thigh pouches could hold double the number of shuriken and senbons respectively. Same was true for his hip pouches. With all his specializations he needed more supplies than fit into normal pouches. His new cloak would be introduced in the finals. He was sure that he would make it there. It would be really embarrassing if he didn't pass while having Jonin level skills. And as far as he knew, the first 2 parts were team tests. and as little as he liked his teammates, he knew they were reliable now. Sasuke also prepared his equipment for the next day. He knew that a lot rode on his team's performance. To think that he had been trained by the future god Hokage made him review his time on Team 7. He had to admit that he was really glad that his sensei and his teammate Naruto had broken him out of his former funk. He had hindered himself with his behavior and had let idiotic civilians fill his head with hot air. While he still wanted to find Itachi, now he wanted to question him about the massacre first. With him getting better at meditation techniques, he had also remembered that Itachi had cried the night of the massacre. And that didn't sit right with him. He would get strong enough to catch Itachi and force him to tell him the truth. If he had simply been an arsehole and a traitor, he could still kill him after pumping him for all information he had. Naruto walked through the village, his last purchase safely stored in his hip pouch. He had bought a week's supply of energy bars at Jackanado's. It was better to have some nutritious food in reserve in case you couldn't hunt or cook safely. And the forest of death was merciless, as he knew from pilfering the dead genin that had been in previous tests. When he walked back towards his home, he was passed by the Hokage's grandson Konohamaru and his two friends Mogi and Udon. He knew them briefly, as he had met Konohamaru once when he had tried to defeat his grandfather to become Hokage. Naive, but Naruto could understand that the boy wanted to be seen for himself. What he didn't like was that the brat was spoiled to think that nobody would hurt him just because he was the Hokage's grandson. Suddenly he heard a pain cry and decided to better look what was up. So close to the start of the Chunin exams, he didn't want to risk any problems because a brat couldn't keep his mouth shut, and that cry had sounded like Konohamaru. When he rounded the corner, he saw that he had been right. Konohamaru was held up by his shirt by a black-clad Suna ninja. Considering the bandaged bundle on his back and his attire, Naruto suspected that he was a puppeteer, one of the famous abilities Suna taught to his ninjas. The blonde girl with the 4 ponytails had a war fan on her back and probably used wind-style jutsus with it. That could be dangerous if she was good at using it. "That hurt you, brat," the boy in black said. "Let me down, don't you know who I am?" Konohamaru shouted. "I don't care, but I think you need to learn a lesson in manners." The boy said. "Kankuro, let him down, we don't want problems." The girl said. Naruto noticed that she was quite pretty. He guessed that she was a few years older than him. "The brat is asking for it, Temari," the now identified Kankuro replied. Naruto of course knew their names. Temari and Kankuro were children of the Yondaime Keisuke. That meant that Gaara, their youngest brother who was the Jinchuriki of Shukaku, was probably also here. Interesting. He decided to get Konohamaru bailed out. "Please let the brat down, we don't want to provoke an incident before the Chunin exams start, right?" He spoke up, addressing Kankuro. The two Suna genin looked at him. Naruto noticed a small blush on Temari's face and he smiled winningly at her, intensifying the blush. "I don't really know what happened, but he is only a child, so you shouldn't get worked up over whatever mishap he was involved in," Naruto said, walking up to them calmly. "The brat ran into me not looking where he went and then had the gall to demand that I apologize to him," Kankuro stated. Naruto just shook his head. "I see. I apologize for his bad manners and I will make sure to bring it up with his grandfather, the Sandaime Hokage. And you can be sure that I will make sure that you get punished for this, Konohamaru. You should be ashamed to make such a bad impression on the children of the Yondaime Keisuke. By the way, you can come out of the tree. I doubt you will get a good show now," Naruto called out. The others looked up to the tree and saw a red-haired boy hanging upside down on a tree branch. He raised an eyebrow and then used a sand body flicker to appear next to the group. "You are good," the boy commented. "Kankuro, let the boy go, we will leave this matter to Konoha to resolve. It's not worth our time to deal with snot-nosed brats." "I am not a brat," Konohamaru protested, only to get bunked over the head by Naruto. "You are a brat. Now apologize to Kankuro for running into him while not looking where you ran." Geez, the old man really needs to talk to Abisu again about filling your head with nonsense. If you ever really want to become Hokage, you need to stop thinking you are the top of the world. Only hard work will bring you where you want to be," Naruto stated. Konohamaru looked completely caught off guard that somebody really told him off for his behavior. "I would like to know your name." "I am Gaara Sabaku," Gaara addressed Naruto. "You seem really well informed." "My name is Naruto Namikaze. I assume you are their younger brother, the third child of the Yondaime Keisuke." Naruto replied. "Namikaze," Temari gasped. "Like the Yondaime Hokage. He was my father," Naruto confirmed. There was no need to keep his identity a secret anymore. It would come out tomorrow anyway. "Are you taking the Chunin exams as well?" Gaara wanted to know. "Yes, my sensei nominated my team," Naruto confirmed. "I look forward to facing you. If you are anywhere as good as your father was, you will be a worthy opponent, Naruto." Gaara said. "I look forward to seeing your strength too, Gaara. I will take my leave, I need to get the brat back to his grandfather." "Kankuro, Temari, nice to meet you." Naruto gave both a nod and then turned around and gathered the children and went away. It was 9:30 and Team 7 stood outside of the academy building. Their strategy was to not give too much away about their abilities, but also not shrinking away from a conflict if provoked, though they would avoid unnecessary fights. Intimidation worked mostly much better than wasting energy before a test. They walked up 2 floors and found a big group of people trying to get past 2 other genins that seemed to block the room, trying to keep the competition out. Naruto signaled the others quickly to ignore the whole thing and walked on. Why would they put such a stupid genjutsu on the door? Sasuke asked. It was too easy to spot. Yeah, I mean, everybody with a bit of common sense should know that room 301 was on the 3rd floor, not the 2nd. Sakura agreed. I guess it is the first obstacle in the exams. Noticing the genjutsu. After all, if a ninja can't spot something as obvious as that, he doesn't deserve to become Chunin. Naruto stated and got nods from his teammates. They proceeded to the real room 301 and opened the doors. They noticed that a lot of genin had already found their way here and were now trying to intimidate the opposition. Not that it would work on Team 7. The killing intent of the other participants was pathetic compared to what they had dealt with in their training. Over the next half hour, more and more teams trickled into the room. Kiba caused a little commotion, greeting Teams 7 and 10 loudly. Naruto could only shake his head. Kurenai still didn't manage to calm the boy down. He had thought that after the wake-up call mission that he had performed against the other rookies, they would work more on their flaws. Okay, perhaps it was just Kiba. He could sense that Shikamaru was much more serious than before and was observing the competition. Seemingly he had realized what being unprepared and not thinking about every little clue could cost you. Shino also was aware of his surroundings, and Hinata seemed to have grown more confident and determined again. She had got away lightly during the mission and had even managed to escape a trap. Though he had to admit she looked good in tight clothes. Though no spandex like the ones he had put into all the wardrobes in the Hyuga compound that day to force her to wear it to the meeting. That the other Hyugas had to run around in them before they could get new clothes was only an added bonus. It had improved their security measures next to the ones that the Hokage had ordered all clans to set up. Naruto had to grin about that. He liked being allowed to prank some stuck-up people to point out flaws in their security measures. While everything going on in the village had been kept a close secret, the clans didn't like to have flaws pointed out. It damaged their standing. Concerning Kiba's behavior, well, at least he wasn't an easy target to take out. An older genin called Kabuto came up and told them to be quieter. He then offered, as a veteran of the exams, to give them a little head up with his ninja info cards, which reacted to only his chakra. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Nobody would willingly give up valuable information in a test that was meant to be a competition among all the teams taking the test. Sharing with your teammates, okay, that was normal, but with people he didn't ever meet before, even if they were from the same village. He would have to keep an eye on this Kabuto Yakashi. He knew that he was on the list of suspected spies based on some irregularities in their files. Danzo had said that Kabuto had been recruited by Root when he had been younger, but there were some holes in his reports. Those could have been caused by Kabuto simply having to be careful while being deep cover, but it could also mean that somebody else had got to him and turned him into a traitor. Ino took the chances did Kiba to get more information. Thankfully nobody asked about his information. It would be nice to keep a little surprise for later. He only interfered when the team from Oto attacked Kabuto. No matter how suspicious the guy was, for now he was a Konoha shinobi, and that counted higher than shinobi from other villages. So 3 quick senbons later, the Oto shinobi experienced the same feeling that Sakura and Ino had had the day the genin teams had been announced. 5 minutes of being paralyzed. I don't know what your sensei taught you, but it is unwise to attack a ninja from another village before the real test for your promotion has even started. Especially when there are many more ninjas from the village of the ninja you attacked. That doesn't show Chunin qualities in my eyes, Naruto stated calmly. Many now looked at him with interest. He simply needed to flare his killing intent a little to make sure they knew not to mess with him. His tactic was intimidation right now, not searching attention, but using it when he had it anyway to his advantage. Thankfully the attention was soon turned to the front of the room where the proctors had appeared. The Oto genin only unfroze once it was time to draw numbers to determine the seat assignments for the written test that they had to do. They threw Naruto glares but kept quiet. The proctor Ibiki Morino gave them the rules for this test, and Naruto had to hand it to the man. He was good at what he did. His intimidation methods worked really well. Naruto had a look at the questions that needed to be answered and immediately noticed that they were far above genin or chunin level. Probably Sakura and Shikamaru were the only ones capable of answering these questions right now, which meant that this test had a hidden meaning, probably information gathering. Well, that was coincidentally just his specialty. That and taking out competition. Naruto produced 4 already transformed shadow clones, Seal and Smokeless, and set them to work. The easiest way was turning them into flies. One found a planted chunin in the room and watched from the shoulder and dispelled after memorizing the answers. The other 3 were doing a bit of sabotage. After all, if you burned or shredded somebody else's test, that team was unable to continue. And retaliation was hard in this setup. So using some basic techniques like the one to start campfires or basic wind manipulation, Naruto disqualified 7 teams. It added to the stress level of the others in the room. Ibiki seemed to be strangely pleased. Finally, the 45 minutes until the last question was asked were over. And of course they got a new set of rules that increased the massive stress level again. Confronted with the choice to take the question and risk staying a genin for the rest of your life if you answered wrong, or quitting together with the rest of your team and try again in 6 months, Naruto was surprised how many weak-willed candidates had survived this far. Once one had broken, there was a stream of others following behind. Naruto could only shake his head, especially at the foreign candidates. Promotions were handled by each village individually, and many ninjas got their promotions in the field. There simply was no way that with an average of 8 to 10 finalists in each Chunin exam the villages could cover their need of qualified soldiers. The exams were just the best opportunity to show off the abilities of the ninjas in a village. After some, for most, nerve-wracking minutes there were no more that wanted to quit. Naruto had been sure that neither Sasuke nor Sakura would bail out. They were ready and they were the students of the next Hokage. No way that they would quit over something they were sure they could pass. Ibiki tried one last time to get more people to give up, but realized that the rest would take his question. He declared that they had all passed and listed the reasons why the test had been built like it had been. Naruto had to admit it was a good way to filter those of weak determination out. He could also see that Ibiki was keeping a close look on him. Did he figure out that he had been behind the sabotage? Well, no matter, Team 7 was going into the second round now. Now he only needed to make sure that each of the interesting remaining candidates got a seal that let him listen into their plans. He simply loved Fuinjutsu. Naruto signaled his two teammates that he needed to talk to them before going into the next test. So they used the time they had to get to training ground 44 to discuss a few things. Okay, I think the next part is survival against the other teams. I already sent some disguised shadow clones out to tag the interesting candidates with listening seals. That way we get an advantage, Naruto told them. Good thinking, Naruto. So we probably will be able to know the other team's plans, if they target us directly, and if they do we can turn them against our attackers. Sasuke analyzed. Yes, now we need to ensure that we can identify each other in case we get separated in a fight. Take these, he said and handed each a small seal tag. Put them on a part of your body and the seal will connect to your chakra. Best would be a part that can't be seen by any others. So under your sleeve or pants leg is a good place for example. The seal tags are connected and will last 2 weeks. We will get a tickle if another of the seal tags is close by. This way nobody can pretend to be us in the forest. Wow, that's really neat, Sakura said impressed. Where did you get them? It's a joint work between me and Dark Phoenix that the Hokage ordered. We are sure that they will work, but this is also a test of the range they have. If they are good enough, the ANBU will get equipped with them for their missions next. I got permission to test them in the Chunin exams as it is the perfect opportunity to see how different chakra signatures around influence the seal. Naruto answered. You are working with Dark Phoenix? Sakura asked surprised. Yes, I do. But don't ask me about his identity, I don't know, he is always disguised. But it's nice to work with another seal master, Naruto replied. So you were evaluated as a seal master? Sasuke asked. Yes, Jiraiya-sama confirmed my level when he tested me. Sealing is an art that is in my blood as in Uzumaki, but my father also had a huge talent in the area. So it's not that surprising that I took to it like a fish to water during my academy time. I spent a lot of my free time learning Fuinjutsu, Naruto confirmed. Sasuke and Sakura took the information and knew that it was important to keep it a secret. While it would come out sooner or later anyway, now that Naruto was revealed as the Yondaime Hokage's son, the longer it was a secret just which level he had, the better it was for missions in the village. They then reached the training ground where a lot of other teams were already assembled. The proctor, Anko Mitarashi, had left an impression after crashing through the window of their test room at the academy. That she wore really revealing clothes did the rest for at least the male participants of the exams. Once the time for assembling was up, Anko started telling them how the second test would work. They would get one of a set of scrolls each and would have to fight for the other one over the time limit of 5 days in the Forest of Death. Doable. They were all given waivers to sign to free Konoha from the responsibility if any of the participants died, which they would. This was probably the most dangerous part of the exams. The finals were controlled by a refereeing Jonin who would step in if things were clear, which would reduce the death toll somewhat. After all, there were many noble guests watching them every time, and putting them off their lunch wasn't good for business. Naruto signed his quickly, followed by Sasuke and Sakura. He took the 3 waivers and got a heaven scroll. He went over to his team and they went to the gate that they had been assigned. Naruto quickly took out an empty scroll and let Sasuke put a genjutsu on it to make it look like their real scroll. Sakura was given the fake scroll while Naruto sealed the real one into a storage seal on his belt. Nobody would find it there as the ink wasn't visible on the black belt at all. They quickly discussed their strategy with a few hand signals. When the signal to start the second round came over loudspeaker, they jumped into action. Their plan was to find a secure location, listen into the teams that Naruto had put listening seals on, and then get as many scrolls as they could. The more scrolls they got, the less teams could pass, and this was their chance to prove themselves to their sensei. Orochimaru didn't know whether to be annoyed or amused. He hadn't managed to find Team 7 to test Sasuke like he had planned. But what he found were several beaten teams, some dead, some barely alive, and some simply knocked out. They all had lost their scrolls, and the traces of the fights indicated a vastly superior team taking them out in quick fashion. As the trail of beaten teams was the same as Team 7's, he could safely assume that Sasuke was more than worthy to get his cursed seal. The interesting part was that each time when a team was beaten, many trails left from the position, so it made it more difficult to find the real team. If only he could catch the boy. But the team moved incredibly fast for Genin. It was difficult to keep following them as he had to avoid using too much of his chakra and alerting the proctors to him. He had infiltrated the exams with a lot of trouble and had only managed to sneak in because one of his hidden entrances was outside the newer barrier. He was sure that he could solve that problem until the planned invasion now that he was aware of it. It was exciting. It was much more enjoyable than he had thought Chunin exams could be for him. It was so much more rewarding to fight worthy prey, because that was what Sasuke was to him, prey. He wanted Sasuke's body to get his Sharingan. But for the boy to come to him, he would need to place the curse seal on him. After all, he was a known traitor to Konoha, and without an incentive it would be too far-fetched to get Sasuke to comply. And the information his spy Kabuto had given him on Sasuke told him that Sasuke's ultimate goal was getting revenge for the Uchiha massacre by killing his brother Itachi. Now there was only the problem of finding the boy. "We are being followed by a Kyusa Kunoichi," Naruto informed his teammates. "Why would someone from Kyusa try to get to us?" Sakura asked. "No idea, but something is off. We should distract her and get a good distance between us." Naruto said, "I agree. How about you make some shadow clones again and let them transform to look like our team? Let her think that we simply employ our normal tactic of spying ahead to find teams to take out and then beating them in a quick fight. Nobody would be able to distinguish them from us at a distance. And once they are all taken out, we can be far enough away. Perhaps even at the tower," Sasuke suggested. "I mean, we have now collected about 7 scrolls. 5 of them are heaven scrolls like our own. That means that from the 10 scrolls of heaven we have 6. That reduces the number of teams that can pass down to 5 overall. And a little bit of fighting would be nice. After all, our promotions depend on showing off our skills to the proctors." "Alright, I guess that would be the best course of action. Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said, and 14 teams of clones appeared. 2 of each team transformed into Sasuke and Sakura, and then they took off in different directions. The original team took a detour to the tower to not tip off their pursuer of the real team. If all went as planned, they would be safely at the tower before the Kyusa Kunoichi could determine which Team 7 was the real one. Orochimaru was getting frustrated. He had finally caught up to Sasuke's team and involved them in a fight, only to find out after 5 minutes of fighting that he had been fooled by shadow clones. All 3 were clones, but thanks to the clones being really good at dodging and ranged attacks, it had taken him too long to realize that. The team was really good. From one point he had seen that they had split into many teams, probably all but one being shadow clones. Sadly, you couldn't say which team was a decoy team. So he had followed one that was going in the direction of the tower while sending 2 Earth clones out after 2 other trails. This was costing too much time. But it still was intriguing how well the clones fought. Just who was the creator of them? Sasuke, the blonde boy Naruto, or the girl Sakura? He suspected Naruto, as he was rumored to have the biggest chakra reserves in his class, but Kabuto had been unable to procure much information after the Sandaime had tightened security in the village. And most of his other spies had been caught before. Kabuto had to lie low for a while to not compromise his position and his ability to fulfill his duty in the planned invasion. So the main idea was having Kabuto collect more information during the exams to give to him, but from the looks of it, the last information that Kabuto had been able to send out, which had been directly after the confirmation which teams had passed the real genin tests, were massively outdated concerning Team 7. He also wondered who had been chosen to succeed his old sensei as Hokage. He didn't think that Jiraiya wanted the job, and Tsunade had left the village years ago and didn't want to come back at all. Well, he would find out during the finals. No matter whom the old fool had chosen, he wouldn't be a match for him. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura reached the tower, having to fight one team that had set up an ambush, getting another Earth Scroll, and entered. They had only spent about a day in the forest and had surely decimated the competition. 20 teams had passed the first round, 5 at most could pass the second one thanks to them collecting so many Heaven Scrolls. It would be 4 interesting days in the forest. After all, by limiting the scrolls, they would put other teams under more pressure. And to be honest, the teams that they had taken out weren't anything impressive. An AIM team had tried to fool them with illusionary clones, but Sasuke had easily seen through them, and Naruto was completely immune to Genjutsu on that level. Sakura had simply dispelled it, as Genjutsu was one of her strengths. He also had easily sensed where the real ones were hidden underground. By flooding the clearing they were fighting, and Naruto had the perfect base to send lightning into the ground, driving the 3 out for Sasuke and Sakura to knock them out. An older Konoha team was embarrassingly easy to knock out with a Genjutsu by Sakura. They simply fell asleep and Team 7 took their scroll. Now they found themselves in a room with some kind of poem hanging high on one wall. After deducing that they had to open the Heaven and Earth scrolls now, they took 2, and Naruto immediately recognized a summoning array in them. They threw them away and were ready to take on whoever was summoned if that was part of the test as well. Thankfully, it turned out to be Kotsu, who was greeting them to tell them that they had passed their test. His face when they handed over 2 more Earth Scrolls and 5 more Heaven Scrolls was priceless. "How the hell did you collect so many scrolls in such a short time?" he exclaimed, shocked. The competition consisted of wimps. Sasuke simply stated, getting a nod from Naruto. "It was too easy to take them out. We had perhaps one interesting fight for a scroll among the 8 teams we beat. One from Taki had a few interesting techniques, but we still had them beaten in 2 minutes. But the one Kyusa team had an interesting collection of poisons with them that I took for studying them, next to a few weapons I liked," Naruto stated. "Yes, we would have been here even faster if you and your clones hadn't robbed all teams we came across blind," Sakura commented. "There is no reason to leave your enemy with anything that you could use much better than them. and dead ninjas have no need for weapons, scrolls, and money, Naruto declared. And there are no rules in this round. I can do whatever I want in the forest. I guess you have a point there. Did you by chance come across some medical scrolls? She admitted. Don't know. I haven't had a closer look. If I find one you can have a copy. Naruto agreed. Thanks. Studying more about techniques that other village might know could be interesting, she said happily. Hotsu's sweat dropped. Kakashi sure had a weird team. Naruto continued to write down all information that his listening seal gave him. So he overheard the Oto team complaining about being unable to find Team 7 to kill Sasuke as Orochimaru of all people had ordered them to do. Yakuza Kunoichi turned out to be Orochimaru and fought against Anko Mitarashi, the proctor for this round. He immediately sent a clone transformed into a bird to the Hokage to tell him about it so that Anko could get back up. Kabuto was a spy he found out when he met with Orochimaru in a deserted part of the forest and got new instructions. It seemed that they had messed up some plans by taking so many scrolls and reaching the tower early on. Something about a cursed seal. He would have to investigate that more. Otherwise there were some intense fights going on. The team of Guy, Kakashi-sensei's self-proclaimed eternal rival, had problems finding a heaven scroll. At the moment there were 3 teams already at the tower. Team 8 had trapped another team using Shino's connection to insects, in this case giant leeches, to get an earth scroll. They had come in after the Suna team with Gaara on it that had broken the previous record. So now only 2 more teams could pass. So the teams that got a heaven scroll at the beginning would be the ones that most likely made it through if they didn't get caught by stronger teams. Well, he could probably send a group of his clones into the forest again after the round was over. With so many teams being desperate for a scroll there would be heavy fights and many deaths, which again meant that he could collect a lot of useful things afterwards. Naruto, disguised as Dark Phoenix, stood in the Hokage's office talking about how they could stop Orochimaru's plans. Naruto had been called as he was the village's only seal master that was currently present. Jiraiya was out to investigate a rumor as Naruto was in the exams. As Naruto wouldn't return to his official residence, which he used to meet with Jiraiya as he had no intention to tell him where he really lived. He didn't trust the man that much until after the second round there was more than enough time to check with one of his informants. Kakashi, Anko, and Ibiki were the other ones present. Naruto had passed on the information that Kabuto was indeed a spy and worked for Orochimaru as well, that the Oto team was under his command. It was worrisome, but for the moment they couldn't do anything. Anko had told them that Orochimaru had threatened to attack if they cancelled the Chunin exams. Naruto promised to upgrade the security seals on the village walls immediately after he finished with the second exam. Ibiki would take Kabuto into custody with Kakashi and Guy's help. No matter how good Kabuto might be, against the future Hokage and 2 high-class Jonin he wouldn't have a chance. Naruto also gave them a new seal that he had developed to test after the exams. If it was placed either on the head, the spine, or the heart of someone, it would shut down the chakra circulation of said person immediately, which would make everybody it was used on pass out. He had only tested it with Tora so far, as he said with Naruto's help, a comment which only Kakashi and the Hokage understood, he admitted sheepishly. The other ninja's sweat dropped at that comment, though Kakashi could understand it. He had been really sadistic having his team catch the cat so often in the beginning. Nonetheless, they agreed to try the seal with Kabuto. They all knew that Dark Phoenix was a genius with seals, and if he thought they would work there was a high possibility that they did. And Tora was no normal cat. I can also report that Naruto Namikaze's test of the identification seals in the Forest of Death was successful. He contacted me after he and his team reached the tower. They work within a distance of 300 meters to inform you that an ally is close by, and you can tell who it is within 20 meters. I suggest placing those seals on all our ninjas for the finals. Well, the Chunin, Jonin, and ANBU at least. I don't think it would be wise to include all the Genin. They aren't trained to retain information under pressure long enough, and we can't risk anything of our plans getting out beforehand. Naruto said, You are right. I also want those listening seals on all ninjas. That way we can manage to have an idea what is going on in the parts of the village. Orochimaru won't concentrate on one part, he will attack in several places at once, Kakashi said, looking over a map of the village. The main gate, the southern wall, perhaps from the top of the Hokage monument, inside the arena, and we should look out for underground attacks. Can't we use something to inhibit underground movement? Anko asked. We could place special wires underground that would send chakra disrupting waves out. That way no Earth user could get into the village undetected, but for this to work the attackers would have had to start their work already. From the outer edge of the barrier to the village walls there are several kilometers to be covered. No way that wouldn't have been noticed, Ibiki said. Naruto nodded, knowing that Danzo would have noticed immediately. His root bases used tunnels like that after all, and he had bugged the tunnels without Root knowing. He could listen into what was spoken in the secret base anytime he wanted. There was after all no reason to fully trust Danzo, and his listening seals wouldn't be influenced by a standard privacy jutsu. You needed to know which frequency was used to disable them, and finding the exact one would take time or a major coincidence. So we can safely assume that the attacks will concentrate on areas above the ground. Nonetheless, I would like to have the immediate area around the walls protected like Ibiki said. It will prevent attempts to dig under them and bring them down that way, Kakashi pointed out. We also need to find out how Orochimaru got in with us having the barriers changed already. We will set a team to both of that after we take out Kabuto. We can't risk him informing Orochimaru, Ibiki said and got nods. The Sandaime let Kakashi lead the meeting. He was the next Hokage and this would soon be completely his responsibility. He and Danzo had done their part as far as they could and taken out all spies that they knew about. Jiraiya had changed the way the barrier worked like Naruto had proposed, which would warn them of large groups attacking immediately, and thanks to Naruto's new invention of flying backpacks they had an 8-person strong unit to fend off aerial attacks. The things the boy could do with seals and ingenuity didn't cease to amaze him. Team 10 was in hiding in the forest. For some reason this round was much harder than they had thought it would be. In the beginning they had done well and only had bad luck with finding only a team with another heaven scroll like theirs. They had still pocketed it as having a spare would be smart, as Shikamaru pointed out. But now everybody seemed to be after said heaven scrolls. They had listened to 3 other teams thanks to Ino possessing a mouse and spying on them from under a bush. Shikamaru knew that probably the 2 that they had were either the last 2 in the forest or very close to being the last. It was making this whole exercise much more dangerous. They had relied on stealth to stay undetected so far. Now they were really glad that the senseis of the rookie teams had set up so many different challenges to help them develop their skills and had trained them extremely hard, especially in the weeks following the failed mission to capture Naruto. It had been a major blow but also a much-needed wake-up call, and Shikamaru rather had it that they had been forced to see reality in a safe training mission than in real life where it would have cost them their lives. The hard training had been the deciding factor in them being able to stay alive. The only way to be safe would be getting an Earth Scroll and heading to the tower. But at the tower there would be several other teams that would be waiting to intercept them. Well, in regards to trapping an opponent, nobody could compare to Nara. Ino, Choji, we should get to the tower and ambush one of the teams that are waiting there to ambush other teams, Shikamaru declared. For some reason there are very few heaven scrolls left in the forest, so any team we come by should have an Earth Scroll if they even have a scroll left. Something happened, even if we can't tell what yet. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous things will become. Okay, Shikamaru. What's the plan? Choji asked. We will stick to the shadows. I have a technique that will make others overlook us as long as we stay in the shadows. My father taught it to me just before the exams. It's similar to a genjutsu. In this forest are more than enough shadows for us to get to the tower quickly. We sneak up to a team that waits for an unexpected team to come by and knock them out quickly. While I can't attack while keeping the jutsu going, you and Ino don't have that handicap. Ino, you did some work with paralyzing poisons after being hit by Naruto, didn't you? Shikamaru addressed his blonde teammate. Yes, I wanted to know how he could paralyze me with a simply senbon hit. Turned out that my mom was an expert in the area and she taught me some of her secret techniques. I have a supply of senbon needles with paralyzing poisons with me. That was also the only kind of poison she would let me use until I have built up some resistance to my own poisons. Ino answered. Good. We will use them to paralyze any team we come across and take an Earth Scroll. Then we will go to the tower ASAP without forgoing stealth. If we do this right, we will be out of this troublesome forest before dawn, Shikamaru said. Ino and Choji nodded and the 3 took off, keeping to the shadows. Shikamaru was now very glad that Asuma had also worked on their chakra reserves with them. Otherwise using the shadow concealing jutsu wouldn't have been an option at all. It was finally the 5th day after the second round had started and the last team to have arrived at the tower, Team 10, had only made it with 1 hour to spare. Getting through the lines of teams that had taken to ambush others at the tower had been hard and taxing on Shikamaru's chakra reserves. But they had made it by stealing the scroll that they needed from a named team. The last 10 meters to the tower had been hard on them as there hadn't been any shadows to hide in anymore, but they had managed by a creative combination of a mass shadow binding jutsu. Choji carrying a log towards the entrance of the tower while Shikamaru kept the other teams bound who tried to intercept them, and a quickly executed replacement technique through the door that Ino held open. Shikamaru only hoped that he could rest a bit now. He was exhausted after using chakra constantly for hours. There were only 4 teams that had passed this round. Teams 7, 8, 10 and the Suna team. If you considered that 20 teams had started this round, it were a lot of teams failing this stage. From the brief conversation that they had had with Naruto, they found out that Team 7 had been the cause for the lack of heaven scrolls in the forest. They had taken out a lot of teams and collected so many heaven scrolls that it limited the number of teams that could pass down to 5 overall. With Team 10 having 2 heaven scrolls as well, it was down to the 4 teams in the room. They were all assembled in lines facing the Hokage and the Jonin senseis of the passing teams. On top of that, they were the proctors for the exams. The Hokage then addressed them and congratulated them to passing the second round of the exams. He also explained the true meaning of the Chunin exams to those that had passed. It was a replacement for the wars of the past to keep balance between the countries. Then he proceeded to explain the last and final round. From here on, you don't fight in teams anymore. In the finals you will face 1 opponent at a time. The decision if you are promoted depends on how you present yourself in front of the audience, in which there will be our most important clients. It will also be the event that will start the reign of the next Hokage, the Sandaime said, surprising everybody except the Jonins and Team 7. Yes, I have decided to finally retire again. You are the first ones to be told who my successor will be. The rest of Konoha and the dignitaries will be informed tomorrow. Kakashi stepped forward. As you probably all know, this is Kakashi Hadake. He is the god Aim Hokage. The Sandaime said, and the Genin and Jonin of Konoha bowed to the chosen successor of the Sandaime. The Sunanins were surprised by the announcement. This complicated the plans for the invasion massively. They hadn't expected to have to fight against a young and powerful Hokage. They would need to talk to the Kasuga as soon as possible. Perhaps they should rethink their involvement with the planned invasion. Kakashi Hadake had managed to rise to S rank in all bingo books over the last 6 months since he had taken up a Genin team which was now participating in the finals of the exams. It was unheard of that a ninja could bring a team to the finals of the Chunin exams in such a short time and become an S-ranked ninja at the same time. They couldn't underestimate this opponent. Thank you for the show of respect, Kakashi said seriously. As the next Hokage, I will now explain just how the finals will go. As Sandaime-sama said, we will test you in one-on-one fights. It will happen in a tournament. Therefore, you will all draw numbers now which will tell you which opponent you will face in the finals. Step forward one by one, draw a piece of paper and tell us your number. The first ones to go were Team 10 who stood to the right, next were Teams 8, 7 and last the Suna team. I have 3, Ino announced. 7, Choji said. Troublesome, I have 11. Shikamaru announced. 2, Kiba declared happy to be in the first fight. 10, Shino stated. 4, Hinata said and looked at Ino who would be her opponent. 1, Sakura said. 6, Sasuke announced. 9, Naruto said looking at Shino. 5, Kankuro announced. 12, Temari said. 8, Gaara ended the process. Very well, then these are the pairings for the finals. First match is Sakura Haruno vs Kiba Inuzuka. Second match will be Ino Yamanaka vs Hinata Hyuga. Third match is Kankuro Sabaku vs Sasuke Uchiha. Fourth match Choji Akimichi vs Gaara Sabaku. Fifth match Naruto Namikaze vs Shino Aburame. And last but not least Shikamaru Nara vs Temari Sabaku. Kakashi called out the pairings. You get 1 month to prepare for your fights. You don't know anything about your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, so you should prepare accordingly. Do you have any questions? I have one, Shikamaru said, trying not to show his surprise at the revelation of Naruto's new surname. If this is a tournament, can only one of us become a Chunin? No, that's not the case. You will be judged on your abilities during your fights. Theoretically, if you fought well and your qualification was acknowledged, you could be promoted even if you lost your first fight. But more fights will of course give you more opportunities to show your abilities. Kakashi answered. After that there were no more questions and the teams were escorted out of the tower by their respective senseis. Team 7 stayed behind. Alright, over the next month I will be busy preparing to take over the position of Hokage, so I don't have the time to train you for the finals. I have arranged for a teacher for each of you who will help you with your respective strengths. Naruto, Jiraiya-sama will return tomorrow to start your training and will meet you at your usual training ground. Kakashi told his blonde student and got a nod with an indicated smile in return. Sakura, you will be training with Shizune, the apprentice of Tsunade-sama. She is a high-class medic nin. We could convince Tsunade-sama to let her come here for the month to train you. Sakura was very happy to hear that she got to train under an apprentice of the famous Tsunade-sama. What Kakashi didn't say was that they had offered Tsunade a lot of money to come back, knowing that she had a lot of outstanding debts to pay. While she had refused, she had offered Shizune's service in her stead, which they had accepted as at least the next best option. Sasuke, you will be training with Yamato, an ANBU captain. He informed his last student who looked pleased to hear that. Now remember, there will be no allies in the finals, but I don't want you to regard any Konoha ninja as an enemy. Give your best no matter who you have to face, even if it is your best friend. But don't use any crippling moves against ninjas of Konoha. All 3 nodded seriously. Naruto, both your identity and my new position will be announced tomorrow, so you might want to take measures to not be mobbed. Kakashi told him. No problem, sensei. I can vanish completely if I want to, Naruto said confidently. The other 2 members of Team 7 knew just how true that was. They had after all done a training mission that showed them exactly how good Naruto was at staying hidden. The Raikage sat in his office reading the announcement of the finalists of the Chunin exams. He had to read it twice to fully grasp the information. Not only had Konoha finally published the long-awaited photo of one Naruto Uzumaki, even if he was really Naruto Namikaze, son of the Yellow Flash, they had also announced that Kakashi Hadake was chosen as God Aim Hokage. This was really big news. How he wished that he could watch the finals in person, but Konoha had put up high security measures, and without a team of Kumo Genin in the exams he could hardly rectify going to see them. Perhaps he could have a spy infiltrate as part of the delegation the daimyo would undoubtedly take with him. He called his assistant in to arrange said spy in the delegation. The Mizukage looked interestedly at the pictures of the finalists in the Konoha Chunin exams. She had to admit having the son of the Yellow Flash in the finals was very good for publicity. Many clients would travel to Konoha just to see that boy in action. On top of that, the heirs of the major clans in Konoha were in the finals. It would attract a lot of interest, and if the genin of Konoha, all interestingly rookies from the data that was published about them, gave a good show of their abilities, Konoha would get many missions. But at the moment she wouldn't act. Keeping Kiri neutral was for the best for now. They had a lot of rebuilding to do after the Civil War. They had lost a good part of their military, and while the rebels had won, there were still remains of Yagura's troops that simply didn't want to accept the change. Others, while not that hard-headed, needed time to work together with bloodline limit holders again. Years of mistrust were hard to overcome. Orochimaru raged reading the announcement of the finalists. Not only was his old sensei giving the position that should have been his to the headache brat, no, the son of the man that had been chosen over him for the position of Yondaime was in the finals. He was one of Sasuke's teammates. The boy would be a problem, and to his annoyance Kabuto hadn't reported back yet. He would have a serious conversation about the quality of the information that Kabuto had collected. It was obvious that the Sandaime and the future God-Aim thought that the boy was ready to be announced as his father's son, which meant he had to be at least low Jonin level. Otherwise, the chance for assassination attempts being successful was too great. He wondered if he could get Iwa to join in the invasion now. Having more manpower would be massively useful. And Iwa that Tsuchikage was laughing his ass off. Then he wondered why he had started to laugh like that when he had read the announcement of the participants of the Konoha Chunin exams. Most of the ninjas of Iwa that read that the son of the Yellow Flash was participating wanted to kill the boy. That Tsuchikage didn't want to do that. No, the reason why he was laughing so hard was that the old monkey Sarutobi had managed to pull this stunt off. This was the first time that anybody had heard even a whisper about a son of the Yondaime Hokage. No, it would be completely foolish to act on grudges against the boy's father. He would put the boy into the bingo books with a warning. He wouldn't stop any of his ninjas if they came across the boy during a mission, but if the boy was anything like his father, you didn't want to get on his bad side. Stories of the merciless Yellow Flash were told en masse during the Third War. There was a reason that Minato Namikaze got a flea on sight warning in the bingo book. He normally didn't bother you if you stayed away, and he was deadly in a fight. Oh, being the leader of Iwa would be interesting the next few years. The boy had to be strong to be revealed now. Perhaps he should offer a reward for the ninjas that could catch him alive. Offering a reward for his death would be bad, as it would distract his ninjas from their missions. He knew the grudges against the Yellow Flash ran deep, but it was long time that the dead were let rest. War was nasty, and even if Minato Namikaze had been the one to kill most of their troops, in war ninjas and civilians alike died. Those that survived needed to go on with their lives. And blaming the son for the deeds of a father the boy had never known was stupid to the extreme. Over the next month, all the Genins in the finals were really busy, even Shikamaru. He had realized that if he hadn't learned the shadow concealment jutsu, there would have been only one outcome of the second round. His team would have died, and that scared him more than anything else. He realized that he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he allowed any of his comrades to die if he had the power to prevent it. He had wanted to become an average ninja to have an easy life. But the additional work he had been forced to do by Asuma and his father had saved their lives in the forest of death. So here he was, reading up on the next family jutsu that he was set to learn. On top of that, he was doing physical training together with Asuma, Ino, and Choji every morning. He needed speed against a wind user like Temari to escape her long-range jutsus that she would undoubtedly unleash with her war fan. Similar things were going on with Team 8. They did physical training in the mornings and training with their clans in the afternoons. Even Hayashi Hyuga was impressed with the achievements of his daughter. She had developed well over the last 6 months, and that she had managed to qualify for the Chunin exams finals after only 6 months of being a genin was impressive. She had also asked him for help with developing a jutsu based on Kaiten. She had flat out told him that she didn't have the necessary chakra reserves to pull off Kaiten, but she had way better chakra control than most other Hyugas, and therefore she had thought up a new jutsu that was similar in its defensive abilities. He had told the children of the clan, including her sister Hanabi, to help Hinata with her training by throwing blunted kunai at her to defend against them. He was curious if she would manage to finish her new jutsu before the finals started. He was a bit disappointed that Neji hadn't passed too, but that was the result of not being fast enough to get the right scroll. It was a risk that was always present in Chunin exams, and he would have another chance in 6 months. Neji's team had collected most of the remaining Earth scrolls in the forest, but sadly no Heaven scroll. Shino was working massively as he had got the hardest opponent of them all. Naruto was Jonin level, there was no doubt about it, and normally he wouldn't be able to beat him. He would need to think of something to take him by surprise. So he had conversed with his father what could work. He had got some secret clan jutsus that might work, but Shibai had warned him that Namikazes were famous for their speed. Even without his flying thunder god jutsu, Minato Namikaze had been incredibly fast. So Shino was also training in his speed to be able to at least dodge fast attacks. Shibai had called in a favor from a Jonin called Guy who had arranged for Shino to regularly spar with Rock Lee, a genin a year older than him. The boy couldn't use chakra for nin and genjutsus thanks to malformed chakra coils, but he was incredibly fast. It was perfect to work on taijutsu and speed against the boy, even if his mannerisms were really taking time to get used to. Kakashi had called Naruto to discuss some things with him. He knew that he needed to keep contact with his team, especially Naruto and Sasuke. It had been the intention of the bonding he had done over the last 6 months, and he was happy to say that Naruto had opened up to him at least a little bit. "Hello Naruto, how is your training with Jiraiya coming along?" Kakashi asked. "Hello Kakashi-sensei, my training is going well. We are mostly working on cooperation with the Toads and some special jutsus," Naruto said. We also think that once I have mastered cooperation with the toads to a certain level, they might allow me to sign my clan's summoning contract next to theirs. Yamabuna said if I could prove that I was worthy of the help of the toads and was willing to use both summoning clans equally, he wouldn't void my contract with the toads because the second one is a clan contract and the summons operate in different areas than the toads. That's good to hear, Naruto. If I may ask, which animal was the summoning partner of the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi asked. It's seagulls. Being an island nation, having scouts in the air was invaluable, and they also weren't hindered by the sea that surrounded Whirlpool Country. Naruto answered. The biggest ones, as far as I read in Mum's journal, were about as big as doubly to triple the size of a large eagle. Most of the bigger ones also could use water jutsus and speed attacks. All of them were able to use wind jutsus, which makes sense with them being birds. That sounds indeed useful, and it wouldn't clash with the abilities of the toads. Kakashi agreed. What kind of jutsus are you working on? You already had a really impressive repertoire, mostly wind and water jutsus. The wind jutsus I mostly create myself now because there aren't many out there that are known in Konoha. It's not that much of a surprise because wind elementals are really rare. I think of the currently active ninjas in Konoha, only Asuma Sensei has it, and of the retired ones I only know of Danzo Shimura. Naruto mentioned. How did he take your little visit at the root headquarters, by the way? Kakashi asked. He went better than I thought. We managed to come to an agreement with which we can both live. I think he is highly amused, even if he would never show that. Our OOTs don't have emotions after all, and that crap, with how I manage to confuse all people and still don't get noticed when I don't want to. He tries tracking me, but I normally easily lose the one he puts on my trail. Though the ink user isn't bad. Gave me some problems until I found a way to slip away from his trailing me. Naruto commented, grinning. You honestly enjoy tricking them, don't you, Naruto? Kakashi asked, amused. Of course I do. Do you know how boring it can be if I only get to deal with the lazy Chunin and Jonin of the village? I could outthink the Chunin with 9, and it only took until I turned 10 to force Grandpa Hawkage to send Jonin after me after a flashy prank because I didn't figure out how to do chakra suppression before that, and therefore Iruka-sensei could find me with his sensor abilities. When he couldn't sense me anymore, no Chunin could find me, which caused that finding me was being upgraded to a Jonin mission. Naruto said proudly. Kakashi could only shake his head. He knew that Naruto was a prodigy, but it was a slap in the face of the village military to have this pointed out so directly. Naruto had been a sabotaged academy student with 8. It showed how much the village needed to improve if a then probably Genin level boy could get away from ninjas that held a higher rank than him. Well, the Chunin had been forced to go to boot camp with Guy to make up for deficiencies, and the Jonin were given to Anko, who gleefully saw to that task. So, do you plan to use your dad's signature jutsus for the finals? Kakashi asked. Probably. It depends how much I am pushed. Shino will do all he can to at least force me to take him seriously. Not that he can really do much, as I have too much chakra for his bugs to take from me. They will be full before I truly notice it. But he is smart and will come up with some good strategies. I'm really looking forward to it. Shikamaru and Temari will also be interesting opponents, depending on who wins the fight. Shikamaru normally should be able to outthink Temari, but if he doesn't want to face me, he might quit after having shown his skills. He got a major shock in the second part of the exams when towards the end his team had the last remaining Heaven Scrolls. He realized that being too weak can get you and your team killed, and as much as he likes slacking off, he wouldn't do that at the cost of others' lives. Naruto analyzed. True, we can expect high-class fights. The one I am a bit concerned about is Choji against Gaara. We have confirmed that Gaara is the Ikabai Jinchuriki, and it is concerning that he was sent here while Orochimaru is about to launch an attack against the village. We aren't sure yet if Suna is involved in his plans, but their economic problems would make them an easy target for Orochimaru. Kakashi informed Naruto. Don't worry, if Gaara goes too far I will get Choji out of there the last moment. I won't allow Gaara to kill any of my comrades. The other rookies have proven to me that I can count on them in case I need backup, so I will return that favor when I can. Naruto said, knowing his sensei would be happy to hear that. You are aware that I have long figured out the plan to let me connect more to my peers by doing that crossover training with the other rookie teams and even the rare sparring matches with Guy's team. Kakashi chuckled. I told the Sandaime that you would. You are too smart to not notice something that obvious. Though it wasn't only for your benefit, but theirs as well. By letting them see your level, they were more motivated in their training to not fall back too far behind you. Some would have complained a lot more about the harshness of the training they had to do if they hadn't seen what they could face by having to go up against you. Which I guess was your intention. Kakashi said, maybe. I prefer having capable backup instead of hindrances. And some of them never did anything wrong to me at the academy. Shikamaru, Choji and Kiba even hang out with me sometimes when we skip classes. Naruto said, that was quite nice. Kakashi suspected that there was more to Naruto's plans, but for now he didn't ask more. He first needed to earn more of the blonde's trust, which took a lot of time. But that he revealed as much as he did was already a success. Finally, the day all of Konoha had waited for was there. The finals of the Chunin exams would be held today. There were many famous clan names in the finals, though none was more famous than the finally revealed son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto Namikaze, formerly known as Naruto Uzumaki, who had already started making a name for himself, and many nobles and wealthy clients wanted to see him in action. Then there were his teammates Sasuke Uchiha, last member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, who promised to become one of the strongest Uchihas of all times, and Sakura Haruno. Sakura had grown from a normal civilian-born Kunoichi into an aspiring medic nin. Some were already seeing the next Tsunade in her. Rumors that had spread over the village said that the whole team was exceptionally strong now thanks to the training the goddamn Hokage had put them through in the 6 months he had trained his team. Then there were the heirs of the most important clans of Konoha: Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Even if the last one wasn't the heir of his clan, he was the son of the clan head, then Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akamichi. Those 9 Konoha nins would face the 3 children of the 4th Kazekage from Suna. It promised to be a great spectacle. The tickets had been sold out before a week was gone. Security precautions were at an all-time high, and the guests were asked to identify every single member of their protection details. Among the audience were lots of ninjas of Konoha. There of course were the senseis of the 3 teams that had qualified: Kurenai Yui, sensei of Team 8, Asuma Sarutobi, sensei of Team 10, and finally Kakashi Haddock, goddamn Hokage and sensei of Team 7. All 3 were proud to say that their 3 rookie teams had been the only ones to get into the finals, despite having been seen as the underdogs in the exams and some thinking that the genin weren't ready for such a challenge yet. They had proven beyond any doubt that they were the best of their generation. Right now the genins that were hoping to get promoted were standing in the arena, facing the spectators. Kakashi's coronation to Hokage had been done 2 days ago. They wanted to have that part done before the invasion took place. It would be too much of a hassle to deal with the aftermath and have to succession to worry about. So right now Kakashi Haddock ruled Konoha as the goddamn Hokage. From left to right there stood Team 7, the Suna team, Team 8, and then Team 10. All of them were looking up to see the ones that had come to see the finals. Some of them had changed their style of clothing. Naruto had finally donned his new outfit with his special red cloak that was modeled after his father's infamous white cloak. Under it he wore long black pants that were fixed at his ankles with black bandages. A long-sleeved black shirt sat under a blood-red vest. On the back of his cloak, in black, there was a stylized Uzumaki swirl, though upon looking closer you could see that the symbol was made of the Kyuubi. The white Namikaze twister was on his right shoulder. Sasuke had changed from his blue shirt and white shorts to a totally black outfit with short sleeves and shorts. Sakura had changed her outfit most. Thanks to the month with Shizune, she had got a good idea how a powerful Kunoichi fought and how she tricked her opponents, especially a medic nin. So Sakura now wore a red and black short battle kimono over a black fishnet shirt. She also wore black leggings and red Kunoichi boots that went to her shins. Team 10 looked like they did before, as did Kiba and Shino, but Hinata too had changed her outfit. She didn't wear the baggy jacket anymore, but a tight black bodysuit under a lavender battle dress. She still wore black shinobi sandals. Kakashi stood up from his seat. He sat between the Kazekage and the Sandaime Hokage and addressed the audience. "Welcome everybody to this year's Chunin exam finals in Konoha," he said. "The 12 finalists that you see down in the arena have proven to be the best of this year's candidates in the first 2 tests. Now you will all see their skill in one-on-one fights. I want to introduce to you these promising genins. From left to right, we have Sasuke Uchiha, heir of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Next is Sakura Haruno, daughter of a civilian counselor of Konoha. Next in line is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the Yondaime Hokage and heir of the Uzumaki clan of Uzushio. Next we have the 3 children of the Yondaime Kazekage, Kankuro, the oldest, then Temari, and last but not least Gaara. Next in line is Kiba Inuzuka, son of the head of Konoha's Inuzuka clan, followed by the Aburame clan heir Shino Aburame. Next is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Next to her you see Ino Yamanaka, heiress of the Yamanaka clan, then Choji Akamichi, heir of the Akamichi clan, and on the far right, Shikamaru Nara, heir to the Nara clan of Konoha. The order of the fights has been decided beforehand after the genins passed the second test. The first fight will be between Sakura Haruno and Kiba Inuzuka. Will the other participants please leave the arena? Kakashi asked, and the spectators cheered that it would start soon now. Everybody but Kiba and Sakura left for the participants' box, and the 2 fighting this battle got into position. The proctor, Heiei Gecko, asked if both were ready and got 2 determined nods. He started the fight after announcing that there were no rules in the fight besides that it ended when one participant forfeited, died, or if he stopped the fight because one participant had clearly won. Sakura went on a distance to Kiba, knowing from her sensei that the Inuzuka were taijutsu specialists combined with jutsus that included their canine partners. As Kakashi sensei used ninja dogs himself, she had a fairly good idea about how strong somebody working with a ninja dog could be. While Akamaru was still small, it wouldn't do her any good if she underestimated the pair. Kiba was thinking similarly. After all the training that all 3 rookie teams had done and the competitions against each other, he knew that no member of Team 7 should be underestimated. They had all gone through rigorous training, and while Sakura had been weak at the academy, that was long in the past. He He didn't know who had trained her over the last month, but he would be careful and heed his sensei's advice to not be too brash as it could cost him deeply. He was just glad that he didn't have to fight Naruto though. That would have meant a certain defeat. He had no jutsu or trick in his arsenal that could help him against the blonde, and he really didn't envy Shino, who had to fight first against Naruto. Sakura made the first move and threw a batch of kunai at Kiba, who dodged or reflected them with his own kunai. Sakura started running around him while simultaneously making clones of herself. Too bad that with his nose he would be able to perfectly tell where she was. He wondered though why she was blowing up so much dirt. Then he stopped and grabbed his nose in pain. What had she done? He had to defend himself when Sakura attacked with a quick kick aimed at his head. He avoided the kick and then had to deflect senbons that she shot at him from a launcher at her arm. Nice trick, but not good enough. You won't get us like that. Let's up this Akamaru, Kiba said, and looked at his dog only to see him fast asleep. Two of the senbons that Kiba had dodged stuck in his leg and back. No, Akamaru. So, now we have a real one-on-one. I know that Inuzuka Taijutsu is dangerous to face, but if I take out your dog it is a lot less dangerous. Sakura grinned. Be happy that you are a comrade, otherwise that wouldn't have been a sleeping drug, but poison. I'll show you, Kiba roared, having lost his cool over the loss of his partner. This was not how he had planned his fight to go. He charged at Sakura, but for some reason he didn't manage to hit her at all. She always just shifted out of the way of his punches, kicks and slashes. It was infuriating. And then her damned grin. Suddenly he stumbled and left an opening which Sakura ruthlessly used to land an uppercut against his chin. He flew back and stopped a little distance away. Then he felt his vision getting dizzy. What did you do? He asked, now really having trouble staying awake. Your senbon didn't hit me at all. No, but you inhaled a drug that I set free while we were exchanging blows. You should only have at most 10 seconds until you join Akamaru in Dreamland. Sakura said, I not only spread a powdered plant that caused you pain when you channeled chakra into your nose and ears when I ran around you. I also made sure to let you inhale fumes from the bottle on my belt which are scentless, especially after you couldn't use your nose properly. Good night, Kiba. Kiba fell to the ground, asleep. Proctor, Kiba won't wake up until 2 hours are over or he gets the antidote to the drug I used. Sakura announced and closed the lid of her bottle again. This had worked out perfectly. Her strategy had taken out Kiba without her getting injured or costing her too much chakra. After all, she had to fight more rounds after this, and a good strategy was the main element you needed to show to hope getting your promotion. Winner is Sakura Haruno, Hayate announced, and the audience cheered. While the fight had been short, it had been entertaining how the girl had tricked one of the clan ninjas. Will Ino Yamanaka and Hinata Hyuga come down here? While Sakura walked up to the competitor's box, Ino and Hinata left it. Once Sakura arrived there, she got compliments from her teammates. Good fight, Sakura, really clever strategy. Naruto praised. Yes, well done. Sasuke added. Thank you. I was surprised that it worked out this perfectly. I had feared he would be more careful after I took out his sense of smell, but it was really easy to send Akamaru sleeping. Sakura replied. He didn't expect you to improve that much over the month. You definitely learned a lot under Shizune. Naruto commented. They then looked down to see the next fight. Ino and Hinata had made their way down and were now taking their positions. Who do you think will win? Sakura asked. Hard to say. A few months ago I would have said Ino because Hinata had no confidence in herself. But since we started the cross-team challenges, she broke out of her shell and her taijutsu is really nasty to deal with. Sasuke commented. In the pure skills department, Hinata might have a few advantages. The Hyuga clan is known to produce good fighters, but she needs to get close for that to work. The Yamanaka clan has its mind jutsus, and Ino took up studying poisons, which allows her to keep her distance. I think Kurenai-sensei also got some jinjutsu into Hinata's repertoire. It will be interesting in any case. Naruto added. Ino looked at Hinata. Had this been when they had graduated, she knew she would have won against the timid girl. But now, after 7 months, the result wasn't sure. Hinata had gained massive confidence through training with her team. And if she got too close to let Hinata hit her with her taijutsu, that was it for her. The gentle fist was a devastating style. She needed to fight from the distance if she wanted to have a chance at winning this. So she decided to start off with some shuriken that were laced with sleeping drugs. After Sakura's fight, it was a bit boring, but it was what she had in that area. Most of her techniques with poisons were still in development, as building up the necessary resistances took time. Next to that, she had her clan techniques, though most of them were more suited for interrogation and spying than fighting a one-on-one battle. She was just glad that Asuma-sensei had shown her 2 jutsus that she could use. She was a fire element, and while she hadn't done elemental manipulation training yet, she had learned 2 basic fire jutsus that didn't rely on proper elemental manipulation. Both were D-ranked, but they were useful. She really regretted her stupidity at the academy now. Had she trained more like her dad had told her over and over again, she would have bigger chakra reserves now. Not to mention her dieting. It had cost her. She knew that Hinata was the only girl of her class that hadn't dieted because she was simply too shy to pursue her love interest Naruto. Ino threw her shuriken and watched how Hinata elegantly evaded them by shifting her body out of the way. That was another point which made fighting Hinata difficult. She was incredibly flexible and devilishly hard to hit. Ino went through hand seals, fire style, fire bullet. She called out and shot a middle-sized fireball from her mouth. It was in no way as impressive as the ones she had seen Sasuke use at the academy, but they didn't need to be that impressive. Hinata jumped to the side, dodging the attack before racing towards her. Ino started a barrage of shuriken and kunai, which Hinata either dodged or deflected with a kunai in her right hand. Ino retreated, knowing that if she got involved in a close-up taijutsu exchange, Hinata could land vital hits. But this time she had used other shuriken. They had nearly invisible wire tied to them, wire that would allow her next trick, fire style, flying sparks. She called out and shot a barrage of sparks from her mouth. The wire was drenched in burn paste and therefore allowed Ino to trap Hinata in a net of fire. Well, at least that had been the plan. Water gentle fist style, protection of the 64-hand sphere. Hinata called out. Hinata seemed to create a dome of water chakra around her by sending water-saturated chakra beams around her. The burning wires that Ino had set up hissed and then went out with steam coming from them. Hayashi Hyuga was looking at his oldest daughter with pride for a chance. She had worked tirelessly with the children of the clan on this jutsu. First, she had simply used her normal chakra for the protection. It had been an impressive feat already. Based on Kaiten, she had used the principle of surrounding herself with an impenetrable sphere. Her chakra beams, as she called it, had been formed to be sharp and thin. A true precision technique that could be both attack and defense. She had finished that part around halfway through the training month. Then she had worked on integrating her water-natured chakra into it, and now he saw the result. The Yamanaka girl was trying to be smart in this fight, but he was sure that Hinata would win. Ino was shocked about Hinata's unique jutsu. She had never before seen anything like that. Then suddenly she felt herself be hit. How? Hinata was still defending against her fire. You're within my field of divination. She heard from close to her. No, how did you get this close? Ino exclaimed, trying to get away. 8 trigrams, 32 hands, Hinata said, and then the hit started raining on Ino. 2 hands, 4 hands, 8 hands, 16 hands, 32 hands. Ino felt lots of her chakra points being shut down. She fell to the ground, knowing that she had lost. How did you get close? She asked. I used the steam the extinguishing of your fire net produced to prepare a genjutsu which let you believe that I was still defending while I closed the distance to land my final attack. Hinata answered. Winner of the second match, Hinata Hyuga. Hey declared. Hinata was shocked but very happy when she looked up into the stands and saw her father nod at her appreciatively. Kakashi sat in his box watching the first 2 fights attentively. Next to him were the again retired Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Kazekage of Suna. Of course, there were also 2 bodyguards for each cage. The participants were the best of the new generation from Konoha. There were of course still deficits that needed to be worked out, but considering that all 3 teams that had passed the second exam from Konoha were the 3 rookie teams that spoke a clear language. Konoha's upcoming youth was stronger than all previous years. Sakura had performed great against Kiba. She had come a really long way since he had taken her on his team. The former fangirl could now truly be called a proud Kunoichi from Konoha. The training she had done with Shizune had brought her a major step forward. Kiba was strong, but he needed to plan his battles better and not let himself or Akamaru open for sneak attacks. He wouldn't get promoted this time, but there was a lot of potential for the future. Kurenai could train her team more till the next exams, and then the promotion was a serious possibility if his improvement kept on. Sakura was a definite Chunin candidate. She had planned properly, not let her opponent use his strengths against her and taken out his partner early on. She hadn't dragged the fight out for a long time, but countered her opponent's strengths in smart ways before landing the decisive blow. If tasked to lead a team, she would find ways to keep them out of danger until they could succeed with little to no loss. In the second fight, it showed that the academy needed to give fangirls a harder time and ensure that they at least needed to build up physical strength. Ino had come around from what Asuma had told him, but contrary to learning jutsus, if you have enough chakra, you didn't get over years of neglecting physical working out, not to mention dieting. In a few months, Ino was the one that had most problems with the resistant seals and had progressed slower than her teammates. Kakashi had seen the same with Sakura, but his merciless attitude and training regime had got her farther than Ino had come. Not to mention that Naruto and Sasuke were training nuts and Sakura had to push herself more to not fall too far behind them. Shikamaru and Choji weren't as ambitious and therefore they progressed slower. Not to mention that Ino had the problem that Hinata's taijutsu style was hard to go up against. There was a good reason that the Hyuga clan was feared. Ino's strategy had been a sound one and it might have worked if not for Hinata's jutsu and trickery. And seeing how Hinata had managed to combine water manipulation with a new gentle fist technique was inspiring. Hinata had used her advantages well and acted when she saw an opening. He didn't know that Kurenai had taught her to combine genjutsu with gentle fist, but it was a great technique. He could only hope that the Hyuga clan would see it similarly. Hinata deserved to be praised for that fight. Your genin seemed to be really good this year, Hokage-sama. The Kazekage complimented. I wouldn't have expected to find this many strong Kunoichi in particular. Thanks, what can I say, this year's candidates are very good. I'm of course especially proud of my own student Sakura. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. I'm looking forward to seeing what the other 2 can do. If you saw fit to reveal Naruto Namikaze's heritage, you have to be convinced that nobody could kill the boy easily. And the reputation of the Uchiha clan will be tested for the first time in years again. The Kazekage mentioned. That's true, but I'm sure that Naruto and Sasuke are up to the challenges before them. I hope that your son Kankuro is well prepared. Sasuke really wants to get to the finals to fight against Naruto, Kakashi revealed. He would have to beat Gaara 2 first, and that is a very difficult task. Gaara is the best genin we have in Suna, the Kazekage boasted. We'll have to wait and see then, Kakashi stated. What do you think about the promotion prospects of the first 4? The Inuzuka boy and the Yamanaka girl aren't ready. While the girl had some good techniques and ideas, she lacks stamina to get her safely out of a mission that got difficult. The Inuzuka boy needs to get more control over his temper before he can be trusted with leading a team. The Haruno girl and the Hyuga girl meanwhile are ready, I think. Both showed a good level of skills, some of them unique even in case of the Hyuga girl, I think. And they plan properly to win their fights with little injuries on their parts. Of course, their next fights will also be interesting to see, as the opponents in their first fights were the ones they could prepare for best. The following ones will show how well they really prepared and how they react to surprises. The Kazekage answered. That about mirrors my thoughts, Kakashi said, and then they stopped talking as the third fight was about to start. Kankuro knew that he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't really reveal too much about his abilities before the invasion started, but he had been ordered to weaken the Uchiha, so forfeiting wasn't an option. He was only glad that he didn't get the Namikaze boy as his first opponent. That one was strong, there was no question. After the information had been officially confirmed and revealed, new orders had come in. Gaara was to take him out as soon as possible. And if Temari won her fight, she had the same orders that Kankuro had, weaken her opponent. It wasn't a good situation. He knew that he was stronger when he could act from the shadows with his puppets, but he could hold his own in a fight. The one problem was that his opponent was an Uchiha and had the Sharingan. He couldn't fully concentrate on his puppets. Sasuke Uchiha would know soon how he used his puppets and try to find ways to stop him. And sadly, he had no information to go by about the true strength of the other boy. Well, his best bet was poisoning him early on to make him weaker and slower. The proctor gave the signal to start, and Kankuro let Crow fire a poison gas bomb. To his surprise, not only did his opponent avoid the cloud completely, but was quickly onto him. There was one disadvantage that all puppeteers had to get around, which was that they weren't exactly strong in taijutsu and had little ninjutsu in their repertoire, as they needed their fingers to control their puppets. And right now he wasn't good enough to control more than one puppet efficiently. He was working on 2 at the same time, but he hadn't perfected that yet. Against an opponent that was this fast, he was in big trouble. Sasuke didn't need his Sharingan at the moment. He knew about the basic abilities of puppeteers thanks to his training over the last month. Yamato had put him through the grinder and had not only taught him some very useful techniques to improve his arsenal, he had also drilled him on strategy and efficiency. Puppeteers were dangerous if they had a high number of puppets out and could keep in the background. And you had to look out for poison, as they made their disadvantage in taijutsu up by weakening their opponents and most of the times killing with one hit. But if you had an open field, a fast opponent was far superior to them. And one thing Sasuke had learned over the month was combining the speed he had trained months to gain under Kakashi-sensei with jutsus. He hadn't learned to do it with high-level ones, but low and middle-level ones were absolutely possible. So when the poison gas bomb flew towards him, he was already moving. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Sasuke exclaimed and shot one middle-sized fireball after the other at Kankuro and his puppet. They rained down at his opponent from all sides, and he was hard-pressed to defend against them. Sasuke kept his barrage up for 20 seconds before getting some distance between him and his opponent. He hadn't thought that it would be this easy to win, so he was on guard. What he saw made him look again. There was a heap of ashes and Kankuro next to it on the ground. Weren't puppets made with fire-resistant seals? Naruto had put those on all of their clothes just for training. After all, it was a major disadvantage if you caught on fire. And the fireballs weren't that strong. If the puppet had been burned a bit and would be black now, he could understand it, but this reeked of a trap. He activated his Sharingan to see if Kankuro had used a substitution and was hiding somewhere. His suspicion was proven right when he couldn't see chakra in Kankuro's body. So Sasuke was on guard when Kankuro tried to pull him under the ground. Sasuke knew that trick from Kakashi-sensei, so he jumped up into the air and directly fired another fireball at the point where Kankuro was in the ground. He couldn't break the ground to force his opponent out, but he could make it massively uncomfortable for him to stay down there. Soon enough, Kankuro jumped out from the ground and Sasuke went after him. Kankuro had put his puppet away to manage to underground hiding jutsu and was now open to attack. Sasuke landed some devastating combos on the black-clad boy and finally kicked him into a tree in the arena. Kankuro fell to the ground, breathing hard and blood coming from his mouth. Heiid appeared next to him and checked him. Kankuro is unable to continue. Winner is Sasuke Uchiha, he announced to the cheers of the audience. Kakashi was very pleased how easily Sasuke had taken out Kankuro. From what he had seen, Kankuro had at least suffered a few broken ribs, and that would make him incapable of participating in the upcoming invasion. Not to mention that as the son of the Kazekage, he would make a valuable hostage after it. He would have the medics sedate him, supposedly to make the healing process easier. Right now they were carrying him out of the arena while Sasuke gave a short wave to the spectators while walking back to the competitor's box. An impressive fight, Kakashi, Sarutobi said. Yes, your student showed great skill. Kankuro will have to become a lot better until he can fight on that level, the Kazekage said, frowning. Ah, thank you. I'm proud of him. He showed good strategy and power. It's promising for a possible promotion, Kakashi told them. Indeed, Sarutobi agreed. Your students seem to overall dominate their fights. Well, I trained them really hard since I took the team. They all learned a lot, Kakashi said proudly. Naruto and Sakura congratulated Sasuke to his performance. You really showed them how it's done, Sakura said. Yes, good work, Naruto complimented. Thanks, but he wasn't that strong. I hope my next opponent is stronger. I really want to get a good idea where I stand, Sasuke told them. The other two nodded, knowing that it was true. With just one puppet, Kankura wasn't as dangerous as a puppeteer could truly be. Choji stood opposite of Gaara, not really sure how to go about this fight. He had no idea of what Gaara was capable of, but he was determined to do his best. Ino had already lost her fight to Hinata and Team 7's members had both won their matches. He wanted to at least not shame his team and sensei. His opponent looked bored at having to fight him. The proctor gave the signal to start and Choji found himself directly activating his family's jutsu. The only information that he had been able to get about Gaara was that he was dangerous and had no qualms with killing his opponents. Kiba had warned him about that as teammate had seen how Gaara had coldly dispatched of a team from AIM. So not getting caught in his techniques was vital. Choji expanded his body and went into his human meat tank to get a hit on Gaara before he could act. To his surprise, he found himself stopped by some kind of wall. He tried again twice from other directions, but every time he was stopped. He knew he had to change plans, so he rolled away and then returned to his normal form. Gaara simply stood in his former position, not really doing much. You don't satisfy mother, Gaara said darkly. Choji had no idea what this was about. Was Gaara mad? What had his mother to do with anything? Around Gaara there were tendrils of sand hovering. So probably some sand jutsu had stopped his attack. Well, sand wasn't a normal jutsu base. Probably he had needed a lot of chakra into it to let it react like it did. It was too bad that he didn't have any jutsus that drained chakra from a place. So what could be done against sand in general? Before he could think things through, he had to dodge an attack from Gaara's sand. He ran away, now happy that his team had got the resistance seals after a month of training, as otherwise he knew he wouldn't have been able to avoid getting caught in the sand. The main question now was how could he hit Gaara? His strongest taijutsu move had been blocked and he needed time to get it ready. Time he suspected he wouldn't have against this opponent. He knew a few ninjutsus, his element was lightning, but they were still too weak to have a real chance against Gaara it seemed. Still, he wanted to do his best, so he would see where he got. He made 2 clones on the run and hoped that Gaara would at least fall for them a moment so that he could ready his jutsu. He better tried his better one first. It would cost a lot of chakra, but he knew that with this opponent he wouldn't have a chance otherwise. Hiding among clones won't save you. I'll quickly dispatch you, Gaara said. Choji meanwhile was farthest away from Gaara compared to his clones and managed to get the hand signs done. Lightning release, lightning arrow, Choji exclaimed and fired an arrow of lightning at Gaara. He hoped it would hit, but there was a good chance as Gaara hadn't moved from his position at all during their fight. A wall of sand quickly intercepted the arrow and there was no damage done to Gaara at all. Choji cursed under his breath. He had expected a bit more effect. From the information he had got from Asuma-sensei, earth jutsus were inferior to lightning jutsus. But obviously sand was either different or Gaara's jutsus were at a much higher level than Choji's. Well, sand also turned to glass if it was heated massively or turned to mud if you drenched it in water. The problem was that Choji had neither in his arsenal. There was no way that a weapons barrage would get through that sand either, and he only had 2 explosive tags on him. He wrapped one around a kunai handle and then tried to mix it unnoticed under a barrage of his weapons. Sadly, Gaara still didn't need to move as his sand intercepted everything Choji threw at him. The bomb hit and exploded, but in the end there was no damage to Gaara. Choji raised his hand. I forfeit. I can clearly not get through the defense he has. Trying that at my current level would be stupid, Choji declared. Winner by forfeit, Gaara Sabaku. Hey, it announced. There was little applause from the ranks. While Choji had shown a few good techniques, there had been no real action. Kakashi knew that Choji had made the right decision. Gaara was far above his level and Choji lacked a good way to get through that defense. He also didn't have help in the fight that could make up for Choji's problems or distract Gaara for Choji to get a god hit in. That sand defense was really something else. I was sure this fight would go like this, the Kazekage said smugly. Gaara is simply the best genin we have. Well, his defense with the sand was very impressive, but he didn't show a lot to work with to decide if he deserves to become a Chunin. Kakashi stated. Oh, don't worry about that, he will do that later. No insult to one of your village clans, but the boy wasn't advanced enough to go up against Gaara. And the Akamichas mostly excel at taijutsu if I remember correctly. A pure taijutsu fighter or one with a few jutsus to support him has no chance, the Kazekage declared. From what they had seen, that statement certainly rang true. But Choji deserved some positive comments in his file for judging a situation properly and retreating as long as he still could. He also seemed to have learned a bit of strategizing, perhaps from hanging out with Shikamaru a lot. With a bit more time, Choji would make a good Chunin. You could nearly cut the air with a knife. The villagers of Konoha had waited to see this fight for the last month. Nearly none of them had seen one of the competitors in this one since the start of the Chunin exams. Many were torn in their feelings. They had hated the boy for years and now, suddenly, he was revealed to be the son of the man they revered more than nearly any other ninja in their village's history. The only one holding the same amount of positive feelings in their minds was the Shodai Hokage. Naruto Namikaze, formerly known as Naruto Uzumaki, was the container of the Kyuubi, a secret that they couldn't talk about under pain of death. Nearly nobody knew really that much about him. His team had certainly not been around a lot in the village. While those interested in the finalists had looked up the mission history of the teams, there was little to say what kind of missions they had done. Anything beyond C ranks and their number was qualified under orders of the Sandaime Hokage. So while they knew that Team 7 had taken a surprisingly large number of C and D ranked missions, they didn't know much about the abilities of the team that had been trained by the Godam. The other two members of the team had shown impressive skills and creativity. Of course, many thought that even if Naruto was the son of their beloved Yondaime, he couldn't be that strong. Their dislike for him was simply too big. Others reasoned that the dead last of his class couldn't be that impressive. The only ones really interested in seeing how strong the boy really was were the ones from ninja families. Especially the clan ninjas knew that Naruto had hidden his abilities during his time at the academy and had only stopped doing so after he had graduated completely. Those whose children were part of the training group of the three rookie teams were really looking forward to seeing his true level. Naruto stood calmly opposite Shino. He knew that Shino would have come up with some creative tricks, but it would still not be his most difficult opponent. He had after all researched all the clans of Konoha and knew that for their bugs to pose a real danger to them they needed to make contact with his skin first. And Shino knew that Naruto knew that point. In their previous spars, Shino had never managed to win against Naruto, but he had been one of the stronger ones. And Shino was very smart, just a bit less than Shikamaru. So this would be interesting. Shino watched Naruto closely. He didn't show an ounce of nervousness. He didn't expect him to do so. Naruto was the strongest of their group, but it would be foolish to expect him to be overconfident. Naruto never messed around in a fight. He even took all their spars and training serious. He was the most difficult opponent in the finals. Not even that Psycho Gaara could change anything about that. After all, getting hits on a mentally insane person was easier than a smart opponent that was fully in control over his impressive set of skills. And Shino seriously doubted that Gaara would stand a chance against Naruto. The proctor gave them the signal to start. Shino had already sent a good number of his bugs through the ground. He needed to set the location to have a chance. He saw Naruto taking his stance. That was the faster of his two styles. That would be a problem. Shino let a flurry of shuriken fly to not let Naruto get into his rhythm too fast. Naruto, as expected, sped to the right and quickly set to closing the distance between them. Shino just hadn't expected him to be this fast. He must have deactivated at least 2 levels of his resistance seals. And nobody truly knew which level they were normally at, only that Naruto's were years older than theirs and that he had his some levels over them. Shino barely got his defense up before the first hit from Naruto connected. Shino tried blocking and dodging. Sometimes he succeeded, but many hits got through as Shino wasn't the best at taijutsu. Still, he let his bugs use the contact to go over to Naruto. After a fast exchange, Naruto jumped back, and to Shino's surprise he grinned. "Nice try getting your bugs on me, Shino, but I have prepared for this," Naruto said, and activated something that looked like a layer of lightning on his body. Shino saw how his bugs got zapped by the lightning. "I would advise you to find a better way in weakening me. I can zap your bugs easily all day without tiring out," Naruto stated. Shino knew that to be true. Naruto had exceptional chakra reserves, so he had to change tactics. He went through some hand seals. "Earth style, earth spikes," Shino exclaimed and kicked the ground with his foot. Naruto had to jump up to avoid getting hit. He dodged the spikes for a while. "Good try, Shino," Naruto complimented when he dodged the last one. "Last time you didn't have this much control over this jutsu." "Thanks, Naruto, but this isn't all I worked on during the last month," Shino said, and gave a mental command which made his bugs break out from the spikes that surrounded Naruto. He had planned to combine 2 attacks for a while now. To be precise, since Naruto had told him that as an Aburame, people that knew a bit about Konoha's clans would expect his insect-based attacks. So he had decided to work on some surprise tactics. Earth Spikes was a C-rank jutsu and didn't take too much chakra from him, which was always a problem for an Aburame. But instead of combining his bugs with a weapon like Naruto had once suggested, he had trained them to flow with his earth jutsus. They knew his chakra perfectly after all, so it was no difficulty to make themselves part of his jutsu. So now Naruto was suddenly surrounded by a sphere of Shino's bugs. Still, he was on guard. If there was one opponent that could get out of that attack, it was Naruto. And indeed, he soon found himself attacked again by the fast blonde. "Impressive, Shino. If I didn't create some clones before my first taijutsu attack on you, your trick would have cost me a lot of chakra," Naruto said after kicking Shino towards the wall of the arena, which Shino just prevented hitting by turning around in the air. "So you mastered your shadow clones without a hand sign now. That's something I'll have to keep in mind from now on," Shino analyzed. "Not to mention the same seems to hold true for substitution." "Very good analysis, Shino. I didn't expect anything less from you," Naruto said before going through a few hand signs of his own. "Wind style, tornado prison." Shino suddenly found himself dodging tornadoes coming from all sides. He had to dodge because the one time he tried passing it, he got his sleeve shredded. After a few seconds, he saw that he was trapped inside of 8 roaring tornadoes. And Naruto wasn't done. Water style, sea of puddles, Naruto said and spit countless water bullets out of his mouth all around him that turned the ground of the arena into a landscape full of countless puddles. Shino wondered what Naruto could have planned with this maneuver. In the cage box, Kakashi was really impressed with the level the two showed. And not only him. That's really impressive, the Sandaime commented, to hold up one high-level jutsu while performing another. Indeed, that's not something you normally find in a genin, not even a chunin. The most many can do is keeping up a basic jutsu like transformation while doing another jutsu. Anything beyond a D-rank jutsu is nearly impossible for most. The Kazekage commented, he's worked a long time to master that. Kakashi said, but Shino also showed some impressive tactics. I think he's also a good candidate for chunin. True, he has a good mind and isn't taking unnecessary risks while still doing his best to hit his clearly stronger opponent. The Sandaime stated, though I think that the fight will soon be over. Naruto has set the stage for his deciding technique. Shino seemed to have come to the same conclusion as the Sandaime and raised his hand inside the wind prison. Proctor, I forfeit. I know that with the way the arena looks now, the only thing Naruto has to do is performing one lightning jutsu, which I know he is capable of, to shock me and my bugs into unconsciousness. Shino called out, winner by forfeit, Naruto Namikaze. Hey declared. First the audience was silent, then loud applause and cheers erupted. The fight had been great and they had seen two very capable boys. While Naruto had clearly been the stronger one, it had looked as if Shino had had him once with his trap. Naruto deactivated his tornado prison and walked over to Shino to shake his hand. Good fight, Shino, he complimented while Shino took his hand. Likewise, Naruto. It seems I'll have to do a lot more work to catch up to you, Shino stated. Naruto nodded. It wasn't necessary to point out how much training Naruto had done over the years. Damn, he was definitely the dominating one. I've never seen him show off that much in a fight. Sakura commented. True, I wonder how we would do against him. Sasuke mentioned. I fear it would be a really hard fight, Sakura said. While I know that we have grown a lot stronger since the academy, he has done the same and he was leagues ahead of us then. Sasuke hated admitting that, but it was true. He knew that he by now had the strength and skill of a solid chunin. Perhaps some of his skills were scratching low jonin level, but with Naruto he was mostly solid jonin and in some areas high jonin level. And don't get him started on Fuinjutsu, Naruto was a demon with them. So only one fight left in this round, Sakura said. Do you think Shikamaru will fight properly? Yes, since that simulated mission against Naruto he has seen what can happen if he doesn't. I wouldn't have thought that Slacker had it in him, Sasuke replied. Down in the arena Shikamaru was now facing Temari for the last fight of this round. He could deduct that she was probably using wind jutsus from the war fan on her back. He had asked his dad about known specializations from Suna and had found out that those that had wind element often used suitable weapons to enhance their abilities. War fans required a powerful affinity and one of the most famous war fan users had been Temari's mother Kara when she had still been an active Kunoichi. So Shikamaru had to be on guard. The last fight of the first round of the Chunin exam finals, Shikamaru Nara of Konoha versus Temari Sabaku of Suna. Begin. Hey declared and cleared the arena. Temari didn't waste any time and opened her fan fully and swung it with power, creating a massive gust of wind. Shikamaru quickly took cover behind a tree. Is that all you can do? Hiding? Man, you Konoha ninjas don't seem all that great. Temari taunted. Troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled. He really didn't want a long fight. He wanted to get this over with and preferably without getting hit too much. He had a plan, but it would take some time to implement it. Well, time to start. He made the standard seal used for the shadow possession jutsu and hoped that Temari hadn't done as much research as he had. Sadly it seemed she had and she was running away from his shadow, trying to get enough distance between her and the shadow. Shikamaru decided to use that and pretended that his shadow couldn't reach farther than 10 meters. She even drew a line onto the ground, measuring the distance. Perfect, so that is the limit of your shadow. As long as I stay out of it I don't have to worry too much, Temari said. Shikamaru kept his poker face. He started throwing a flurry of weapons, which were all reflected by Temari with weaker wind boosts. They now lay around her with perhaps a meter distance for the closest ones. Throwing weapons at a wind user is useless. You don't seem too bright not realizing that, Temari taunted again. But Shikamaru knew that he had as good as one. His kunai were special and he had got them specifically for fighting long-range fighters. His shadow jutsus were mostly middle-range right now and he first needed to increase his chakra reserves before he could use them more efficiently. He calculated the distance of the closest kunai and was satisfied. His plan could start. He sent his shadow off again and unnoticed by Temari he had it connect with each of the special kunais. When his shadow reached the line she had drawn it barely crossed it at first, making up the distance he had stepped forward and she retreated by that much, then he struck, letting his shadow race forward quickly and connect with hers. Finally, the shadow possession jutsu is complete. Shikamaru commented. But how? Even with the lesser distance I should have been far enough away. She asked shocked. A true ninja never reveals his secrets and while our villages may be allied, it's better to not reveal secret techniques, especially not at the beginning of a competition where I have to face the toughest opponent out of the whole group next. Shikamaru stated. You think you've already won? Temari asked angrily. I don't think so, I know, Shikamaru said and lifted his hands, which made Temari lift hers in the same fashion, still holding her fan in one of them. Now, you see I can make you mimic my movements thanks to my jutsu. If I have you hit yourself over the head with your war fan, you'll get a bad headache and pass out. So if you want to avoid that, give up. Temari was clearly trying to break out of his jutsu, but it was impossible for her. Erg, shit, she cursed. Fine, I can think of better things to do than nursing a headache. Proctor, I forfeit. Winner by forfeit, Shikamaru Nara. Hey, declared. The audience clapped. This had been a short fight, but it had been a good one with the winner outsmarting his opponent. The ninjas in the audience, especially Asuma, were very impressed with the display of Shikamaru. He had quickly and efficiently taken out his opponent, and if he had been tasked to capture his opponent for interrogation, he would have done perfectly. The Cages were really pleased with the last fight. While the Cage was disappointed by how quickly Shikamaru had caught Temari, at least she wasn't really injured and could still play her part in the planned invasion. The two Hokages would have wished that Shikamaru had gone through with the finishing move, but he hadn't been informed about the upcoming invasion, so he didn't know that they needed to take their opponents from Suna out. A good fight. The boy has a good head on his shoulders and knows how to use his jutsus. Too bad that Temari was too sure of herself. The Cage therefore commented, yes, but I don't think she'll make that mistake again in the future. Sometimes a defeat that you survive can teach you much more than a victory. The Sandaime said wisely. Kakashi only nodded. Alright, what do you think? Should we make things a bit more interesting or let them all continue with the fights like they were planned? Kakashi asked, giving the Sandaime the previously agreed signal. Oh, and what kind of change do you have in mind? The Cage asked suspiciously. Well, the Chunin exam finals are all about fighting an opponent you don't have much information about first. But now they have seen what their opponents can do. I'm sure the 6 that got into the semifinals are already planning how to fight the next one based on this. We could enter a random choice, like we would do in preliminaries if they were necessary. Kakashi explained. I like the idea. A ninja has to be ready to face unknown obstacles all the time on missions. This would tell us much better which of the remaining finalists are ready to be Chunin, as they would have to find counter strategies on missions they get to lead as well. The Sandaime said. In truth, they wanted to mess around with any previously arranged plans of the invaders. They were sure that Gaara was their trump card as soon as Jinchuriki. So if they had planned something involving him, it would be best if they arranged for him to fight Naruto. Why not? I agree that it would be a good way to test the finalists, and I'm absolutely sure that Gaara can take on any of your genin, no matter if he knows who it is beforehand or not. So, you want to draw each pairing directly before the fight? He asked. Yes, otherwise those in the later fights would have an unfair advantage. The Sandaime said. Kakashi stood to announce the terms of the next round. We have seen some very good fight in the first round of the finals. Now I want to announce the stipulations of the next round, the semi-finals. We will choose the pairings randomly. That means that none of the finalists will know beforehand whom he has to face, which shortens the preparation time immensely. As our 6 semi-finalists have had a fight already, we will wait with the second round until in 30 minutes so our competitors have a chance to get injuries treated or rest from a strenuous fight. Kakashi told the audience. Most were excited to get this mode of choosing the competitors. What nobody knew was that Naruto and Gaara wouldn't be in the pool for the first 2 fights. They would get the last one, as the Hokages were sure that Orochimaru wouldn't hold his invasion off for much longer. The break was used to get more bets placed, buy food and drinks, to discuss the previous fights and visit the bathroom. Excitement could nearly be cut with a knife. The first round had given the spectators a good show of the abilities of the genin that were attempting to gain the rank of Chunin. Most in the audience were ninjas, with a few civilians and lots of customers of the village mixed into them. Orochimaru had to suppress a chuckle. The people here were absolutely clueless that soon there wouldn't be a village called Konoha anymore. Or not much of it. It was probably impossible to kill everybody, but once Gaara was unleashed onto the village in full Biju form, the villagers wouldn't know what to do anymore. They didn't have the 4th anymore, and neither his son nor his remaining students were capable of taking down a Biju. Even if Kabuto's information on Naruto had been massively lacking in quality. Not to mention that, except for a note that he couldn't send more information because Ibiki was getting paranoid and suspected him or somebody close to him as a spy. He hadn't heard from him since the second round. Well, he had prepared for anything, and Kabuto knew how to prevent that information got into enemy hands. It would be a shame if he lost the talented young medic, but he could replace him. He was a bit annoyed at the change of how the third round would be battled, but in the end it didn't matter. He had wanted to see Sasuke go up against Gaara, but the quality of the candidates in the finals was really high so far. Sarutobi must have done something during the last months to improve the training of the fresh genin, because clearly there was a massive increase in abilities compared to their academy graduation reports and the progress reports that Kabuto had sent on the teams except for Team 7 under Kakashi. That one was completely wrong. He would see when Gaara would fight. He would give the signal for the attack when Gaara was fighting any member of Kakashi's team. It would be nice to see the young Hokage lose one of his precious students. After all, who would be able to go up against a Jinchuriki that could unleash their Biju? Certainly no genin. The audience was awaiting the drawing of the first match of the second final round. There were 6 competitors left now. 3 of them the students of the God Aim Hokage. All 3 had shown their superiority in their fights. Talks about the next generation of the Sannin were going round. Then the giant monitor that had been placed next to the VIP lounge where the cages resided was flashing through names faster than anybody could look. The board settled on 2 names after a short while. Sakura Haruno would face Shikamaru Nara. The proctor called the 2 down to the arena and they stood opposite of each other. What a drag. I really hate having to fight girls, Shikamaru complained. I'll make it short for you then, slacker, Sakura countered, cracking her knuckles threateningly. She's as bad as my mother, Shikamaru mumbled. How troublesome. The first fight of the semi-finals of the Chunin exams. Sakura Haruno of Konoha versus Shikamaru Nara of Konoha. The same rules as in round 1 apply. Begin. Hey called out and jumped away. Shikamaru knew that if he wanted to have a chance to win this, he needed to catch Sakura before she could poison him. The fight against Kiba had given him a lot of useful information. Too bad that Sakura knew that as well. She unleashed a flurry of shuriken at him which he had to dodge, and it prevented him from using his shadows efficiently. He countered with some kunai of his own to not let her dominate the fight, but he knew that this matchup was against him. Sakura was fast and knew about his shadow techniques. She would make very sure to not come too close to them. He tried an unusual approach. He had worked hard on this part with his father to be able to connect his shadow in another way than being a sitting duck and unable to defend himself properly because he had to hold the hand sign until the shadows were connected. So he attacked and went in close, unsheathing a short sword from his back. He knew that this was unlike his normal fighting style, but the typical Nara style was very much meant to work together with others that took care of the physical and distraction parts to allow him to catch an opponent. He held the sword in his right hand and Sakura blocked each strike with a kunai. After a short exchange they jumped apart and she threw a purple-colored ball at him. He feared poison smoke and held his breath, but the smoke could also work in his favor if he managed to pull this off. He jumped upwards out of the cloud of smoke and therefore avoided the shower of senbon that Sakura fired at his former position, to the left of it and to the right. She had a good idea by covering a wide area while he would be handicapped in his response time with not seeing what she did exactly. But now the jump in the air allowed him to form his hand sign, another improvement he had made in training, and his small shadow on the ground reached out and connected with the whole shadow of the cloud. Sakura must have known that it could happen, which was why she had fired her senbons wide-ranged. Against a normal opponent that would even have worked. Not many would decide to jump into the air for a short while, risking inhaling the poison when they fell again. But with a smart opponent like Sakura, it had been assured that she would do something against normal strategies of avoiding being trapped. He felt the connection from the jutsu and took in a deep breath before landing back in the cloud of poisonous smoke. He would bet that Sakura had built up an immunity to this type of poison, or she had learned to hold her breath for long periods of time. Both could be possible and he needed to calculate for it. He ran out of the cloud feeling that his opponent was following him thanks to the shadow connection. This match is over, he said, secure in his assessment. You can't escape my jutsu. I can simply force you to submit with my sword as you don't have a weapon on your back. So simply give up, Sakura, Shikamaru said. What? Shikamaru asked, struggling to keep hold of his shadow possession. You should never discount the possibility of a clone, Shikamaru, Sakura said from behind him, fading into view with a syringe in her hand. Shikamaru felt the drug coursing through his system. How? You don't have enough chakra for any kind of solid clone? He asked, dropping to a knee. You would have needed your full reserves for a simple elemental clone alone. And you couldn't have recovered that after the fight against Kiba yet. Well, it has its perks being on a team with Naruto. I know that I don't have the chakra reserves that are necessary for this kind of thing, but he once gave Sasuke and me some useful seals on a mission that allow us to store chakra worth 5 rank jutsus in them. I used one during the break and am at more than my normal full capacity right now. Good night, Shikamaru, Sakura said. Shikamaru lost the fight with the drug and fell to the ground, dropping the jutsu against Sakura's clone. Hey, it landed next to Shikamaru and checked if he was really asleep. Winner by knockout, Sakura Haruno. She commences to the finals. Hey, it announced to the cheers of the audience. Interesting strategy of your student there, Hokage-sama, Orochimaru said in his disguise. Indeed, and to have it work against a Nara by using his preconceptions is really incredible. She will definitely get her promotion, Kakashi said, smiling. I agree. She not only made a clone using the cover of poisonous mist, she must also have used the underground fish projection jutsu to travel through the earth. All within a few seconds, while also managing to put a genjutsu over herself to hide her presence until it was too late. The Sandaime said. The other two nodded impressed. Now only 4 are left. I'm someone hoping that Gaara gets to fight Sasuke Uchiha. Nothing against the other 2 candidates, but young Sasuke's clan's reputation carries far and people in Suna are curious how he would fare against our strongest genin. Orochimaru said. Well, Sasuke is definitely one of the most talented genin I have seen in my career as Hokage, but I think Naruto can at least give him a run for his money. The Sandaime said. We will know soon. Either way, the matchups are going to be known in a few seconds, Kakashi said, seeing that the board was shuffling the names again. Of course he knew that Sasuke would fight Hinata next. It was rigged that way as neither Naruto's nor Gaara's name was available to be chosen. Then the board stopped showing the two names. Down in the arena, Height was calling Hinata and Sasuke down. Hinata and Sasuke observed each other, both having their eyes activated. This was a fight that was a matter of pride for both of them. Uchiha versus Hyuga, Sharingan versus Byakugan. Height had given the starting signal already, but both were looking for an opening. Hinata knew how strong Sasuke was, and Sasuke knew that getting hit by Hinata was fatal. Then they both flew through a sequence of hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball. Sasuke called out and shot a big ball of fire at Hinata. Water style, Water Bullet. Hinata countered. The attacks hit in the middle and produced steam, which covered that part of the arena. The spectators only heard some fighting noises, but they couldn't see a thing through the steam. Finally, the steam cleared and both fighters looked a bit worse. Sasuke had trouble with his left arm, and Hinata had some visible bruises on her right arm. Her sleeve had been torn off somehow and therefore it showed. Sasuke then channeled lightning chakra into a number of shuriken and threw them at Hinata, who slid into a stance nobody had seen before. 8 trigrams, protection of the 64 hands. Hinata called out and started shooting chakra beams from her hands and deflecting and cutting apart the shuriken that Sasuke had thrown at her. Hiashi Hyuga looked very pleased at how this fight was going. While he didn't truly believe that Hinata was good enough to defeat the Uchiha boy, she was not giving up like she had done before, and she was showing off the power of the Hyuga clan. That jutsu was the one she had worked on with the children of the clan, and to see it finished and used in a fight that was as important as this one was good to see. The elders would have to back off from their constant criticism and pressuring him into deciding on the air. He could continue stalling for now, and he knew that the worst problem, Elder Hiroshi, would not live much longer. He was already ill, and it was only a question of time until he died. Without him demanding that one of Hayashi's daughters being put into the branch family, he could find a solution that prevented that either Hinata or Hanabi ended like Hisashi had. Hating his sibling and resenting the main family. It was bad enough that Neji hated them so much. If only he could tell him the truth, but Neji probably wouldn't listen before he had got a major wake-up call from somebody. Hinata and Sasuke watched each other again. They needed to find a way to overcome the other's defense. Then Sasuke drew his sword and ran towards Hinata. She used the gentle fist style to deflect the blade away from her and even managed to hit a tenketsu on the side of Sasuke's upper left thigh. Sasuke jumped back on the power of his right leg, but Hinata now pressed forward. Sasuke knew he needed to prevent her from attacking in full force, so he used something nobody had seen so far. He started making hand seals with his right hand while holding his sword with his left, which, while slightly handicapped, worked well enough for this. Lightning style, Electro Web. Sasuke called out, and in front of him a net made of electricity appeared. One-handed seals. That's really impressive, Orochimaru exclaimed. He was drooling on the inside about the potential having that body would offer him. The Sharingan and the knowledge to use one-handed seals. It seems his training over the last month really paid off. He hadn't mastered this trick when the second round ended. Kakashi stated, very pleased. Sasuke had got the idea of using one-handed seals from Naruto, who had told them about how Haku had used them in the ambush on the way to Wave Country. As Sasuke could see the use of having one hand free to wield a weapon freely in a fight, he had worked hard on working out which seal would be needed to use his normal jutsus with one-handed seals. It had taken him months to work everything out, but now he seemed to be secure enough in his skill to use it in a real fight. Your students really show their skill in these finals, Godame-sama. The Sandaime said. Thank you, I'm immensely proud of all of them. Kakashi replied. Hinata didn't have time to dodge the web, so she tried taking away some of its power. She threw a volley of shuriken into it, hoping that the metal would trigger some kind of discharge. Sadly, it didn't really work like that. Instead, the web exploded to her side and she was blown away a few meters. She scrambled back to her feet only to be confronted with Sasuke going into a strong taijutsu assault, which she only managed to partially block. She needed her full concentration to use the gentle fist properly, and with her current state of burns on several places of her body, that wasn't the case. She needed to find a way to turn the battle around, but she couldn't think of one. The problem was that the Sharingan could see through genjutsu easily, so using one of them was just wasting chakra. Well, a ninjutsu should buy her some time. Water style, Water Whip. She called out and created a 2 meters long whip which she used to keep Sasuke at a distance. The jutsu wasn't perfected yet, but it was good enough to help her out of a tight spot for a moment. Sadly, she hadn't counted on Sasuke finding a counter very quickly after his initial jump backwards. He let her hit his left arm with the whip and then channeled lightning chakra into his arm and through her whip. She was too slow to let the jutsu falter to avoid getting shocked, and therefore had her nerves fried by the electricity. She tried standing up, but her muscles refused listening to her commands anymore. Then Sasuke stood in front of her, holding his sword to her throat. I win, he stated simply. She couldn't deny that. She would need to regain control of her body for a few minutes before she could continue fighting, and if this was an enemy she would have been dead. But she had performed well and much better than ever before. She had landed a few good hits and she hadn't given up. She could be proud of that. Height landed next to them. Winner by submission, Sasuke Uchiha. Height announced, and the audience cheered for this great battle. A good fight. Both showed a good amount of skill and that they could keep their head in battle. The Sandaime commented. Yes, but the Hyuga girl made a critical mistake in overlooking that her water whip could be used against her, Orochimaru pointed out. True, but I think she didn't expect that Sasuke had mastered lightning manipulation fully. I guess she expected him to need at least a few hand seals to use the whip against her. In that case she could have succeeded with her tactic. Kakashi spoke up. We will have to consider her for promotion. She showed 2 good fights and only misinformation led to her defeat. The Sandaime nodded, agreeing with that. I guess then it's time for one of the most interesting fights now. The sons of the Yondaime cages of their respective villages, Orochimaru said, hoping that Gaara would take Naruto out. Indeed, I can promise that Naruto will give his all. He wants to prove that he can one day surpass his father. Kakashi said, Gaara will do all he can to take the victory. Orochimaru stated sure of this. Gaara would probably see Naruto as a worthy challenge to satisfy the demon inside of him. He didn't get blood in his first fight against the Akamichi boy. He was in need of some, and once Gaara had the upper hand and killed Namikaze's brat, he would give the signal to start the invasion. Konoha would fall today. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.